understand, in France, people in England come from generations of people from
Yo.
France saying we're losing our national character as a Christian nation. I can understand
Hello,
all
Rabbi.
of that.
How are you?
Start looking at the larger picture. It is a little
Good to
bit
see you,
more
Smokey. What's new?
there
How's fatherhood?
It's not fatherhood, it's again, the mother's being there. Mum's not nice to me, dude.
What happened? Talk to me.
I'm all good, bro. How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. I'm doing really well, thankfully.
Bro.
I know. So talk to me. You're a dad. How's it been?
Not really spoken.
So she took your baby and
No, she's not big. She just moaned at everything we're trying to do.
okay, like what?
Well, try and buy him clothes. She wanted money on, but I didn't know what she was going to spend the money on. I said I'll buy him food and milk and clothes, and she's like, I want the money. I'm like, just let me buy the stuff. She wouldn't let me buy toys for him. I wasn't allowed to pick his, like, just stuff out for him, really.
Okay, when's the last time you saw him?
4 or 5 months ago.
Oh wow, so like since we last spoke.
Yeah. It's been shit.
Oh,
I've been trying to get lawyer advice.
oh, that's messy as fuck. Messy as fuck. Have you had shelter?
Yeah, I've been. Well, I've technically moved in with friends.
Right, that's what you were doing last time.
Yeah, it's going quite smart.
Okay, has it been okay?
Mm-hmm.
You showed it to believe it was really nice.
Your little t-shirt, and then I've got another big one up there. It's actually quite nice, isn't it? It's just look how dark it is in the hallway. Yes, it gets really tiny because how this building, sorry, is 400 years old.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
I sleep in the room. The judge would do his court stuff. It's weird. It used to be a hospital. It used to be a house.
Okay. I want to know what's the plan. Well, were you able to get?
Still looking for it. Looking at apprenticeships at the moment. I'm trying to get my driver's license sorted. You know, lots of stuff.
Right. Please remind me your son's name. Luca, that's right. All right. Last we spoke, you and Luca and the mom were at least on talking terms. So you guys even talking anymore?
No. We were trying to communicate and like do the parenting thing, but you. I don't get it. She wasn't willing to co-parent. Well, not far.
Oh, very close. Very close. Okay. So is there any way you talk to her and say, I'd like to put the past behind us and start anew?
Yeah, around Christmas time when it eased up,
Okay, that works. Do you guys do
and then I
Thanksgiving?
can get him some grapes.
Right. Do you guys do, because it's his first holiday and everything? Do you guys do Thanksgiving?
Instead of Thanksgiving, we just have Christmas dinner.
Okay. Um,
We don't do Thanksgiving. I don't think so.
what would if you called her?
If I called her out of the blue, she'd be a bit.
I get
What's the
that.
word?
I get that. Surprised and annoyed.
Yeah, she'd be like, "Oh, why do you call it type thing?"
Right. Totally gay. So, and what is her name?
Beth.
Beth. Could you text her? I'm not asking you. Wondering.
I have a number. Yeah.
Okay. Her parents, they don't like you.
The stepdad understands the situation I'm going through. Mum hates me for some reason. I've tried to get along with, but she has BPD, and she thinks she's funny, and she's the mum's quite. She's quite she likes to pick on people, and it's not right. Like to be bullied.
All right. What is Beth's opinion of marijuana?
She smokes it more than I do.
Oh, tight. She's cool as fuck. All right. All right. So that's not the issue. Does she have another guy involved?
Sorry,
Does she have another man involved?
I don't know. Probably.
Okay, maybe not. She's still a young mother, so she's still focused on that. Uh, is there any
When
way
we last go, no, when we last broke up, it took her about 4 weeks to go start talking to someone else.
it took her 4 weeks to start to talk with someone else?
No, a few weeks, for like 2, 3.
Well, that's fine. Um, okay, so
I think so. Been settling into this place, been doing a lot of work.
you're good, big dog. So, um, is there any way, not today and not tomorrow, but like maybe next week or so, when November's here, you say to her, I hope all is well, Beth, with Luca, and I am making preparations for the holiday season. Is there any way that you could potentially let me know what the baby needs, and if we could set up a schedule for me to be able to spend some time with either you and the baby or just the baby? I would appreciate any information you might be able to provide.
She doesn't go out the house much.
All right, she doesn't have to. So you just say to her, though, is it possible for me to spend some time with you and the baby? I mean, I would start with that. I don't think she's going to want to give up the baby to you at any point, probably. But if she's great, and you just ask her if she could let you know her schedule. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying that. Now, she might be like, I don't want you in this baby's life at all. And if she says that, you kind of got to suck that up without a lawyer. She's not making you pay. Do you have child support in England?
Yeah, but I'm not paying anything at the moment. I wish I was. Honestly, she just. I don't want her spending the money I give her.
There's nothing you can do about that, and I understand.
I smoke a little, but honestly, I pay more. I pay for my phone bill, and I pay a bit to my nan because I owe her a bit of money, a bit to my mum. I pay a bit to my mate for rent.
Right.
I have expenses. I need food and toiletries. I'm finding it. Oh, excuse me.
Will they put you in jail for not paying child support?
I don't think so. I'm not registered on anything to like pay child support. I've not been to court to like sign anything to pay child support. I want to. I'd love to pay for the little bastard because he's my boy. But I don't get what she's playing at. I don't.
Why don't you guys?
She didn't give me the love I wanted. She never said I love you. She never complimented me. It felt like she just used me for sex, and that's it, to be honest.
Okay.
She'd switch on me. Dude, she'd get really angry at me for the littlest thing, trust me. I'd ask her if she wants something doing, and she'd flip.
I mean,
I said hello.
You were only in a relationship with this girl for like a month, weren't you?
No, I was on and off with her for like 3 years.
Okay, well, we spoke and you were with a woman named Sky, and then it was like within a month, all that came along.
Yeah, so I known Beth 2 years before. Sky I met at work. She called me a cunt and narcissist, and I don't know why. I never spoke to her.
Who's she?
What, Sky?
Oh, so Sky said that, and then you were done with Sky and you went back with Beth?
No, I wasn't done with Sky. Sky got rid of me.
Okay. Sky got rid of you, and then you went back with Beth?
Beth got in contact with me and told me Luca was born around that time.
Oh. Okay, so you didn't even know she was really pregnant.
I knew she was pregnant because before I worked at Frankie and Benny's, I worked at the Blackbird, and
how do you know?
I was living with Beth at the time then.
How do you know?
Before I knew you, I think.
How do you know Lucas?
Have you seen him, man?
I haven't seen him in comparison to you.
No, I'm showing you. I swear I've been on camera.
Dog.
Dog.
It's difficult to tell paternity via just looks sometimes. So, okay, that's what I wanted you. That's what I wanted you to say. And so you said what you're supposed to say. If you were to say, I've been having my, well, then there's a different story. But if you're like, yeah, he looks like me, then you're pretty sure that that's your child. All right. Well, you're kind of in a good position. She's not putting pressure on support. The courts aren't putting pressure on you for child support. You're still able to live as a single man and do whatever you need to do. The issue is that you don't have the opportunity to see your child. And I think the best of both worlds by saying, look, to Beth, just in a nice text message, I hope you and Luca are doing well. With the holiday season coming up, I would like the opportunity to perhaps make some time with you and Luca to be able to spend some time with you. And also, could you please let me know perhaps what Luca's needs are? At least a few of them. I'd like to get him some presents. Nothing wrong with that. And then if she responds, get out of my fucking life. Okay, cool. You know that you're not going to see Luca for a long time, and you've just got to be okay with that. Unless you get aware. And if she says that you Smokey, I'll let you know or whatever. Then that's cool. And then as a day, you stay in contact with her, or she ignores you. If she ignores you, it's the first one. But I mean, those are the kind of options. And you've been with this girl on and off for like 3 years. So at some she liked you. I know that you feel like she only used you. Uh,
She needed me. It wouldn't work out because I was living with her and her mum was there. Her mum's made it impossible.
well, let's be honest. It's not a good situation. You don't want your daughter basically having to shack up with her under your house. You want them to be independent. So I understand why she doesn't like you. And I get that she has mental issues as well. Uh, there's nothing wrong, perhaps, with you asking if it is an option to be able to see your son by the end of the year for the holiday season. There's nothing wrong with it. And if she says yes, great, you make plans. If she says no, then you recognize it's going to be an uphill battle. You might ask, is there a time that I might be able to see the baby again? Do you want me in the baby's life? And if she doesn't answer you, then you basically have to think that she doesn't want to give you an answer. And you just, if I were you, then start saving up for a lawyer. And I know you probably don't have the money to do that. You're between a rock and a hard place. So if you want to see your son, which that baby, I do know that. You do love a baby a lot, then you save up for a barrister, where you call it there. But
Free lawyer.
okay, you get a free lawyer then. But I don't think you want to go to that, because if you go to that, there's a chance she could destroy you in court too. And not that you've done
She
anything.
has the money. She'd get a free lawyer.
Okay, I was gonna say not anything wrong necessarily, but you guys, like right now, I mean, you don't have the ability really to have joint custody. You're working and stuff. You don't have the ability to like pay for diapers and all that other stuff fully. She has to live with her mom, and that's understandable. But you're both so young that uh, I personally think the best option is a text to her saying, "Is there anything that uh, sometime during the next month before the holiday season or so that we could set up a time for me to be able to give baby presents, and maybe we give her presents, just something." And if he says, "I only want money," well, I get what you're saying. That's just for drugs or just for marijuana. And that's not going to help the baby. And so you could counter that by saying, I could just tell me what the baby wants and I could buy it for her. And if she's like, no, I just want money, well, then there's not too much you can do. And you just have to tell her, I'm willing to buy within reason whatever the baby needs, but I'm not willing to just hand her cash. Right?
I already told her that.
Tell her this. You didn't tell her this with the idea of it being a holiday.
No, I mean, when we last spoke, when we last argued, basically, I told her,
Okay,
I
what?
don't mind buying him stuff and like paying for him, but I want to get it for him. And she's like, no. And then we argued and we didn't, and then we're not friends.
Okay, is there any way you could just buy the baby what the baby needs instead, like, and just uh, deliver it, just even on the doorstep or something?
I don't think she wouldn't allow me near the house, probably. Probably couldn't believe. She always says that. Good, please.
Okay, so you don't want to get
No.
you certainly don't want to get the police involved. So,
I don't do any of that. Honestly, dude, I'm not a fucking store part of that site. I don't do
No, 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 no. I understand. I met with her permission. Didn't have to see you, but she could still get diapers and stuff for the baby. Um, okay. So is there the chance that you don't see this baby for 18 years?
I hope not.
I hope not as well. And you get a one. Um, but
Let's try and fight it.
yeah, exactly. She's not being really easy, and uh, not only is it she's difficult, but then her mother's difficult, and kind of reinforcing that behavior. So, okay, well, that's not an ideal situation. I think you can. How are other things in your life? How's the video game? How are video games going? I'm here. I'm just adjusting my
I
computer.
don't really game.
You don't game much. You game like 12 hours a day, dog.
I've not game much this past month. I've been sort of moving in here.
All right. So
I've been watching Netflix, smoking weed.
all right. What have you been watching on Netflix?
All sorts of shit. I'm watching Pineapple Express now.
Is it good? Good.
And you need to watch Electrical State on Netflix. Really. It's got the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, it's so good.
Okay, what's it about?
Research it. I can't explain the whole film. It's too long.
I'm not researching it.
It's a good.
Okay, so it's a movie. Okay, what?
I'm sure stuff. I mainly just horrors, sci-fi.
Have you done any cryptocurrency?
Any what?
Cryptocurrency?
Cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrency?
I wouldn't know where to begin.
No, not a game. Cryptocurrency. Do you have any cryptocurrency investments in the world?
I wouldn't know where to begin with that.
Oh, okay. You get on Twitter Spaces, but that's okay. All right. Because that's like a perfect thing for you, where you can just invest like $5 and make like $5,000. Like that's what you need. Okay. Have you said you were looking for or not looking, but like basically some kind of internship, or what's it called? What do you call it?
Oh,
For what do you want to be, Smokey? What do you want as a career?
sorry, man. I'm just doing something. Oh,
You're good, dog. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a DJ and have properties, hobbies on the side.
Okay, don't we all? All right, you want to be a DJ, which you have had some in the night scene and the nightlife scene in your area. You've been a bartender at multiple places. Do you have any connections to be a DJ?
I have
Okay. When do you plan on contacting them?
I want to sort my mental health out first, and then my child.
Okay, Liz, I get it. Are you seeing anybody, like a professional, like a therapist, anybody?
No, I'm not getting there. it's just the process. In England, doctors, people, it's just a long waiting list.
Okay, are you on?
Everyone's on the waiting list.
Okay, everybody's on the waiting list. All right.
I've got mental health crisis support, but it's, again, waiting for someone to answer the phone.
All right. When's the last time?
I haven't needed to.
Okay. But I thought you were sorting out the mental part.
I kind of deal with it on my own, to be honest.
Okay.
I always have.
All right. So you've never talked to anybody about your mental health? Or you've never talked to a professional about your mental health? I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that, like, you never know until you try.
I didn't.
Okay, you did in school. And how did that go? Did you find it supportive?
The person would change. So imagine getting used to one and then it gets taken away every single week.
Okay, that's extremely frustrating, and I get that. Okay.
It was weird. I'm like, why not just give me one person?
Right.
It was counselor stuff.
Okay, it's camp counselor stuff. All right. Well, before getting a DJ job, like an understudy, and for what kind of job?
What do you mean?
Didn't you say you were going to be like a tradesman, but you were getting like an internship or something?
I'm just looking at anything. Yeah, really.
Okay. What to do to get your driver's license?
Well, I have provisional, which is a form of ID. It's like £30, and then I can take tests. You do a theory, and then you driving test, like a physical.
Okay. Do they do a drug test?
Yes, before the driving test. No, wait. No, they don't.
Okay, so no drug test. That's good. Okay, so what's you getting your driver's license?
Hope for the next 4 months.
Okay, do you have a car or access to a car?
A car?
Yeah, like where you use for your driving.
Oh, I thought you said car.
No, a car or a vehicle.
I want a moped.
Okay, so do you need a driver's license for a moped?
EBT, which is you can do it in a day, and then you can ride anything up to 125 cc.
Okay, so why don't you do that?
So, what about the money? It's like £200.
Oh, so it's more expensive than a driver's license.
Well, a driver's license in total can cost anywhere up to like £1,000 because it is expensive, especially if you fail and do it again.
Certainly. Okay, what about a bicycle?
I've had bicycles. Yeah.
Right, I know, but can you do delivery?
I tried. No, Uber Eats. They won't accept my ID.
Okay, so all you need, how much is it for an ID?
My passport is £90.
Okay, but you don't need a passport. Can't you get
ID.
Can't you get a
I have ID.
Okay, so you have a valid ID?
Yes.
Okay, so then can you take that valid ID and become a bicycle delivery person?
No, they won't allow it. I have a citizen's card. Uber Eats, they need a passport. I don't have a passport.
So you're $90. You're 90 pounds away from being able to work as a delivery driver, right?
I don't want this a delivery driver on a bike.
Okay, so you only want to do it on a moped.
No, I just want a moped because I can get to further jobs.
I get that. But you got to walk before you run. So you aren't willing to ride a bike to do deliveries, which I get. You basically need to get uh, your passport renewed or passport. So that's 90 pounds. And then do you want to buy a moped?
Yeah, you can get schemes. It's called Ride to Work scheme where they lend you the moped and you pay it onwards.
Okay. I mean, that's cool. And you could ride this moped year round where you are?
It's very cold in the winter on a moped.
Yeah, that's what I imagine.
It'll work, obviously.
But you can do it, right?
Yeah, you can do it. It's not maintain these little bikes. They blow up easy.
Oh, the mopeds blow up easy?
Yeah, they're only single cylinder.
Okay, what about e-bike? Can you do an e-bike?
They're more expensive.
Oh, they're more expensive than a moped?
Yeah, petrol mopeds are cheap.
Oh,
Between
interesting.
200 to 500 pounds.
Okay. Okay, so that's definitely so you're like 90 pound away from the passport. And they don't have like a program where you can get a free passport if you don't make a lot of money.
No, but in Scotland you get a free passport, which is crazy.
Okay, but you can't do that, right? Like you can't go to get a passport, right?
No, I'm not Scottish.
Right. I mean, look, I'm American. We don't really pay attention to stuff. Okay, so you're not Scottish. How about Wales? Will Wales give you a passport? Will Wales give you a passport?
No.
Okay, you're not Welsh. Okay, so the only place you could do it is or England, which is fine. That's uh, but they do have a program to get you like a low cost, um, or okay, so you're not from getting that, and then you're like 200 to 500 pounds away from a moped, and then you have a career, right? Is there anything else you need?
The I want is 1,250 pounds. It's a cool looking chopper, but it is 125. You can ride it on a CVT.
All right, but like maybe you can't get that moped right away, right? I mean, isn't there the possibility that you get like a less expensive moped and then work your way up to that one?
Yeah, possibility. I'll just get a cheap little one to start off with.
Right. Okay, well then, and that's a cool plan. So then, is there any way you could work as a bargain, even just for a little while, just to get the 90
I'm
pounds?
trying to find work, dude. I am. I'm trying to find work. I've been trying for the past month. I've been rejected from 30 jobs in the past week.
That's good though. That's good that you've really tried. If you've applied for 30 jobs in a week, then it's just a matter of time. I mean, like when we talked, it was in January. Um, you were able to get multiple jobs like pretty easy. Now I know one of them was kind of a scam, so I get that. But you've got the willpower, and so it's just a matter of time. If you applied for the next month the way that you applied the last week for jobs, you'll have a job by December 1st. And then from there, you get your passport, you save up for your moped, and then you're able to do Uber Eats, right?
I don't want to do Uber Eats
Okay, so then why do you want the moped?
because I want a bike.
Okay, well, didn't you say you want to be a delivery driver?
No.
Oh, you don't want to be a delivery driver. Okay,
No.
so then
I tried to. I tried to be one at one point. It didn't work. So I just want a bike in general.
okay, so forget the passport. You don't need the passport to deliver. You just want a moped.
I still need the passport to get my.
Okay, for a car, right?
Bike.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought the bike you needed the other kind of license.
What?
You said
You need ID to prove who you are, so you can get a license.
I get that, but you said you needed like the bicycle the motorcycle license, right?
A motorcycle license is to ride a motorbike. A driver license is to drive a car. But you need a driver license so you can ride a motorbike.
Oh,
License, you can drive a lorry, you can drive a car, you can do all sorts, all combined into one.
I see. I didn't recognize that. So you just can't get the motorcycle license. You have to get the driver's license and then get the motorcycle license, correct? Is that
I can do it. Which you want to buy?
okay? Well, you've applied for 30 jobs. You didn't get them, but that's okay. That's just 1 week. I know you. You're the one who can get those jobs. Is there any way you could? Are you? What kind of jobs are you looking for? Anything? Or are you looking for bartending jobs?
I'm just looking for anything I can get.
Is there any way you guys don't have dispensaries there, and like weed is like pretty illegal?
Yep.
Okay, because the thing that you need is a people to work at a dispensary. You're the perfect person for it, but that's not coming anytime soon. Okay, and we don't want you to be a drug dealer because that's not a good future.
Oh, why would I be a fucking drug dealer?
Well, to make money. I get that.
Dude, I ain't getting. I'm not doing that shit, dude.
I'm not saying to. I'm actually saying don't do that. Okay, so you've been doing, keep applying. And if you apply for 30 jobs a week, you'll have a job by then. And then you'll be able to get the passport, get the driver's license, and get the motorcycle license, and then get your moped. Is that the plan?
I'll just see how my life goes, dude.
Well, I understand, but previously,
I've been so busy this past month.
okay, previously with me, you've always been able to tell me your plan, and they've always generally worked out for you. You would tell me you're going to work at this place, and then you work at this job, and you've been able to do that. And you were going to work, at night at here, and that stuff has worked out for you. And so, Smokey, you have a plan, and you're just not as vocal with the plan this time. And I get it; things are up in the air for you. I just want to know your plan.
Yeah, I don't even know, man.
Well,
I'll be alright.
can't
I'll
we
get it done.
can't we agree if you're going to be successful, you need a plan? Like nobody's just going to drop off a license on your doorstep or passport on your doorstep or moped on your doorstep. You got to work towards it. You need a plan to do it. You need a plan to be able to do those things, right?
Firstly, I want to sort my mental health out, like I said.
I know, but like, what does that consist of? Smoking weed and talking with your mate?
No.
Okay. Well, you're not, and I'm not saying you should, but you know, it's not like you're seeing anybody over this. You're just clearing your head, and I get that.
I'm not always inside, dude. I don't always sit indoors. I told you I've been busy. That's not trying.
I'm not saying that you do. You do at all. I know you're out and about and active and stuff. Those are good things to do. It's like, and you've been applying for jobs. You 30 jobs this week. So what? You didn't get them. You'll get the 31st job to which you apply. I get that. Where have you been applying for jobs?
Oh, everyone.
Okay, like Craigslist.
It's all online now.
I know it's online. Craigslist, Indeed, ZipRecruiter.
Said it's online, dude.
No, oh, you just go to apply.
Jobs are online. You see all your reply. Any questions? It's all online.
I know, but like the apps that you use, right?
Yeah, I don't use them.
Okay, why don't
Indeed
you?
is shit.
Why don't you use them?
Indeed is shit.
They do shit.
Indeed is shit.
Indeed is shit. Okay.
The app.
Do you have ZipRecruiter? Okay, I don't know if they have that there. All right. So you have Indeed, but you guys don't have ZipRecruiter. What about Craigslist?
No.
You don't use it?
No.
Okay.
I'm good.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Of course, this is my friend Smokey. Smokey is uh he's been in here for a long time. Smokey, this is my friend.
Hello. Mm.
Smokey, that Mr. Chris and I play 2 games just about every night, and so I'm sending her. I'm still here for whatever you need. I want you to know, Smokey. You know you're a top 10 person in this Discord all time because you spent a lot of time in here. Like at the end of last year, you're like,
Oh.
yeah, you're big time. Miss Aquarius has the number 1 of hours. She's big time too.
Yeah.
And Brandon is moving through with a bunch of accounts. Oh, look at you, Miss Aquarius. Nice strike.
Hey, Robo, it's nice to see people in there now. Because I remember when it was just you and I can't remember his name.
Caspian C, he got married.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Congratulations.
Yeah, he's really happy, and I'm happy for him. He met a girl on Discord like 2 years in. They'd been talking, and I think he went and visited her, and then she came and moved in with him. Then they went to the local.
Sorry.
You're good. The local. What did they call it? Just the local court. At the city hall, and
Oh, the local like church thing.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not religious. It's secular.
Communal.
Yeah, exactly. And they got married, and he has a dog, and there he loves his dog like a lot, and he is now looking to move, and so they get where they're going to move, but they're looking. Where did he say? He said he wanted the place with like I think like woods. I think he said something like that, like where they can do hiking and stuff. So they're looking at some places and really happy for him. Justice of the peace. That's what they call it in the United States. Justice of the peace.
It's nice to see people. It's nice to see people in here now, but they're all on years sleep.
Yeah. I mean, a few of them are.
Yeah, same way. This is my home too, Smokey. So you'll see me. I'll be on mute all day long. Weekend.
Word. We had a lot of people in here today, all over.
I got there, my blow up.
Oh, I understood that. It started. We had Australia, and then like Nigeria. We've had Sudan recently. A bunch of people from the United States, and that's what I'm talking about.
Let's go, Rabbi.
Word. Yeah, Smokey. We surpassed 2,000 people in the server, which is huge. I'm at like 20. I'm at 2,300 now, which is a big deal, and we continue to grow every day, like with way more people. When you were in here, I only had like 1,500, so we're doing a lot better. I've been. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are, Smokey?
What, sorry?
They're called Twitter Spaces. They're basically like audio calls on Twitter. Oh, nice strike, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you.
It's a place you can go and like promote yourself and stuff. So I've been doing a lot, and ooh, that was ugly. That has been beneficial, and I've just made some like people have seen me in other communities and come in here and everything. And
how's Kit?
Well, Kick is going okay. I have one bot that's working on Kick, and it is just creating clips of people and spamming them. And it's doing its job pretty well. I get a few people a week who either come in here from there or type to me on my YouTube and say they saw me or whatever. And I'm quite well known on that platform. It's just Kick is pretty full of bots itself, and even the biggest streamers on Kick, like they've interviewed me, like they don't have the same kind of reach as some really big, like one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Kick person is Aiden Ross, and he's interviewed me. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than that. Friends on Discord with the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven. I mean, again, it doesn't get much bigger. They know about me. There's only so much they can do to get the word out about me. When people, nice, Miss Aquarius, on on Twitter have huge accounts that reach tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, some of them. And those are the kind of people I'm trying to, with whom I'm trying to make connections. So that's been good. I've been doing Twitch. I had some people talk about my bots to me in the last 24 hours or so from Twitch. I launched like there's this thing called Pump Fund, and if you launch a coin on there, which is like a cryptocurrency.
Yay!
Thank you. If you launch a cryptocurrency on there, you're allowed to stream. So I launched one just so I can stream, and I last month or so, and then I've been live on Twitter. So nice job, Miss Aquarius. I'm glad we could reunite. I best to stay up for you. You win, I win. I win, you win. And now it's for you to get some sleep. I know it's time for me to get some sleep. That's right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I woke up at like 11 p.m. Undefeated in friendship, Miss Aquarius. Yeah, so I've been up for just about 24 hours. So it's only like.
Nice meeting you, Smokey. I'm in the kitchen. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Bye.
Take care, Miss Aquarius.
Nice meeting you.
Rabbi, what time is it?
It's like 8 p.m. Yeah, but
24 hours.
yeah, well, so I have these friends in Australia who keep me up, and they throw my hours off. And the other night, I had a friend in Australia and a friend in Canada. We were up really late together, and it just has reversed my hours.
That's so nice.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like you're in the middle of the world. He's on the far right. He's on the far left.
yeah, I mean, I've got
So cool.
people in here like 24 hours from different places. It just depends. Usually it's wherever evening is. So it starts with Australia and then goes to Asia, then goes to Africa and Europe, and then the United States and Canada and South America. And just depending on the time of day, people come in and do their thing. And I've got people who live in here with me now. Brandon lives in here with me. He's been live streaming for like 2 or 3 months here. He's like the number 2 streamer in here. He's a really nice person. And then Miss Aquarius, she's in here like half the day every day. And then this other person in here, Vegas, he just joined. He's from Africa, and so it's night there, and but he's been really nice. So you never know what you're gonna get. But the service certainly has grown, and I'm getting a lot of momentum on Twitter, and that's all I need. I'm really positive of it. I know I always say this, but like, yeah, I think it's not going to be that much longer. I know I say that, but the onus is on me. Like basically, I need to just keep promoting myself in these Twitter spaces and not get frustrated with them, and not get frustrated with them. Sometimes people can be mean. Like I had a guy I didn't like I must have spoken to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people today, and I only had one who I with who was kind of mean, and I can't really blame him. I understand, but basically, I went into his space. He has an open mic. You can say whatever you want in there. I asked him, "Can I share stuff?" He says, "Yes, I do." And then he wants me to buy his cryptocurrency thing, and I'm like, "I'll take a look at it." Like whatever. I didn't want to answer right away in front of a bunch of people and just tell. And then I looked at it, and it just wasn't for me, essentially. And I told him that, and he's like, "How dare you go back?" I'm like, you don't have to be rude. I'm telling you, like if I could, I would, but I can't. So I can't just buy. That's just not necessarily feasible. And so I'm like, but if I can help you in any other way, you let me know. And he's my Twitter space. So I'll get like an ask that every once in a while. I just can't let that get to me. And I generally don't. I usually have just really great encounters, really great. I talked to over 2,000 people today, at least who heard me. And again, 2,000 plus people thought what I was doing was really positive. So that's been good. And then they invited me, or I took an invite to one of their Discords that I'm happy about that. And I can't give you a date on when I'm going to go viral, but so that's exciting.
It's been such a journey.
Word, dog. I just celebrated 4 years
of live streaming on YouTube. When I started this, I was 35 years old, and I'm going to be turning 40. And it's like, man, yeah, damn is right. It's like literally, like I'm looking at it like an eighth of my entire life is on camera, and that's a lot of time. But also, so I think to myself, well, is it a waste? And it's not, at all.
You're gonna go viral.
Exactly. 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 When before I would have had a nice middle class life with a high divorce rate, probably, and maybe one or two children. I have the opportunity to have an elite life with a brood of children and not, have the worries that a normal family would. Be able to buy any house I want in California or anywhere else in the world, have summer houses wherever we want. That I'm like just because of these sacrifices. So I know that it's just a matter of time, and especially when I get spaces. I was talking to this guy last night from Australia, and he's a really tough cookie, and he remembered me. We talked like 2 or 3 years ago, and like that's the funny thing. People remember. Like, they're like, "Wow, we can't believe you're going." It's like, "Oh yeah, I'm still going." So it's just a matter of time, and that's a really. Oh yeah, no, definitely, and that's a really exciting part of it. That like, it could be, I could get into any of these calls. And somebody could change my life. Like when I've got my bots going out, I could get a dozen people in here. Will find out about me or something. It's just about putting in a little bit more work. And when the self promotion thing, what ends up happening, it gets frustrating. Is you get into these Twitter spaces and you request to talk, and for whatever reason, sometimes it takes them an hour or 2 or sometimes 3 hours to let you up and talk. And it's just like, I just sometimes don't feel like waiting that long, and you just get frustrated. And I just can't get frustrated. I just gotta sit here and just let the time pass or whatever they want to let happen to allow me to get up and speak. And then I get up and speak and I blow their fucking minds. I hear how they react to other people's projects, and everybody else's project is like, hey, I got this cryptocurrency. I think it's really great. We're launching November 1st. Come get it. Here's our website. And everybody's like, oh, okay, cool. Very neat. Next person. And then I get up there and I'm like, hey, I shoot my life 24/7, 365 world peace, yada, yada, yada. And they're like, whoa. We normally give people 45 seconds to chill, but we'll give you more time because what you're really interesting. And I'm like, absolutely. We talk about space elevators and invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines and artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, and quantum. And they're like, whoa, there's a lot to take in. But thank you so much for coming in here because that is really cool. I just hear the reactions that they have, and it's night and day. And I've just got to keep doing that. And somebody's going to hear me, Smokey, in these discussions. And these guys to whom I'm shilling, they're very high net worth individuals. Some of them are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, sometimes billions of dollars. They do get some billionaires in there. And it just takes one of those people to be like, hey, I've got a really big Twitter account. What do you need? You just need a retweet? I can do that for you. If you're going to make me go from 100 millionaire to a trillionaire, I'm going to make these people skip the billionaire step. They're going to go from 100 millionaire to trillion just in a matter of time. And the way that they're going to be able to do that is just through my data. Once I go viral, I'll just start doing endorsements for companies. I've been wearing the merchandise of a cryptocurrency for like 2 years now. There's no doubt that I can't. Have you ever seen like what a NASCAR driver wears, like an F1 driver with all of the little logos? It's just wear that 24/7, 24 hours a day with all the little logos on me. And what makes that kind of advertising different than anybody else's is I'll sleep in this stuff. I wear it 24 hours a day. That's like more eyeballs than you're ever going to have for any other sport or any other influencer. It'll always be on. It's going to, I could take $1 billion a year for each one of those little labels. And that there's a lot I can do. So I think, well, I can say this. At no point in this am I ever like, oh, I'm going to give up. I am not. Like, I am more motivated every single day that I awake to get this thing done. And that's positive too. I don't ever feel, I enjoy very much streaming my life. I find it even helpful. Sometimes I'm having a conversation with someone and something will happen, catch me in mid-conversation, and something will go, and I'll forget what I was saying. And I can go back on my streams and find out exactly what I was saying and then be reminded of it when normally that information would be gone and I might have forgotten what I've said. And it's just like home movies of my life that I have archived to the internet for the world to share with the world. I had this girl come in here this week and she's like, oh my God, I can't believe it's you. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I watch you on YouTube all the time. I'm going to cry. I'm totally kidding right now. I'm like, oh, okay. She's like, whenever I'm feeling lonely, I just put you on and I just like having to know that somebody else is there. And I'm like, you're not alone. There are a lot of people who feel that way. And some of them want to communicate with me directly. So they join the Discord, which is where she hopped in to talk with me, or they don't want to talk with me. They just like knowing somebody else is there and they watch me on YouTube. And it's like, however you're comfortable. And that was cool. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, yours. Yeah, don't you worry. When we go viral, we're gonna give you all the money that you're gonna have a moped dealership, and you're gonna be able to buy whatever you need for Luca, and either, well, your mother of your child's gonna be so envious of you because you're gonna be able to provide for that baby better than you'd ever have wanted, and her too if you want, and you're gonna have all your worries taken care of. You're gonna be able to buy houses not just for your family, but for all of the friends whose couches you've slept on. You're gonna be able to take care of all of them to kind of pay them back. Hey, when I really needed you, you took care of me, and now because I was just open to having conversations with someone, they were able to take care of me, and now I'm taking care of you. So this is going to impact you. It's a good thing that you're on camera for all of this. People are going to learn from you. They're going to learn from your story, and it's going to have a happy ending. You're going to be reunited with Luca, and if you want Beth, if you don't want Beth, then that's up to you.
Hopefully.
God willing, it's just a matter of time.
Rabbi, I will be honest, it is 2:52 a.m.
Absolutely. You get what you need, you sleep, but don't be a stranger. I don't want you leaving for 6 months. I think about you often, and I want the best for you. And if you need someone with whom to speak, I know you got to get your head together. I'm here to be as supportive as I can. And check in with me more often, okay, big dog?
I know I do it. I just go, so I completely forget about Discord when I get caught up with life.
Hey, happens to the best of us, man. I'm not blaming you. I'm not mad. Don't worry. I'm not mad at you. I don't blame you. I understand. I'm just telling you that if you have the opportunity in the future, don't be a stranger, okay, big man? All right. Take care, Smokey. Best wishes to you. Best wishes to Luca. Best wishes to Beth. Take care, big dog.
I wish Luca the best of luck, hopefully. I'll see him soon.
God willing.
Night, dude.
Good night, big man. Smokey, everybody.
He's got kind of a unique shape. He's chill, but then I was like, oh, and then you feel bad.
Fuck.
Like, I would imagine. Well, I'm surprised you're not like, man, are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had been.
Shout out to Vegas. He's tight. Nah. He's around.
That's the preferred order. However, let's say you reverse the order. Let's say the first thing she does is she removes the shoe. Right? Or the first thing she does is she spits. So she reverses the order. That's not problem. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So again, as much as the order just what's the order is everything is still 100%. So again, why is this conversation there?
Brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just stacked all my entire fridge full of
These are generally
she made ice box steak. Have you ever that? All you do is take a layer of graham crackers, and you have to get the cooking syrup put in. You have to cook. Two layers of pudding and freeze up and put the whipping on it. Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. We used to feel like people fill it up with sugar, you know? You slap each other and fucking cheese is a thing, bro. It's hard to hold a bunch of sugar in your mouth. Here's the thing, it starts as all it's hard. All your moisture goes into the steak, so your body starts basically holding the sugar in your prime out at a certain point. You feel like the desert. How old are you? I don't know. Like you was a child. I was like 8. Like 8, yeah, like 7, 8, 11. 14 even. 18-year-old. My girl fucking went shirtless, bro. She was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless. I don't know. It's just the whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, right? So they were shirtless. And we all thought, like, yeah, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you've ever seen, right? We thought that until about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just got shirtless. Sure, school. I don't know about school, but she was in a children's school all the way over there. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless. There was that much fucking sugar in there. Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar. And it's like each other. It was a kid my neighbor, John Cronny, had a bag. Always great since he was a young brother. Those days, kids in that ADD, that's what that's. It was just retarded. Whether you No, it just wasn't sharp, you know. It just wasn't sharp. Nice kid always said hello, bright-eyed, but they didn't wait. They used to make them eat shit. Like they paid like $15 to make them eat a lot of like weird stuff. Like fill his mouth pepper and shit like that. And then this other kid that came together, they just fine. Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator was a kid. His brothers and all those guys, they were on a bicycle making Leroy, going up with his mouth. And all that shit, like when they shell, and smacked them, all they hated on one of them. I went to Penn State, was all over the back. I got it in your town. It was sick. I got in trouble when I did that.
The passing says again, the about liberty against the hands, made of frame, shall be put on his flesh. They bless him. 1 second. That's the week to turn up. Right hand activated success. 1 second. That's the case. Why does the stillness interpret the custom? In other words, here's the point. John says, you know that I work for myself. I said, actually, Tony has to put on. What's really this fight, special shot. Like that, everyone can hit her. John says, how do you know that you're supposed to go ahead and put on the hands first? Well, Nicholas said, so what's the structure? This almost the first thing that comes to your flesh are the Nicholas sites, are the hands. Okay, I hear that. But if that's the case, why is soreness mentioned first from the muscle? Soreness by Kodesh, Yilbash, and Nicholas so soreness is like that's mentioned first in the muscle. Okay, they're mentioning that the sign of Kodesh. I don't understand. If the sign of Kodesh mention that first in the muscle. You mentioned soreness first.
One Mexican kid that started by the time I had me Spanish. Yeah, my thing was his name was, I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class, and actually in science class had these hands that you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever, then you had to get, you know, put them in the cage and everybody getting and this fucking one time, and his hands were like super heavy. And I was holding this fucking big sweatshirt on that night, and after class, I forgot he was in here. He fell asleep in a little pocket already with his hands, right? So I just throw him back up on, and next you know, getting a fight with two brothers, right? Getting beat up pretty good, and fucking killed his hands just still in his mouth. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'll become fucking somebody to joke around and train, or I feel like I had to force.
Covers the entire part of your body.
Or Superman. His name was Superman. I think for a second. It might not have been Superman. You would sit in the grass, you just listen to him. It was nice to kind of have something a little more. Here, that's how a couple of they're calling up Covington, Mansfield. I went to LSU at the University of New Orleans.
Why is so much mentioned first in the concept?
I graduated at the University of New Orleans.
Part of the body, soreness covers the entire body.
The town I grew up in, get the fuck out of here. He lived and died in our town. Get the fuck out of here. We also went to middle school in our town. Get the fuck out of here. Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University has a primate testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out. They let us out of YMCA summer camp. Some police look for them, bro. Summer camp. Kids to look for them. Not kids, dude. The tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers roaster, dude, on the highway 190. That's a true story, dude. this shit got racial. Like people go around town, I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far that goes. You're like 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. You literally have, like, people riding around guns, Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals. Like, flags and shit almost got, it was weird. Like, you were these fucking monkeys, like, they planned it, like,
I just throw that name out because they said that the basketball player from Lakers
something that covers the body of something that really, again, not that it means the other side of the world, something that just changes, like a paradigm shift in my life. So which one is right? You're doing the science thing. So James, what's the answer? What's the answer? Interesting. Because the thing is, a couple of questions. Because on one hand, the first invention is songs. That's the first invention of puzzle. Because sometimes the life is absolutely that comprehensive paradigm shift in all of the So it's mentioned first in the puzzle. Yeah, again, practically, what is the Kelly start with first? Very first focus in the morning, it's the night with the parents. Small localized change. So there's a paradigm shift, a comprehensive change, or a localized shift, a silent change. They're both in their upstairs of their house above the in the attic. They had a basketball change. Remember that just illustrate that. I just say that. Remember again, the topic of the Mishnah was the very important thing. Now, I know some of you may be thinking to yourself, right? Which death penalty is more powerful. Dead is dead, right? Dead is dead. So what is that? Towards the end of the daf, towards the actual end of the daf, because towards the end of our shir, towards the end of our shir is, I'll tell you why it matters. It matters in the following things. A person commits two others. One of those two different death general halacha. You do two things. You have dual liability, one financial, one capital. You get the capital liability, but it's more severe of the death. As such, figuring out which one is more severe is not just academic. So that's okay. So now, once again, just Kama said, severity is
I heard he even tried to sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey, like he would be on a team, he didn't play a team, and then he showed up a total different jersey, like, I'm gonna play both you guys. It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got to look for all types of chips that got out of that joint, you know. You can still look for it online, I guess.
You know, it's crazy because
strangulation from the parent. There was a couple places I wish I would really actually and all we have these are considered major fractions so therefore, when it goes ahead and the person that has to show
I love this song. I love this song. It's nice. It has nice weather. I feel like I had time wrestling with
that's still as one from the
people chill out there. But it's a lot of stuff. Like you definitely notice there's a lot of wide fashion ideas out there. Concepts of slum.
But again, the act of person got are acts of direction.
I read something last week.
Because of that
Those guys, the terrorists shot those people.
It's just the opposite. Shape cover up. Shape is maybe more for a while. No, that's only I'm not looking to see what's going to in this case.
Trump thinks that he's the highest
which is because generally, again, a country is not punishable by
you like Sleepy Black?
she gets a special punishment of Sofa. So the fact that the last point is going to go through, again, we'll have to discuss this is
You gotta be responsible for your fucking vote now.
If you get a felony, you don't have to vote.
that's straight plus
that's awesome. I don't. You can't vote. You can't have a vote.
because again, when the voter goes ahead and
So I can't have a fucking gun. I can see that have my gun. No one's voting got to do it. I was disappointed, but that's what I thought about voting. You know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people
it's also like bullying. Floyd has a full status in his child. His child does something terrible. That not only is a reflection of the child, but also is a reflection of the parents. They look last night for Shekay. Kahana says something. Kahana and Kahana is their own. There's tremendous blowback on the Kohanic parents when their child does something. The fact that she's singled out for state up, it indicates that faith on top of what? Kasam Rabbanah. So Rabbanah on the other hand, he will say, so now, remember. So that is proof. So what did Rabbanah do back in the letter of the Torah? This is what we see about Yosef. Or the type of like, so Rabbanah, see what Yosef say for
if you were like someone like if you was a governor or something, be like, or these crazy dudes, you know, or I'm gonna like, you know, I'm fucking jack. If I was a voting American, if I was
אבל אני סביב they hold that in a Rusa like both of them in the West. The only difference is that there's Sua, so normally, for a fast coin, which now is in the Sua, the penalty is going to be straight up. I mean, the Akiva Monola Rusa is for a single guy. And Rusa was going to Stila, Shmarina. Skilla Hamura. See here that's 34 getting changed. Skilla Hamura is side next to Skilla is more armor than side, but the regular side is death by the head.
Cocksuckers are getting changed 40 grand a year.
That makes it about the 34. You see that Skilla Hamura is given to someone. First, the battle worship like that. Might as well. What's unique about this contract? She's on me as we said before. Coaching, that goes to the end. You're learning it now. They don't represent that against the just have to sit side
you know what? I like
the attitude work on the wide.
Would say
the city which is worship idolatry. The entire city is wiped out. How is it wiped out? Ultimately, sight by sword. See from the side
you gotta shut it down.
that's side is mindful. Ultimately, what's the symbol of unity? She's hold on the fuck out. Unity, what do you destroy? What do you destroy? Everything is destroyed. And if I want to unity, that's before the unity. And therefore, sight should be the next color. It says, A's a clock. What's worse than you? You want to incite everyone to worship or the one who goes ahead and worships himself. Who's worse? How do you know? And then when we go to Daniel, Adichi, Eredidakas is again the insider. You're right. Eredidakas itself is wiped out by sight. But the insiders, the ringleaders, they are killed how? So again, who's the insider or the insider? The insider, of course. And yet there's is more fun. Also, remember, we have a term that says, whatever is true by Ra, whatever is true by negative, it's always worth saying positive. From where we got one word cites Zara. One word says Zara is clearly held with greater contempt and ability than the ones who worship Zara themselves, which makes sense. So say, it's true the negative, not the trouble. The person who encourages and incites others And we have incredible ability to go on. Other people excited about each of us has the ability to be a remember in the present. And when I put myself in personally and having beautiful spiritual growth, others see that. I can support others. Tremendous inspiration. And you can see that the insiders of Avodah Zarah have a lot of talent those who encourage their friends to go ahead and trials and get better. Incredible. Tomorrow goes back to school is more than better. School is more common than better.
It's chilling there. The chicks, only like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seem friendly and would swim.
Also goes again to those person in front of Michael. What's the good off the guy the person that represents the value against the benchmark. Other opposite. It's just the opposite. Connect from our strangulation. Why? Shaking the magia of it and thinking about black.
But yeah, what kind of hats I would wear, special pants I would wear. I was the president. You ever went to that video?
So if you see from here that FedEx is
Yeah, like a little,
okay, so what I was saying, your parents, what's the severity? Chicane, so done, because the cover I gave to my parents is compared to the cover I gave to right? Ishimova, that's crazy. That's a control. So again, to parents,
it's pretty
nuts. So perhaps therefore, now what we do is you get to them. Maybe you gotta get some. Maybe you gotta get some. To which the verse Rashi says.
Oh yeah, but I get caught up in something. I'm pretty still pretty high though. Like if I think I'm just like somebody's like.
So now,
say if I wasn't myself, if I came up to it.
The fact is that the Torah has distinguished between Arusa Basisrael, who does English poetry, and Arusa Basisrael, from Chemical Skiba, Arusa from Chemical Skiba, or the fact that Arusa commits adultery, yes,
like who you are, you're like, look at this right here.
and remove it from Chemical Skiba. Right? So again, Shmamina says the Torah says like this. The fact that there's a deviation
Would you like yourself or did you bet yourself, dude? You know, 100%.
The fact that there's deviation, right? That's speed up is going to be more common. Okay, straight for someone inside. Straight for is more common than side. Burning, doesn't actually mean burning, it's actually which we'll talk about. Straight for is more common than side, and then death by sword. Why? Shaking anything which is inside. We'll say, I want to myself. She's judged straight from the severity of her act. She came to Kalalas as Abigail, but she profanes her father, right? She rules her father. You're a negative thing. Other actions, just the opposite. She will follow watch. Anything that friendship here, any doubts. People have earned justice. We just heard before, I wiped out by sight. What's the cover of that? Was she came from on up on. When you trade area that will destroy everything. Just like again, when be by Skiba, it's not so the idea that is by Skiba,
all the time you spend with just like a little bit of like keep taking it to this bar sometimes. Give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates. One day, chocolates.
And it's adultery. So again, the fact that she's us that is more common. What
and this lady, my dad's in the lake took me aside all the while.
Because she embarrasses
like almost like this lady
I'd obviously just the opposite. They should be more right. She can eat the market of it being because again, Kennick is a punishment for hitting your parents. You might well know what's the severity of that was striking one's parents. She can book us, she goes on the cover of us. The result of the again, the cover the parents is the parents will cover of that punishment. Which the first thing that I found is what's the fact that a right? A bus point who is fully married, like rich adultery, gets a different than a regular married person, and it changes her from headache. So right normally the punishment for adultery is headache. And if a bus point goes ahead and gets adultery, she gets a straight thought. So what does that show you? Let me know. Straight thought. That shows you that straight thought will come over the again. Okay. Sayed covered the Sayed is more covered than the words that she can. He's done it not unshaved for any that. Once again, people here in Dakas are killed by Adraba. Can I come? That's your life. Because that's I said tomorrow. Once again, what's the severity of strength? She gave us again. Pretty wild. Considered to be the same infraction. Infraction is a result of direct one of those is more covered than it was all has more 70, 80 miles an hour driving a hammer. About 30 miles. It's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side. What is the severity of the last point? She came with Kalelas as she's surveilling and demeaning and denigrating. I don't know. First one, I see the skin is one point. Second one, she can use some of the gadget again, that is the punishment. For one, who appreciate those stories. First, that worship idolatry. What's the severity of that? Very simple. Kosher chicken, kosher those are true by adultery, by whether a woman is going to result or by start adultery is punishable by we cannot go to one of the Arusa Bascoin. The Torah goes ahead and singles Bascoin is an Arusa, right? With adultery. Mechlal Arusa Basisra and singles around from or distinguished from a regular Arusa Basisra. And switches their punishment. Kilos is straight cards. That process, that's what shows now. The Mishnah's entire thesis talks about Bascoin. She is single of a concept of adultery. No that is given is Sreifa. And therefore, if she wants to see from here, let's take a look at stuff like that. Why that an Arusa Bas Coin is single person? So it's interesting. As much as the Bas Coin, so Kohanim are held to a higher standard. The children of Kohanim are held to a higher standard.
I feel like it became like that. Like all that. I think before some of the technology.
Adultery by a Arusa is even more severe than an adultery by a Arusa. Like, what's the logic? It's almost like a pagan Mariah because an Arusa has never shared a with her husband, which means she has not had to life. So this idea that a woman who has not yet your husband is already about committing adultery, compound sincerity. Yeah, you will see it more. The Shimon's model is that's going. Okay, and then straight on top of this. Straight on top of this.
This has to be like
Given to a box going, goes in with adultery. Michael, but what's the that's because she's moving about it. I'll say the panic is number one. So not all the email. Your parents, the Michael, bro, she can just like put them with crush up on the it's getting caught in the parents. The parents will cover the parents. The parents will cover the parents. They don't get all of this. So that's what the father is about to stop. What's so fun? The fact that Torah removes is slow basketball. General the slow basketball, right? Generally, the country for adultery is kind of the end of the slow basketball. Slow basketball gets this on. I mean, straight from somewhere. Straight from somewhere decided. Ultimately, against straight off is more decided. The shipping, none of us clinches and stuff. It's the punishment for the last clinch of adultery. Mike, bro, he that was the survivor of the last punishment. That's what I should say before. For myself, well, I'm going to I did have a side for her otherwise. She came meet on the I'm shaking any back. Because ultimately, any back is like that. Side, the Mike, she came the bonus with the again all the properties. What is worse? What is worse? What's worse? Others consider that
the only haircut he could give was like the whole, like the style he had. Right? It wasn't even a style, just looked like shit, right? So all the stuff, most of the girls had the same kind of everybody looked shit. What we're talking about, like, ratio that shit.
Once again, since the Torah excluded and I was so she doesn't come from the sun and the remember, what is the full of us? She's my motor house. Like you're not us. Everything is like down to the clock. I was like, which one is more severe? There's a lot of the same conversation. But yeah, he's more severe. The incite turn or the incite one the incite the owner I will say what is he gets skills. What is he gets which is more covered than science. Yes, he's right. More covered than science. More covered than science.
Says, man, even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, think about that. Okay, I never. Wow.
Where it says, I've overcome I'm trying to think what I was going to say, man. What we talking about? Shimon says it's straight up. Shimon is straight up. I will say it's from the down. This very important
man. I just thought I kept making people laugh. That's the funniest. That was the best thing. People were laughing. I was like, what the fuck are we doing? Doing all this other shit. And then we're waiting for it. And rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like, why don't we do all of it in person? Like, we do all this other shit. Best part when somebody's laughing. He was pretty funny, man. He's from Nicaragua.
I also read some. The person who was adultery with is the father. Since they are young, we should know it's straight. If she lives with a wife of the again, then it's close. She says, like much more. What exactly are they want to do? Just website is below. Going to the past coin. For adultery, go ahead and get against straight fall and not whether it's irresistible it shows that I was wrong or that you should be
talking. That's when
everyone is agreeing that a basketball
I'm talking about our town, right? So we had class with the hamster, Mr. Blackwell's class, with the hamsters. Like, you the hamster, that was yeah, I'm just meeting at the same time, right? Now we're going to get a different anywhere you would like somebody lay down, you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake, right? And you would play guess if I have a serpent, right? People would literally bet if they did or what they were going to get. And that's why we shoot this game where you stand up one red, like almost maybe like a whatever red or left, you just drips on them. It's just a red, they're not doing much, you know? And you would set on a pile of money and you just pull the dollars out from under and wake them up. That was the biggest we used to do in class before class. But the problem, not the problem, was the thing that was a spending kids instead. right? And so in class, the thing was in science, and they also taught you sex ed, right? So the first day, this kid, Nick, was in there during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, what does pop that cherry mean? Yeah, so what you teach, like, serious, it's gonna be like, what does pop that cherry mean? Some girl in sixth grade, right? And she broke his heart. And he started like rap music on his t-shirt that said, "Make no rap." I guess he was nice. But he didn't play part. He was a bad speller. And he fucking was asking stupid questions. I'm not saying you don't hear that anymore. I never popped there. You're still out there, though. Are you married? Almost. You know, I'm ready to get a little bit of trim. That's what it's never been. I'll tell you this. Here, buddy of mine, okay, where somebody got some trim. We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching the scales after the dance, and we were sitting around this fire. He's like, telling everybody what happened. My buddy's dad, right, kept my buddy's face, standing out by the fire. No. Right. And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in his room. And there's 5 of us sharing a bed. All night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep. And so, I'm just so thankful this one dog keeps barking, man. I'm so happy. This dog, I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking. I'm like, oh, wait, I can't sleep, right? All the poor kids in this matter of sleep. And you can just hear his pets in their cages. And it makes it seem right? So it's like, right? Even though it's like, let's keep getting like, let's see what they bring in. It's like, fucking tornado going on. So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, it's dog barks. They usually come right, even though it's and then you hear somebody's dad walked out there and killed right outside the window.
When you serve make it look like
same dude that same man. Right? Go ahead. Blew my life out the wall. Like, how can it one moment got me so gentle? And then, yeah, and then 7 hours later, being blown up for animals in the park. Have an animal in the woods where it's going to bark, woods is out there, he probably hears everything. They hear everything. Imagine you're 6 times so you're fucking angry, your neighbor, 4 houses over.
Ambassador, you represent the whole nation. You show up at an event, right? You are representative of the United States. Higher identity. So what I do,
really in love with you. You should fucking leave alone over there when you go back these later. It's clean. Oh, that's so slow.
The order of the coin again is supposed to represent the law. Does reflect her parents. What we do is what we reflects not only our what we do is reflection on
this place called Around in Louisiana's a bar down there. And then I went to that idea that what I do, a lot of times it's just me up to certain literally circle that and they had They had an open mic on there, and they had a senior pastor on our cruise that had died, right? So he was carried to the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, like different, shit. Like, this sandwich tastes like berry, and just vague shit like that. And kids kind of laughed. So then I got up, and like an open mic on there. So I got up on there. It was pretty, it was fun,
There are two rules.
Say about that I never did that super Superman.
She says over here, no, that's too late. It's only by us,
I swear to God, man, it was a big bush hog, and it was fall in the summertime, right? And this man looking at the grass, big bush hog, someone man just cutting in a back around and fucking right over here with damn, it's dark.
Dude jumped at my car once.
There you go, you killed it?
No,
You probably killed it.
no. Yeah, but I'm going 20 miles an hour.
You hit it at 20 miles an hour. Talking how fast that is.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I had a dog in Worcester. Oh, no. 10 years ago, coming home, not stoned, minding my own business. Wow. Doing the speed limit. You know, fucking bullshit, motherfucker. Yeah. You don't know, I was in that bullshit. I was on that block that you cut from Olympic all the way up to Sunset. One of those. Veteran, 8 points, fucking doggy guy that hit him straight up. He ran into my car. And I got off my car. I got 2 more shots. It was like the cars were going around the back, pulled over and tried to get away. He ran that motherfucker. She hit him. They fucking run. Yeah, they run forever. I feel terrible. I mean, horrible, whether it's a squirrel or you feel fucking terrible, but on a happy day, I had a great time looking at your cats. I had a great time watching your cats. Thank you very much. So much fun. My cats are the fucking animals, man. Yeah, I never had a cat. Really, yeah, dogs, I'm ready. Yeah, you're ready. I'm thinking about that dog. I've been thinking about it. I'm still pissing me out using the dog cats. Like, it was funny. Like, they have like little setups. Like, where let's sit right at the edge of your kitchen and wait for somebody to like attack them. Like, get by. Like, I'm watching TV. Just start watching them. So Dimmy, I'm gonna fuck with somebody else's swallow. Don't give him a look, go fuck you, right at the grave. And Gray'll hit him with 3 quick rights to the head, and he'll go, fuck you, dirty bitch. And he'll go in the kitchen and go, shit, it's crazy. It's a show to watch animals, whether they're dogs or cats, especially like 1 or 2 or 3. Very much crazy for the hand chewing stuff. Yeah, they should have a cat, like, they have like a streaming cat channel, they can just watch cats and people. We should get you, you get like an iPad and parents, put it up on the pedestal for cats. Yeah, you just on a cat town, they just dress them up like different fucking ethnicities. So when they show up and interact, you're like, it's almost like a game of Risk. How people dress up their fucking dogs and shit. Yeah. I don't know why they do this. There's no dog that wants to have a fucking casino on. They had a kid, first time I listened to a correlation with that, and really bad, like, kind of, I don't think it was Down syndrome, but something pretty close. And his mom would dress him up, like dress him up like in almost like costume all the time, like he's in a pirate costume. Like this week, like his mom, like he was like it was always Halloween or something for him, you know. They're crazy young man. That's why I love him. He's like he's a pan. I want to give a happy anniversary to Tina, Jimmy Joe, Nate Diaz, Jesse Bryan, Peter Mandy, Jim Jorgensen, Paul Lynch, Jack Ratchet. What's happening? Bad MMA motherfuckers. And my man Henry Solari for the show to class this week, cocksucker. And Dustin Zawacki. Nothing so wacky how big my fucking things going on in the church fucking broken. I heard that somebody
There's a bunch of great, he's doing great things for a couple families, and he wants to move people at Children's Hospital in LA. So, but we're between the wild tonight. It's just, and he's giving them some kids some like terrible disease of like some happy times. That's awesome. Great art.
So they give them blood, bring sandwiches. Always the kids. Listen, man, it means the world to me when you visit.
Yeah. He's exceptional. That guy's got a good dude.
You know, it's really weird we live in a place where people do weird things, you know, like people do weird things to get attention.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Steve Simone,
Yeah. 100%.
He's one of those dudes that's laid out in these keep shit around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you come from a society that's selling their fucking blood in his head. You know what I'm saying? Like these people in this town that you know, they come up here, they talk, they don't give a fuck about you, man.
Yeah.
You're not making money or something. That's the other one. They with their head down. Telling you how they help you. We always believe in it. Where were you when I was living there?
Yeah.
But you know, put all into perspective. There's a certain group in this town that you look at. The culture. You're gonna be gone. There's a certain group that go finish. That's what they become your friends. It's really a bright
Unbelievable.
He has loans. Look at last week. We got the Apple. We got the New York for Thursday night. We got to New York about 5. And Friday we started our fucking jaunt. Friday night we went to Rudy's. Rudy's place. It's been there since 1970. That was actually a certain damn squid. That's what they're known for, statewide.
Rudy's squid.
Muscle prevention.
I like that. Because I was nervous to buy something expensive, so I got the ravioli.
Oh, yeah, it was still delicious. It was amazing. Everything is amazing. But we're eating it. I can see something. My wife, I asked her what happened. I don't see this. Like people having a conversation phone. Guess what happened last week, guys? You ready for this? A girl who I fucked with on Facebook. How are you? She was sitting at the table next to us. Me and my wife sat there. I know Terry, this girl at the table over here on this date. Fuck with her on Facebook. Watch this. She went to the bathroom. She came back home. And she was like, oh my God, I saw a park with the baby. I didn't know you were close up. It was fucking amazing. I was like, what are the chances? Cliffside Park is one place. I saw somebody, I love this story. I saw her. And I go, what's happening? She goes, oh my God, that one guy she was with. I knew her 30 years ago when she was married. But they break up. Now she's dating a kid named Mikey Moore. That was one of those kids in the neighborhood that you all bumped into two of them on the right. Like if you bumped into Mikey Moore, you were on the song, right? Like one of the few bumps. He knew it was a few bumps. He might have a valley, but it was always solid. Mikey was solid. But he had a lot of great difference. Like Mikey Moore was one of those guys that we wanted already. Yeah. He liked some motherfuckers on the aliens. Like one time we robbed the Chinese restaurant to live there. We just took this fucking car. First of all, we parked delivery to the park. Show up at the park.
How did you say that? Delivered to the park?
You fucking believe that? That's great. They did go in next to the park when the guy came. We fucking bumped the car. Listen to this. Mikey Moore, Chinese food, after Chinese, came back to get your little taste of the food. You understand? He dumped the fucking car, cleaned it off and price the guy got it. Somebody put a ball in you, fucking believe that.
Yeah, he just knows that.
Next to this park. This place, this Bloomberg is known for its parks like 51st Street Park, and then you go out and have a different personality, different person representing that park, like 64th Street with deep, yeah, into fucking drugs and gold, fucking AC/DC, fucking music, and they fought, you know, they played football, they were had fought, you know, 88th Street, that park had a couple tablets of heroin up there, artsy, you know, what, no artsy there. You know, I was telling somebody in my neighborhood stores, the spick store, the chick store, the Dragon Grocery, so much Chinese Cuban was the chick store, and the Cuban place was the spick store, but that was our artsy, that was the art business, and the chick neighborhood, the black neighborhood,
yeah, that's it, man. The South is just like that. Black and white, you know, just black and white, that's the crazy thing. That's what I love about maybe like New York, New Jersey, kept speaking around. That must have been awesome.
so what made you wake up and say Los Angeles? Anybody call you?
Yeah, I had a buddy, actually. I had a buddy who's like, could help me move, right? He lived out in San Francisco, so I was like, all right. He's like, come out and hang out with me one weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him, right? And I get there, he's like, I'm moving. I go, what the fuck? Do you know what's coming in this week? He's like, no, man, I'm moving down to LA. So I just went with I just stayed for a while, back and forth. I get you, bro. Thank you. I don't think I'll stay forever. Oh, I miss it every day, man.
Really? Years. How many times a year you go back?
Yeah, probably 4 days.
Two plans to go back.
One plan to go back.
You drive on house.
But yeah, then I drive. Get a rental car. I got nieces and nephews now. Actually, I had a niece who was just born like less than 12 hours ago. So, thanks, man. Yeah, pretty excited. But yeah, it's a good place, man. Good family. Good to go home, you know. I love home.
I had you on the show for a reason, Phil. I just don't want to look at anybody from the store on the show like that. I like your work ethic. You know, I think you're a solid guy. When I got to the store, I noticed something. The older guys with dicks.
Yeah.
First week at the store, you got to
This last time back?
1997. I get past the fucking 19.
Wow, when I get that,
slash fisticuffs from the copies. One city is getting out of and she knows what's going on. And she sees this, she's feeling out of she smiles. So she knew what time first week is pregnant. I don't fuck around with her, right? So I thought about you tonight, and I thought about why I was having you on. And I looked at a lot of guys in the comedy store I give utmost respect. Because for me to be a better comic, I have to be a better gentleman to you young guys. What makes me try to make me a great comic is to love my you young guys. Now what I can't pass on my addiction of chlamydia. Bad fucking I told what you can learn from me is what I didn't do. What's better than the love I give guys is the better I get as a comedian. And I noticed those guys that used to fucking hate me, they're gone. They're gone. I don't even think Facebook's let some of them right. They're gone. They were miserable at the end. They scared. Instead of sitting there and being supportive, right? That young guy up. I don't go on stage. I go on stage to do my motherfucking act, right? And when I see you back, you have my utmost respect. You got cancer, faked an injury, you done whatever. You go back there, you fuck up, and you give it for Joey, you fucking bang it. I watch it. Don't think I don't watch it. So I want you to understand where I'm fucking coming from. Look, I got to do it. I just one time. What the fuck we can do? If I said, come to the stage, there's nothing to say about this guy. Theo Ron, what would you do to me on stage? I didn't do anything. I think I didn't want to go. I kept wrong. I let that youth in comedy. He was crazy. Cold, as I was. Something at that moment to this day, I hate that guy. I don't see him ever forget it. I told all the guys I was there tonight. This old guy went at Joe Rogan. He brought Joe out and he sold Joe and Joe something. They had to stop the show. They were get out of here. Listen, man, the guy, you in 20 fucking years, still getting 12, 40 spots. I mean, once a month. What are you gonna fucking feel like? And all of a sudden, this young kid comes and show me while they're telling you to fucking work clean, get a trumpet. And, and all of a sudden, this young kid comes over, and I learn from instead of hating on the young guys, I learn from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes and fucking, and I'm talking about Sebastian. Sebastian's established. I know where it's established. I'm talking about you and Santini's and the fucking other guys. It's all young guys. Those people at the midnight, I've been there. I've been there. It was 12 fucking 45. And everybody went over. Now it's 110. You got a 15 ABC. You follow me? You are going fuck, but you stay. So, the only way for me to become better is to be. You don't want to be a mentor. I go back to prison. And how close get the I can't mentor nobody. I'm not going to mentor nobody. I'm not going to lie. I'm sitting here. You know, to who the fuck give you fucking notes. These cows, I go fucking high, I give you notes. All I can do is fuck you. You're a bad motherfucker. Fuck these motherfuckers up. That's why I think you become. I listened the last 2 years ago. Really, because I've become a better comic. Because I'm sitting there, I went to the street, I go out and see these young comics. And they were inspired. You see these young guys, and you're like, God damn, I gotta pick my motherfucking game up. I gotta go back to training. These young motherfuckers ain't fucking around. And then I backtrack, I go home to smoke a joint, like, I remember when Joey B used to dot his teeth. Whatever, dot his eyes. You know, his teeth. Yeah, man. That's fucking just I mean, I don't even know, man. It's always around. That store is what I'm fucking close. If you could go back in time, if you could get time, do you think, were you the same way a long time ago, or you say you just feel like you know? Like, do you feel like you were always like that? Because I was telling that, like, it's hard to get the negative shit out of your head in this town, you know? I had nothing going on. Why would somebody know? I wasn't good looking. I was long in the tube. I had no agent. I had nothing going on. The only person who gave me any fucking love was Ricky Short. That was it. And the old guys would sit there. They'd get there at 5 after 9. Feeling that they didn't have a spot. They'd sit there and they'd sign up for that fucking list. And they'd work all night. And when you pulled up, you could see, like, you know, like they would beg for you when they show up so they can do their 15 minutes to get there. Like, the lorry, those 15 minutes, they would sell this, wish a heart attack on you. You know, it was just a horrible feeling. You know what I'm saying? One of the reasons I was going to the store was I had a fat ball on my neck. And I kept getting big every time I got excited. It was the funniest thing I come out of here. And it was just throb out of my fucking neck. It was a fat ball. And I finally got the balls and I went down there. It wasn't cancer. It was just a fat ball. And the doctor had to slice my neck and stick his hands in and get this fat ball out. And sure, I forget what the first thing I thought when I looked at that fat ball. I thought about all the people that came up to me at the store. I don't know what I meant. Right there, the operating table. When he was watching the fat ball, I took out and he showed it to me. The first thing I thought about was all the people at the store that shaped the and I remember like, fuck you. You know, I thought about all those people. Hey, congratulations, Spider-Man 2. Fucking cocaine, right? Feeling no on your team. And you go home. 20 years ago, I was on my car and actually go to the house and open that door and say, what the fuck was your problem? But as I got older, I thought about it. I thought about why would they act that way? We can't mind people like I did. realized I was jealous of people from like 98, and I figured it out. If I stop being jealous, I can take that energy and do something.
Energy gets basically adjusted to energy.
Specific. It was a jealousy of how the fuck did you get it? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm here all the fucking time and all this is motivating. You're at the fucking belly of the Sunday and I made it work and I'm only you that you fucking got it down. What are you talking about it? And here I am, that type of jealousy. How he has an agent and I was getting spots at the improv store last. Wow. 3 months after it was already.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because I knew the opening store. I was going to go get Mondays at the Laugh Factory. The improv, I was right on the store. That's all I had going on. So I couldn't figure out the hostility. But these football comics, it was like, went 3 or 4 months from Tuesday to Thursday. So we can take this kid or whatever fucking shit. And then he dealt with another handful of them. And Charlie, was a good guy. Alan Stevens was a great. Alan Stevens got me a fucking wireless opposite James Goldberg. He saw me at the store. He's like, I have a role for you. It's coming up, trust me. And also they called me. They gave me a fucking role. Charlie was the team guy. You give me belly laughs, keep doing what you're doing, friend. You know, don't get me wrong, there was 2 or 3 of them that were chill. But there was 10 of them that were just there to watch you fucking fail. Waiting to talk about you, so that's why I give you guys all the respect.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man.
When you get older,
Yeah,
that's what we do. You're going to go, you know what? But we give these young guys some respect because I know they go into life. You gotta watch your nose, man. So sometimes, you know, that you say, no, I am about to take it. Yeah. You know, San Diego the 17th is already sold out. So what they're gonna add to the second show, you're gonna be able to month your mama high on fucking you mama the mummy get juice. What date you got coming up, my brother?
I got coming up. I got Pittsburgh, I got Boston the 17th and 18th of this month. December. So I got Laugh Boston, great club. Yeah, Laugh Boston the 18th and 19th. Actually,
Don't forget to go to and tell them Lisa you get 10% off.
Really? Yeah, no, I worked for I got and then I got I got 6 through 8. Yeah, 8 through 11 there, 6 through 10 in Pittsburgh.
Which I'm proud of you because you're pushing it.
Then again, I got the Netflix special. Like the motherfucker going down the south. Trying to, man. It was awesome. I never felt so much love and support from town. And all the people I grew up with that just came out to fucking, it just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like, kind of like validated, like all the fucking negative thoughts you have when you're a kid, you know, it's just like, oh man, these people like, no, it's like, okay, person, you know,
I don't know. How old were you the first time you left coming to go to New Orleans and then you by yourself at the parents? Do you think so?
15.
Did you think so?
Yeah, my dick's son wasn't great, but my son was
When you were 15, you were ready, man.
I was just, I was getting out.
But I'm coming to you and tell him, like, having all the time.
Oh, I knew I was very aware. Very aware.
You were all aware of the kids your age, just didn't say that.
Yeah.
Say why.
Yeah, you seem to trying to explain yourself.
I've always felt a lot of that's why I've always
Yeah, I've always felt a little bit. I've always felt very good.
as you get older, you talk about it, but you still twitches. Like I can tell these stories 15 years ago.
Yeah. When you're watching guys like you, it's fucking inspires. Like guys like me so much, man. Cause it's like you just say whatever after seeing one of your sets. I'm like, just to get to that spot in your life, you can just be so open about shit. It's unreal, man. It's cool. It's inspiring. It's like, thanks, man.
I don't understand. You work hard, you come out here, you develop, and all of a sudden you get some kind of emotional feel. I really like your son's style. I really like you for you to do more family like a bitch.
Yeah.
Hey, on the side of the night, they look me up in the afternoon. Let's write together.
Yeah.
You write this act that isn't you.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Oh, it'd be tough. I can't even imagine.
When I got here, I was so desperate. There was time to know twice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every comedian knows where you go here, they confuse you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you thought you had the goods, but now you start hearing things. And it's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda Rousey's not now because she got knocked out. Right? Ronda Rousey doesn't know where the drawing board, where the story. Right. So it's the same thing for comics. Like you don't know. It's a way knocked out. It's
It's intense. I am a Texas person. I was going to meet it.
let me do the fucking sponsors here. Make you the fuck out of here.
No, I don't mean that. I don't want to go.
No. We're get the fuck out of here. Well, you should put it away. Do a couple background 6 seconds.
I'll watch that shit. The only thing I got is I have our Netflix special coming out at the end of February, so check that out. It's called No Offense. And thanks for the love, and thanks for having me on too.
I love all the young guys. I like watching it.
And all my friends love you, man.
And I go home at night and I think about it. You know, it's nice I can talk to all those young. It's nice that they don't treat me like I'm working. That's why I go to the store.
Oh, yeah, you have maximum
Because I don't want to be like the old guy. Fucking Joey Dix. I was yelling at shit. I am ashamed of myself. It's you. Like a grandpa should be home fucking mending a sweater, rubbing Lee's feet in the future. I was your grandpa. You told me I'm a dirty grandpa. Anyway, we talk about fucking underwear, all right? It needs to be comfy, stuck in all the right places. It needs to look good and feel good. I mean, that's the way I am. You just don't want to wear underwear that's comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's me on these plays and fucking simple. I love me. You know what? Low down. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro low down fabric. It doesn't sound sexy right now, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to wearing regular underwear ever again. I go to the gym too. I go to the gym now. That's all I wear is MeUndies. My nutsack. Yeah, I have that old man suit. Respect me. I'm one. The sweat away again. See moisture. I'm in a position where I'm like the knee surgery. Same underwear. I'm 18. And then I went to take my underwear under my nutsack fresh. That's when I got sold on me. That's the fucking surgery. So let me tell you something. With me, I'm more comfortable than ever before. Plus, this is a ton of different colors to choose from. The only place you can find the same style for him and for her. And they got new signature designs every month. They also just launched a new box line. It's like wearing nothing at all. Only better. And with the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes it perfect. I didn't go too late right now. Fuck, I'll give it to them a little before New Year's. You know, you never see the motherfuckers for 25 anyway. Alright, so do me a favor. These, knock your parents' stocking stuff into the kids. Get them a pair anyway. Your dad needs some action. Everybody needs MeUndies. I don't care how old you are. Everybody needs a pair of MeUndies. So go to MeUndies.com right now, and you're going to get 20% off your first order, plus all the US and Canada. Tell them they ship for free. MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your hands, you get to keep them, and you get a full refund. Bam! Plus the tax. That means you have nothing to lose, okay? What's today's date?
December 10th.
So if you want MeUndies before December 13th, your MeUndies will be arrive on time for Christmas. Plain and buckle. That means you got till Sunday to order MeUndies. Go to MeUndies right now and get your first order of the world's most comfortable fucking underwear. And my little pair of underwear. MeUndies.com/Joey right now. MeUndies.com/Joey right now. I got the fucking weapon with the sabotage with the swirl. I love those. Are my favorite ones. Then they sent these long pants. I cut those and threw them away. That's good. We've done that. Something so she's sewing down to like those boxes. I have no idea how much to pay on these. Go to MeUndies.com right now and slash Joey and get 20% off your first order. And free shipping in US and Canada. What is going on?
I think Coco with Galaxy was strong arm.
Is your mom getting pissed, bro?
Interesting. I'm trying to go to sleep.
You have to, you gotta Periscope that.
Yeah. Periscope me while I'm coming in. Fucking just kind of suck. Anyway, my favorite people in the world now over the holidays. Let me tell you something. There's no better gift than a gift to honor. Honest guy, listen, Alpha Brain, 100% money back guarantee. True Texport, True Techamine, M4 protein, kettlebells, weights, weight and fast, I mean, listen, I can't sit here. Let me feel. Go to honor.com right now and press it. Get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm an M protein. Go type it. And I also like the True Texport before I go to jiu-jitsu. Fat fuck. So at least I know. I want to congratulate my brother Lee for taking third place in the fuck John Christmas tournament. When we know about how to take True Tech if not even taking first place. Back to motherfucking. Alright, here we go. You're looking for a magazine, you're looking for a regular article. It's a pain in the ass to find, but guess what? Texas will carry your favorite magazine. Let's get into something about the magazines here. Texas, the app that you all access past the world's best magazines running on your phone one time. Browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick and interest you the most. The Texas editorial team recommends stories for you daily. Plus, they get ready to dive deeper into the topic. Sign up for Texas, right? And it's me second gain inside access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with full access to top magazines across just every interest. Texas is the one press open again and again. Do me a favor. Texas offering like a free trial right now. Go to Texas.com/Joey. Even better, you text in between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues, from hot rods, diabetic living, entertainment, I gotta stop that while I get to you, right? Disregard that first thing. Listen, all you magazine readers, hear what I got for you guys for the hot right? 2 words. Texture.com, right? Texture.com. Listen, all I know is magazines are paid. You go to People Magazine, and you gotta go to a page, it's easy. Texture cuts that in half. Texture's the app that gives you all access to the world's best magazines right on your phone. You get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collection. Let you dive deeper into the topics that interest you. Sign up for Texture right now and be a second. Second, you're going to gain inside access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with the full access to the top magazines. Just about every interest. Texture is the one president for open again and again. Let me tell you the magazines you got Texture, right? You got Bloomberg Market, Bloomberg Business Week, May 6th, Running World, Rolling Stone, 17, CNN for you got Woman's Day, the New Yorker, Talent Today's Marriage, Teen Vote, the Hollywood Reporter. I can go on for an hour, all the magazines they have. The best thing is, Texture's offering my listeners a free trial. Texture.com/Joe. Texture has a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to heads today. All of this fantastic gift for your loved ones before December 31st. Try it right now when you go to Texture.com/Joe. Listen, maybe on a fly, you want to read certain magazines you've never gone before. for the fight, you pop open your tablet, there's your fucking everything. You want everything, you're right in front of you. Like, it's deep weight, you know, it's a certain item. Why is it just the only way you're gonna know for sure is go to Texas.com/Joey and order right now. You're gonna get a free trial. You go to Texas.com/Joey. You can download articles from original offline readings, plus you can share your subscription with your family, right? That's how much they're for you if you think about it. You share that subscription with your family. Let me tell you what else. I got these guys. Give me all the action I got before the holiday season. I'm going, Joey, what the fuck? You don't tell me what you got. It's the holiday season. You don't know me. You show up at these fucking places. You don't know what the fuck is going to be. You know, like right now, I'm looking at gift cards. Hats. I got the fucking answer for your question. Let's shoot. Deliver right to your door. You ready? Club W. Valley Joey is what I call the wine club, wine subscription. It's the Great Wine Revolution. What that means is, let me bring it down for you. For 9,000 years, people would make the which wine to drink, red, white, Chardonnay, you get a headache after they drink the wine. So for many us, it's thing that causes the real headache. The choices of what to learn, they're doing chicken, they got beef, and there's no guarantees on like what you buy. Alright, let me tell you some of that stuff is especially on the holidays, you gotta stop, park, and all that stuff. This is recommended this morning. I joined the new wine club, Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com, and you answer 6 simple questions. Their algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. Let's say you like fruit wine, you like sweet wine, blah, blah, blah. Then they send the wine directly to your door, perfectly cut to match your taste. Club W is the leading grape wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards and they cut out the middleman. It gives you a dough. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized to your taste. They pay for at the store. You even have a no-risk 100% guarantee that you'll love what they say. Let's do this. Let's end the fucking drama here right now. Club offer my listeners ability to know your first order when you go to clubw.com. That's clubw.com/Joey. Stop messing around at retail stores. You start drinking wine, you know you're gonna shit. Go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% off your first order. That is all day bullshit. I'm talking wine, right? That's clubw.com/Joey. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank that shit. I want to thank me up things. I want to thank others. The reason why I was giggling was there's a candle right there. And all I kept thinking about how that candle was not like that piece of paper. So everything is beautiful. Everybody's going to Sunday again. We'll be back Sunday night. We might be back Saturday. Like do our own fight companion of Periscope. We don't know what we're going to do. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn. I want to thank my main man, Lisa. I had to go over with some bad luck. Fucking head. That's it, guys. I'll see you. Don't forget, next Thursday, San Diego. After that, I've been to the Chinese restaurant the 23rd.
Stubborn will not fight this father.
Schade is al gemeld. Allianz makkelijk en snel. Als je naar je autoverzekering of een woonverzekering afsluit, krijg je direct extra korting. Allianz Direct. Makkelijk en snel. Allianzdirect.nl. Just the vegetables are for the second dollar. I'm the wrong person. Brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listen to this show, The Church of What's Happening Now. Get a special discount of 30%
30% off of your entire order. 30% off of your entire order. Just go to ttracker.com, ttracker.com, and enter promo code church. That's right. That's ttracker.com, ttracker.com, and enter promo code church to get 30% off of your entire order. And the show is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep allows you to custom mattress online for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to Helix Sleep on Sunday. Cody, what's yours? You guys believe it? I listen to the best I've ever done. Go to helixsleep.com and we get $50 off of your order. That's helixsleep.com. You fucking scream like the smartest brother. I was always really excited. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey to get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey and go to honest.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of the great optimization products like Alpha Brain and damn, I think I got Alpha Brain right now. Right there for the track on your fucking dome inside. That's a ground. Oh, yeah. Just if you're in his life, so come on. You killed my brother. What's up, Joe? Amen, brother. You're an astronaut, I'm here, man. I'm freaking here, dude. I'm trying to keep the devil out of my system, bro. I'm feeling positive, dude. They feel a little devil. I think I need another drug to get daddy. You know, just to get the fucking devil off my neck, son. There you go, huh? That's the longest one. That's the longest one of the day. That was the main one after the shit. I'm on the I love the chair, bro. Cheers. How does you kill out there? Your head is old blood, bro. Your head is old next to what's happening now? Motherfuckers right in front of me. One thing is the same lane. It was perfect. It just went bam. And then the city kept going. And then I went right around that fucking moron. Oh, you saw that happen? I saw like, like all the way down. I got shit to do with people saying to get back in the HOV. Like, shit is always let fight, let them gun each other down.
So then as I'm pulling off, another motherfucker goes straight. I mean, this guy shoots into the fucking lane of the people coming from like University City off the language. And he just sideswipes the motherfucker. I went around there.
I come on and
I wave off from the hands of
and then it's like,
so I get off the fucking I get off my hands and I go throw down like the shoe. And I think the fucking left on Magnolia and I'm thirsty as fuck. I take this to kill before I gotta go to the baby, so I go to 7-Eleven. As I'm going to 7-Eleven, it's fucking major.
we got brothers out there up front.
What brother?
First of all, get him, dude. Every black community, you gotta go to your local 11. That's somebody's dad. That's somebody's uncle. That's somebody's. Any 7-Eleven, there's a brother out there right now. Go get him and bring him home. Okay?
It was not white.
Oh, that's the worst. That guy.
I come out and simple brother says, hey, man, I'm having a rough time. Cash bags and change on the way out. Ready to collect. Every white guy's like, hey, we need money. Can you help us? And the fucking moron just sat there talking to himself with his hand like that. It was like one of those language people. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. I go in, I get the water. You know what, man? I refrained from those people money because I saw that show where they stand on a Laurel Canyon. They fucking drive to that fucking BMW, almost to the BMW, $2 quarters and shit. And I fucking had a dollar bill. I had the money to walk, but I gave them I don't know, I gave them, I had the $3 bills and one for one quarter. And I had the $1. I said, you know what? My
brother, I don't want.
He was he was polite, right? That age, I was robbing motherfuckers. I said, but there's something, but not to stand in front of a fucking place. 3 of them. Not one of them, 3 of them. 3 of them, that's not necessary. 3 of you guys panhandling, okay, split it up. One guy panhandling, the other 2 go work somebody or something. Some people are going up to the cross street after they take the garbage out or something. No, they were like expecting people to give it to them. And the other guy was just half a dog and really give $1 to what? And open to the pocket. Trains out of time. So I just gave them black dudes got up to survive like these 3 white motherfuckers. I just saw 2 bad car accidents. And now I see 1 black dude go up against 3 young white dudes. The 3 young white dudes backed up. Wow, great fun. They tapped out with their boobs. And it's like 3 white dudes, 3 young white dudes, 2 young white dudes. I get to 1 black dude that was homeless, had a meal like an hour. He had nothing to lose, I sat in my car and I watched. I told the 3 dudes to go fuck themselves. And they looked at me, the black guy get picked up. Wow, I just closed the door, open the window, and listen to it.
It is kind of dead.
No, you never get to see the good fucking spectrum.
Oh, not especially not on the West Coast.
No, you never get
You
to
see
see
it shoot a lot more.
spectrum where you're from.
But down south, I saw a brother take a bite out of a Vietnamese. I was a huge bite out of it. The fucking arm, bro. Meat and everything, bro. Ripped it right out. The Vietnamese guy was like pressing both his crotch and everything.
Right into your body. That's the way to do it. That's house karate all the time. Because I don't care what type of karate you got. They got no defense when I fight. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever motherfucker does that fight you. Hold on, I gotta call the main chat. Fucking open that one.
And you remember that every time you try to fucking hug somebody and it's got a little divots, you try to speed bump and you fucking hug.
You know, the motherfucking scene goes on. They say, you know, fucking parasites and stuff. It's my own problem. I
love it, bro.
all Marines, with all shapes and sizes.
Hey, man, well, listen, man.
That's all I know. You come flying through that helmet, damage you can do.
Yeah.
Wait.
Why you gonna help me? I'm not sleeping. I'm just trying to relax and speak like I'm you can shit out.
Put some shoulder pads on and a fucking helmet with no gear. Sure, you come to that well. You have no idea. He's not that good scared of three white kids. You can't see nothing yet. With a SWAT stick on your forehead on a beat. Nobody's gonna stop. They know. People put their guns up and go,
Yeah.
that's the same way this guy's got a SWAT stick right now. So we got a fucking pair of shoulder pads. He's showing up like he's got fences.
Oh, you should run for governor in that outfit.
What's up? You have a good time last night?
I had a great time last night. It was, it's fun. I've been in the last few times because they done, I think I did 1 or 2 seasons of digital. This is the 3rd season of like TV. And it's just like the people that gets this like keep scoring all night. And then I saw like Brian Regan was there. Which was cool. And
Big KO.
Big KO. Right, already showed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name? Josh Allen. So like 6 inches on him. Fucking
Yeah.
Going up now.
He took the bus over for dinner.
You don't give a fuck. Josh Allen. If it's a Comedy Central, but these days I'm like, my show got picked up. I don't give a fuck. I'm just sing a song.
I saw Vince Vaughn last night at the Comedy Store too. He was just hanging out. He went to see I guess it was Steve Bird and his buddies. Came out to hang out with them. And then him and Sebastian Maniscalco were talking for a long time. But he was super cool. Went right up to him because I did Wild West Comedy Fest last year. So I went right up to him like, Vince, and it was super cool. And I was like, I've been here since last year. We talked about things cool as hell. Anyway, so that was just kind of cool. But I'm jealous that I get to do the Ari show, man. This is a showcase. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, man. Yeah. And it wasn't feeling hot. I watched your special, and it's my favorite part about your special.
Oh my god.
It's just, there's something, and it just goes in ways, like, that's my favorite part about Joey's comedy, it's just sometimes when it goes ways that you don't expect. Right. Because sometimes if you watch enough stand-up comedy, sometimes you can just guess the punchline. Right. And when you can't, especially when it's so goofy, it was great. It was like, because Joe and I always talk whenever this special I was watching, we discussed it with one of the only key that you and Ali want. Yeah, we want him too. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Especially coming from somebody that's seen so many comedians and it works for Chuck. I appreciate that.
Well, the funny thing is,
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Tamatona sponsor, Toast Mercy Shop, dedicating all of the Shurim and Russians this year. And it's close for the Soros Fellows and Shahar, which is working on see that aspirational desire for membership materialized by people this year. Many years to card. That's only sponsors for today. Basheva Papa, Ab Eretz Yisrael, Wishing, Husband, Daniel Papa, Ab Yishuv Hashmonaim, lots of love, good health, and Dachshund. Beautiful. As we wish it's a great Christmas for Hashem to learn. So Daniel, so can I say to continue to swim in the Yamshal Talmud. I'm there that you shut it.
Well, you inspire me, man. After seeing you with the store, dude, like,
our learning
it's like, you're so, like, like, I was never to sell jokes. I wanted to
successful.
And then if I got caught up for a long time, I thought, like, fuck, if nobody likes me, I gotta fit in just like everybody else. I saw you in the store one night, and then fucking music went off. I'm like, what is this? I'm like,
Those are executed by the king.
motherfucking
What happens there? Their houses, their property goes to the king. And they get based but those are executed by based the scenario. Their property goes to their children.
gonna be myself.
Interesting distinction there. If you look at this, it says, after looking out, the scenario. He says, no, even those executed by the monarchy, their property goes to their children. It's not focused about what happens to the property of those rights. Again, on a comma, if you're executed by the king, your property, if you're executed by Daisy, it goes to your children. But who's executed by the king, your property goes to your inheritance, to your children. Double card that you need to carry doubles. I'll show you how to guys. Over the head, okay, this is enough. The voices are really good. So, like King Anthos, the word tells me, sorry, the level goes, the Anthos is not a good king. Anthos had a lot of good inside of it.
I'm not saying it, I'm just saying it.
So Anthos desired a particular thing to Devils went ahead and king because God told him to do everything and Colombo myself
That voice that you
as a result of what happened afterwards is that Devils executed and after clear that someone was executed by the king gets like for instance the Anthos got his finger after executing Devils. So this is what the country the head winner of South Korea, then off the for left for right, we are back, interesting enough, the Anthos was related to Devils. Related to Devils. He was in inheritance. So all he needed to do was have Devils killed. Once the Devils killed, he was in possession of the earth to the laws of inheritance. What? So how they manipulate it? But again, but Devils had a lot of sons. And inheritance. And also that much harder. In fact, I don't know those Devils. So there's the Devils and Devils' sons. Go as but there's another story. There's another story. So Devils is executed.
A ham probably has
By but not only is
like a
Devils
corn, like an eighth of an ounce in his chest plate, right? Like a fish on the bone.
again, why?
There's
For what?
nothing in there.
For a
Where do
vineyard.
you know those
For a
hams?
vineyard.
That's well, they breed them in our country. They sell tattooed hams as guinea pigs after a tattoo. Yeah, they used to brand them. Concerts and race, they would say it's
You know,
tattoos.
it's like that. Hold on.
Sad about it. But like, anything, man. For what? Like, what is that? 311, Green Day, anything like that. They were banned from some of that.
Actually execute Devils. But instead of what happened here is that when they execute Devils himself was fit to have more children, but as a result of being executed, he ended up having that says that we can go ahead and execute so the property goes to the king.
That's a merger.
First one, like, this one is so number way he sets it up is he makes it so that Devils Devils also hire witnesses that witnesses testify falsely against hire witnesses testify against Devils. So they testified against was that they are Devils are the Devils first. God knows the king. So the person is this. Rothschild has already said I understand why the witnesses had to say that Devils was important to the public. Ultimately, again, those executed by the king, their property goes to the king. I don't know, Rothschild, love on the America. Don't see it doing that. That's something to be by the king, your property goes, then why do the courts have to have a double because the king is there? Well, now you have to know the logic. I look at the other. Why did it say that another person died? This person died, remember again, person died is punishable by what? Punishable by what? By death. So you get executed by basically. I know it's not it goes to the kids. So in other words, so what's happening here together?
They love this. They're gonna say this too. So when you see about something was not the house, and something was thinking, so the other spoon for everything. I knew it. Yes, I'm a professional torture.
That people will be like so infectious, they'd be so overwhelmed by what that will fit person, God. So again, like fabricating, it was cultivated and banished so that find grounds to celebrate. We always like the traditional about government saying, well, that says if you execute on the king, your property goes to the king. And it would say, by your own by a secret person, died due to such a number of instructions. The second was to deal, these were people that don't know how to felt like they felt for absolutely necessary. What are those people show?
Black Sabbath, rock and roll. Just went off Seattle and things before they got so shit out the way.
Oh, we locked this thing. We locked this. Big girl in our town. We locked this big girl on top. We had some this big girl in our room with this dog. And we kept going in there with fucking pots of fucking warm water. Fucking poured it on. I feel bad. I feel horrible, dude. I didn't look for his kids. We're on asses, dude.
Grab tons of corners of the
Tell me this dude, I'm straight. We got
I just remember how old were you? I just remember. Here's the thing. I was 14. Now we fixed it out.
Rather again, I'll die here. You know what I'm saying? Yoav wasn't trying to escape.
She asked him what happened was, we kept going in the room with like these
judged on the Sanhedrin by Shlomo. Why? Makes sense. Because Yoav knows the God.
She was in a cage.
At least
She was just, free range in this room, right?
to his kids.
I think she was scared to come out. And then one time we went in, bro, we heard this loud sound.
So after it goes on to the children,
She had ran against one of the walls.
I'll be judged by the Sanhedrin, not by Shlomo. So again, some say, what is that? Some sense.
Huge girl, 240 pounds.
But a very good girl says, even if that's by king, your property goes to your kids, nine destination. So in other words, why is Yoav when he went to the king? Death. Either way, in other words, he knows he's going to die. Maybe he knows his property is his kids. First of all, there's a financial, the Chayei Shah. The Chayei Shah is that Yoav was trying to buy himself a couple more moments. Right? By saying I'm not going to be, by saying that I'm not going to be considered as the king that I want. Imagine
it's a body shot.
Aisha. Trying to talk to you about the body. Funny. This is so says the Shlomo, okay, where's this going on? Yoav is going ahead and goes to the front of his staff, and he is refusing to be judged by the king. Rather, again, he insists on being judged by the Sanhedrin.
She laid off all the
So
cars.
he sends them back to both the Yoav so here's the conversation between Yoav and Nayo. Subsequently, so Yoav says, Shalom, through the Nayo. Shalom, it's not fair that again, just to point out, Yoav cursed Yoav. Cursed God, and the curse that he gave to Yoav, eventually Yoav's descendants would be crippled, poor, would die early, give him a pretty significant curse. So Yoav said, It's not fair. You can't, I
I'm pretty
can't
sure
have
I
two
want the
punishments.
fucking job
So
in the bag.
he accomplished, right? Couple with
We'll make
so again, he said, Shlomo, here's the deal. If you're going to kill me, fine. But then you have to accept it for yourself upon you and your descendants the curse of your father. It's not fair that I should be executed and have so why would we execute it? The curse is going to devolve upon you and your descendants. Maybe you should be like the witness, or if not, spare my life, and I'll suffer the curse. I and my descendants will suffer the curse. They cover that I am people. They will have I say the cover of the I say the buggle of practice. So it's fine. Kills Yoav, and will accept the curse of David upon himself. Again, this is exactly what this means. Both flowers, just you don't David as Yoav, and tragedy curse. All the curse curse that double the from Yoav actually numerate funds government on certain for example, I always release Yoav so the bill the Arab because of that. So remember, this was because they don't use Yoav. Because they use Yoav, your descendants will be all amongst them will be yourselves. So what Sarah's Allah means supported by a king, or crippled, supported by a king. No love of Arab, speaking by the word, individuals and as a needle, flesh of the Let's just friends. You know, right? I am in touch with my learning. I'm in touch with my learning, right? I'm good. I'm in cheer. I'm learning. I'm shining. I'm attentive. I'm called in. Right? When the shit is over, or again, let's do the shit. This sucks. I'm like, I'm checking the tax. You feel different. You feel different. You have a certain clarity about life. There's clarity in your life. There's clarity in your career. You have a certain clarity. Right? So, that is a vast knowledge. When you're plugged into Torah, understanding the world of life in a different way. So first thing you know, when I'm not, when I'm this is shit, and this is everything is different. I'm not plugged into the source. So therefore, so much of the area just, again, so that feeling that all of us feel, right, when over 12 days, there, so amplify that feeling by 100, that's what creates Torah scholars. So that little bit of clarity that we have after our own episodic moments of spiritual connection is exactly what will amplify every day of your life. Because that's what you do. He just I didn't know because the songs are incredible. So when I was like, no fun to find out. So I'm going to show except Ayora Moru Lava Yoshio. So this is by the way, this is when Yoshio was killed by Paro the Foe, who was the king of Ashur. Right? This is there again. Syria, Ashur, one of the powerful army for Israel. Not start war, just wanted to bypass Israel. And Yoshio was so convinced with righteousness that he refused to allow foreign armies to march through. He made a mistake. And ultimately, this is like he entered the called out liberation. He was killed. He was killed archers. He was pierced by arrows that literally again his body became like a seed. Most of us point out it sounds a little bit familiar. This is on corner. This is one of the most authentic that bias by becoming out ratio. One of the biggest okay. So I was like the professor who is like the great I did one hundred years ago. Okay, so we know that you find out okay, so just by the way, Shlomo, you can't go ahead and also go ahead and receive the curses. We're going to take the curses upon yourself. Shlomo, all these instituted, by the way, this is what people say. This is like people say the following say, better to be on cookies first than versus why those basically first. Unfortunately, sometimes it's a matter of time until that curry curves over and back. Let's deliver the curse to you. Again, a justifiable, but at the end of the day, the curse is take a look at Ash for just the rest. Ash says, better to be amongst those who are cursed. The Lord of not among those who are cursed. He should so kill us. Kill us. What's that? Words of insanity, exactly, almost like a irreversible reality that cannot be undone. So once that was uttered and came into the world. That was a fact.
Made the kid wear a shirt before Christmas. Made him a fucking shirt out of wood. I'm coming from church. It's Wednesday.
Try to believe it. Better to be the ones born first than to be the ones. So the officer wasn't dying. So what happened? So again, they brought the off. They brought the off ultimately again to be judged. They said, Amalek, Mike, and I said, why did you kill after? I wasn't going to see that he obviously got to trial for a number of different things. One of the things that he was accused of, he did it. This crazy Amalek in there. He's supposed to have that much more than so complex because they're clearly trying to call these throws these transition after the winner was one of the people in general, sometimes general shows, the show that certain shows but then after the winner and he decides that you know what, God is the future so God did offer some transition over to his side. I'm not that interested in what really was opposite Yoav was a general of David, had a profound distrust of Abner, and he was raged that David offered him to spare his life and offered him a position in the army. He just killed Abner. So Yoav killed Abner. It's one of the things that David never forget. Again, the problem is all of these things one of the hardest things about you is that remember in a personal leadership position, anything that is under him is his responsibility. That's the people just see like a Schwarzenegger pamphlet or something, you know. Wasn't have any Jews, it was just, you know, just local art. So David, as much as David didn't kill Abner, his general did. His general did. Such a great David that represented others. So therefore, Yoav is judging. So they asked him, well, why'd you die? I was because I told my brother Asal. Killed my brother Asal. Which is true, right? We'll see. When we killed my brother Asal, I'm gonna go like that. See where it's coming. Asal wrote it on it. Yeah, do you know why Abner killed Asal? Because Asal was running after Abner to kill Abner. This is war. He was running after Abner to kill Abner. So yeah, Abner killed Asal to save his life. I'm like, how about all that to go back to the part? I understand. Abner had to stop Asal in some way, but he could have things that I don't know, whatever, hurt him in the leg, or give him some type of that prevents him from pursuing it, but you didn't have to kill him. So I'm really loyal. Someone's pursuing to kill you. Don't have the luxury of trying to figure out how could I do here and stop it. Stop it. So you out, so that doesn't make any sense. Or like, Hashbach, the Dolphin Chamish's Kiva, Siv, Vayakim Abner Ba'akare Akronis Ela Chomash. So you all said, I don't buy it. Because if you look at the way that Abner killed Saul, he killed him in a very specific way. He killed him with a strike of the spear underneath the fifth. Right? It's a very precision strike. Well, why would you strike someone under the fifth rib? The Makom Shemara, the Kavik, the area where the ball body are next to each other, so you can get them both at once. It's a death blow. It's a death blow. Definitely about so deliver such a precision strike to someone who's pursuing us underneath and they're telling me that he couldn't just injure them to stop him from pursuing him. He had to kill him like that. I don't buy it. There you go. Says I'm justified Abner because at the end of the day, Abner killed mother. I'm the Goladar. I had a right to do that. I'm like, these are Abner. They said, fine, let's leave aside Abner. Let's move on to the next thing. My Kama had Rasa Amasa. Why did you kill Amasa? And she said, you killed him. Anyway, right, so fine, let's even for Abner, why did you kill Amasa? So, I'm really Amasa. First one, right? Amasa, my brother, right, simple. Amasa, five, I won't put like more than is execution. By the way, if you defy the king, you're going to say, there's one big something flesh. So makes sense, right? Very right. There's not like Israel, the base of Mikdash, right? The Yahud, the base of Mikdash. The Hasidic base of Mikdash, the base of Mikdash, Hashkama base of Mikdash, right? So the Kaldak base of Mikdash. You know, there's one base of Mikdash.
Oh, yeah.
How Israel gets its act together and is able to exist under one of the other things are adjustment to yourself. It's going to be a big adjustment. Because let's say you understand he makes suggestions, right? Much more than decisions. Whatever the king says is what you do. And should you punishment is death. That's what Lord develops us. And again, there's no appeal, there's no thought, there's no, but 1 second, this such a 2,000 years we have to kind of countries, especially now, like democratic society, the king is absolutely. Now again, we talk about more the action. Checks and balances for the king. But for myself, when the king says something, the king says something. So therefore, again, Yoav says, I killed them. He says, run off with Yehuda. So Masa was again, and what happened? And they were delayed. It wasn't 3 days, it was more than 3 days. So what happened? So therefore, Yoav said, Amasa did not comply with the order of the king. And therefore, Halach again, he deserves to be executed. So Amasa, Amalei. So again, they always learned the Yoav. Amasa, Amalei, the right move. Why? The possible with the sector. This is so beautiful. So what happened? So Amasa came and what they're doing possible with the sector. They're learning that film. Like so Amasa says to himself, Amar, so again, the person says that whenever the king says something, you have to listen. And if you don't listen to the king, you go to death. Different Torah. I would have thought maybe even if Jews are learning Torah and they don't listen to the king, they're going to die. Yeah, but the Bible says, Rak is me, Rak is not the right when it comes to learning Torah, i.e., God's wishes usurp take precedence over the king's wishes. So it's beautiful. The king wants them 7 days. Once it gets there, they're going ahead and learning Yomi. So I must finish learning, and when they finish learning, then I practice. So was it more than that? Was there just the opposite? He listened to the Melech. But which Melech? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. More important desires which can be considered. Says, no right to kill says, Allah, who got up? Rather again, they says to Yoav, if anyone was more than Malchus, they were about to fuck the king. You're milking it. Says, Bashua Baal. Yoav was this because the Use came to Yoav, now this is incredibly important. It was say, now I'm going to get face. Right, and I don't know about the son of David, who proclaimed himself as king when David was laying dying for his deathbed. Right, proclaim himself as king. David's dying. David did not appoint an explicit heir. So therefore, again, David does not and violent development. So the Gemara says that Yoav, not the Achron, again, he followed after this, but after Shalom, he did not follow. I believe he didn't follow, or he didn't. Not that the things follow, not the ones like Yoav, like Jafir. Says, part of the Shebiki and goes to Logafra. He wanted to follow Shalom. In his heart, he wanted to fight Logafra. Still had his youthful thing. Shalom rebelled. That was too strong. He was going by way. And as such, he said, Yoav knows David's going to win this. So Yoav was also smart enough to know that they're getting excited, but he wanted to follow Avshai.
That's like,
You know, Omar, David Chayavis. David again, David's astrologers is still alive. That's
so we were like, oh, we gotta do this.
I want to David had 400 sons who were born to fast Torah wives. What wives? So there was fast Torah wives. When they got like Beloris, they knew their Beloris. What's the Beloris? The Beloris is like the ponytail, like the long piece of hair that the Zara go ahead.
It's an old thing.
The Hulk and the Russia Gayasos, and they would be the heroes of the probably at the end of that. They were the boss of the, I guess we'll see what interesting enough. Coming out to war, when other nations saw soldiers that appeared to be genocide from government, it was very scary. And suddenly, again, it felt like it wasn't just Yoav was smart enough to know David's got all this muscle, but again, Yoav's heart, his father had done Yoav this, so he was part of it. And it would have been part of Avshalom had he thought that Avshalom had a better chance. We could have about that. So far is that Yoav was antagonist. Right, he was antagonist. That again, rebellion. He's ready to join the second attack. So we're still doing the other record. There's only David will also go. Only David will also go. What's his other version? Or another version of the addition between Yoav and David. This version, were not for David, Yoav would have never been able to successfully wage war. But Yoav will also never. And we're not for Yoav, David would not have. David also Mishpat talking about the Yoav did 3 hours David cases. He did Chesed for all of Israel. Yoav ben Tzruya was in charge of why was David able to do Mishpat and stuff like that. What's the next morning? Make sure that there's savor, that there's justice, and make sure that there's justice. That's the job of the king. This is why we're able to do his job. Why? Because somebody set me up with a girl, I didn't know what she was saying at all. The battles. Not Yoav, and why was Yoav able to be successful? You know, like, it's almost like playing, it's like charades. David was going to take his butt and stuck up for the somebody that you don't know. So first of all, just a different version of Yoav. Down synergistic partnership between king and general. King and general would stuck in Mishpat. Why? Because the general is leading the army. And the general is able to be successful. Why? Because the king is leading stuck in Mishpat. They found battle for just organizational success. What is the perceived key? So at the end of the day, the only way there isn't to anything is that there's synergistic partnerships between different people. So David is able to be David because Yoav is Yoav. Yoav because David is David. But if David would have to be David and Yoav, profound idea, and you say so. David, you see, by the way, David Amelech was a warrior. Also, that's what you're see pictures of David Amelech. Like, so he's sitting on what is it? Facing his power, right? And you know yourself like, right? That's number one, right? How much time do you think actually got? Just warrior. He was a warrior. His entire life he was a warrior. So he could have managed the argument, but he also understood that if David was there, and then right here would be back in class. In order to get David has to do everything. This David really ends up doing stuff that was easy. Brothers like, She goes on west, over Abner actually killed. Abner actually killed. Sorry, Yoav actually killed. So what happens? So David makes peace with Abner. So Yoav sends a message. And says, Abner, by the way, if you don't mind, come back. I want to talk to you something. She also Midbar Abner back from Bar Asiga. Because I don't like Bar Asiga. And then the other Bar Asiga, Abner she was that caused Abner to be killed. It wasn't just very quickly. Rashi points out that we're outside Boris, remember again, after Shmuel cardinated him as after Shmuel cardinated him as king, David did not want to be king. He did not want to be king. So what happens? Shaul now kind of loses on David. Feels like David is heading to one of the state. David will not fight his father. Or not, so he runs. One night, so Shaul's army is there. David slept and he told like the king's shields can't. He was like to attack the mountain. Essentially cries out, it's a shot. Look, I'm not ready. I'm not fighting my nephew. So he rises up, but Abner says to show, it's not true. They told him that soldiers is on David's side. Look out. Number two, it also shows to his army. In that very same cave. Right, what happened? So what happened? So literally Shaul back is the garbage. David very good Shaul cuts off a corner of his garment. So it's out of the cave. David comes out afterwards and says, oh, look, see, I was right. I grabbed your enemy. Both of those times, Abner convinced Shaul not to reconcile David. He convinced him not to reconcile with David. The Gemara said, you know what Abner then was told again? He said two opportunities to take Shaul and David, and he failed. That is why and Sirach was at record events, which was such a tremendous success. Conflict happens. When you have an opportunity to de-escalate that conflict, and you don't perpetuate that, and raise de-escalation, but it actively shows that when you don't escalate, you are guilty of this. And there's no greater evil than Klal Yisrael following the seeds of this. That's what Abner Ben Ner was. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So by Yoav so what happens? So Yoav took Abner aside. Speak about him B'Shem. Essentially, Yoav judged Abner as right time I can't bust it outside. So I'm conversation. Abner, why did you kill my brother Asal? So I don't know. So Abner, what do you want from me? Asal is running after me. What should I have done? So I should have injured Asal. Just to return his life. Don't go ahead and kill him. So Abner said, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Player, Heshbel, come on. It's like some of our gallbladder and liver. And it was a precision blow. Some of the things like a precision blow was also injured by blood. Liar, could have injured him. The Gemara says, "The David Shov Shavi." What does that mean? Speaking of the Shavi, I'll escape Shalom or Shalom. So it's fascinating. So Abner had to go on. So remember again, don't close after that. David just doesn't say the tongue of it. David made peace with Abner. Abner is going on his own. Yoav close back after. Close back after. Now Yoav, so Abner has no reason to think anything going on. So right before it says over here, and here, how is it when it doesn't have arms, doesn't have hands? How does she do commit So that's what she has to remove. She has to remove the shoe. So Avner said, I guess you can untie it differently. So Yoav says to Avner, how exactly would that work? So this is I'll show you. And he bends down. So he bends down and leaves himself exposed. That's when the Daber Ozol, the Shel, is a good word. Shalom, like Shalom, like take off the shoe. So he killed him because he's asking. He saw Avner had his guard down, different Levin and his generals, and they're incredible. So they have Kirshon like Homesh. So again, interestingly enough, how does Yoav kill Avner under the sixth bit? On Rabbi Yochanan, the David Shimon was coming through. So apparently, at least they were that was the that was the death shot. That was the show. Hashem, where it says that Hashem. So now when Yoav himself is doing this, so what the pasuk is that Hashem will go ahead and repay Yoav for the blood he has shed because he killed people who were tzaddikim and told him then Yoav himself told him, but isn't there a good so again, that's a reference to Amasa. Like Amasa, Yoav told Amasa, he said it was part of the bones. He wasn't on the he just felt like coming to Hashem trumps coming to the trumps coming to the king, right? Said the king name the pet, Shaheen from Pamela Pasu, who Garis Asa. So this is incredible. One of the things that happened when ultimately again when Shaul wanted to wipe out the city of Nov, again with that command. On the other hand, you have to basically have which was incorrect. And you have still incredible. Masa didn't think that Yoav was good. He didn't watch himself, and therefore, but they said that so that Yoav is executed. They say Yoav is executed. So now what happened? The person says he was buried in his house. They said Yoav's house is in the desert. When you come around, timid. Yoav's home was like that. What does that mean? Not big part of the most research that Yoav was for the most. We'll say so. Part of Yoav's punishment was his property wasn't even taken by me. So what happened? His property just like the death in his headstone, Yoav's property was made headstone. However, our possibility is to commit bar. Not in property is like a Gezel the Arayos. Based on Shabbat, we look at the Gezel the Arayos. Other possibility is that Yoav's house is going to be by just like the big bar. There's no death. Why is there no death? There's no around. There's no around. Let's get the camera. Like the desert is so death so Yoav's house that shower hunger. What does that mean? It sounds like he's supporting a lot of the city, but you got people who need this whatever you have, even the greatest delicacy, with different types of fish, different types of fish, different delicacies, you all will share everything you had. Even the greatest of delicacies, you would always share whatever you had. So it's like it's going to end. Now, right, because the entire Kabbalah is talking about those people who are so encouraged that Yoav was a tzaddik. What was a tzaddik? His whole, there was not tricks of immorality or theft in his whole. That Yoav was incredibly generous. Anything that he had, shared everything. So we'll say, so what's going on here? How do you reconcile this? We'll say, how do you reconcile this? We live in this every single day. Even great people do terrible things. And even great tzaddik makes difficult mistakes. And each of us have parts of us that are incredibly beautiful, holy, and incredible. And then we have other parts of us that are incredibly compromised. That's the way it is, and that consistency part is my impurities don't obscure my pieties.
Rest in peace.
Right, my righteousness also doesn't go ahead and against my negativity. We live in this constant state of that is the nature of the even though and so many times this is what gives us the ability to change. This is why I mess up right. I can always put myself right because for everyone that is still there. There's always this way about how bad the bad parts are. Because the good is there, it's just like we go for that. Think about it. What's nice? I would resolve this little base. Means again, this is an order of severity. An order of severity. Right? So again, most common skila was so on and so forth. Right? Most severe skila. Soon, it's just nice. I will say that which we learned before. We learned all about skill, right? We went through the entire process of skill.
I didn't realize at the time, like now I realize it's ironic that they would start fucking subbing. Because I'll be honest, I wasn't handsome kid.
Whatever has out, make a list. Like, never they make a list. So the halacha is just the order is not the order
the strongest French bulldog ever. So,
except for example, the Shiva Sama. I will say that it's not. What's the case? It's not. Shiva Sama. And what are we not sure about? We're not sure. Is it blood or is it something else?
So it is. That's something that I ran my friends out there. These guys fucking like getting us all stoned, and everybody was smoking out of apples, and we're doing all kinds of fancy stunts, you know, just fucking herb stunts. You know, like Scott from the blend, over there herming up. But Big Rich, you know, we kind of keep our lives short. He like die, you know, comes in his age, you know. So one time, dude, and I'll tell you how we found out.
No, they're not talking about because that's his even the order of your kid. It's not fucking chance like this kid died what's man keeper? Torah gives a very specific order for the avodah. And if you go ahead, that was I said right the brother knew that is the social. That is the severity of your kid. It's not the shot. But any part of the avodah is more important than the other that first. It's just because of the chumrah of the day, the Torah solidifies the order for the avodah. Because of severity of items. But I'll also I can change the order. It's ultimately sleeper. I was left to stop over for today. Tomorrow, I sleep for that last part a little bit. And then so we'll catch up tomorrow. Right. All right, have a great day, everyone.
You don't leave everyone on the show.
Not tonight, though, man. Okay, good.
I'll get a gullible. What I could get a guest at that.
Okay, yeah.
That'll be like that'll yeah, like
Unless y'all have never done it, I might do it with y'all first time with Aaron. Oh, you done it?
oh my god, but never with a needle. I'm a pussy, I would never do it like I do. I would sit there and I do it so much the other way. I think I'm fine. It's a little white chick down at Bobo. That chick, I don't even feel it taking the blood out of your heart. Oh, she's
And it's one of those airport houses.
Oh my god, dude. When I walk in there, they're bottles, and I got the physical, I always see everything is happening. She's a nice she's in the
champ, huh?
Philippine chick up here. Up in this one up here. Fucking one, say, we're at one of the hospitals over here, right? Fucking walks to the market. I'm just saying, the whole hospitals are
Who gives a fuck? Straight hospital on the side.
I'm trying to give up the death. They're gonna go drive it and shoot me, but I'm in the hospital there.
It's a fucking
I'm not fucking no. When I look like I'm sophisticated, I'm not sophisticated.
But here, I just want to at least everybody knows that the pedophile died. That's what people thinking.
He was 80. I couldn't be a scared. I ain't so pedophile. Jesus Christ. A 90-year-old pedophile. He has not been doing that for a job.
He took us to a Marilyn Manson concert, my first concert. How old was he? He was probably about 82, right? We were 14, bro. He takes us to Manson or 15. But I remember being in the bathroom, me and my buddy Scott, and somebody's like, I don't want to tell this kid. And somebody else was like, oh, they're fucking like 13. And I remember the guy going, oh, somebody's going to fuck them. That's what the dude said. In the bathroom, an adult. What is like, what? Dude, and then we were back in the audience.
Say that. I didn't even go home. What happens to those two kids? I'm gonna get fucked. If you don't understand that day, I'm gonna say my prayers. I can say prayers. Don't you say what happens to those two kids? They might be getting fucked right now. Nobody in the
fucking savage. Say that. What a heartless fucking mopping monster. What about the parents? Like, what? They like freak? No, I don't know. Where were the parents?
His parents were home watching daytime television. He's fucking going to the library to do a fucking book report. And the girl told the parents the same thing. They already had it worked out. He'd say 2-year-old pedophile. We'll go to Madison Maryland Manson concert. After the concert, we'll see what happens.
What are you dressed like? Like old man or
she just like fucking Tom Jones.
What is the only thing he's dressed like in your mission? It was either like an old man with like khakis and a brown belt.
What difference would it make? What difference would it make? He said he fucking knew. He can't disguise you. He's a fucking Tom Ford pedophile. Give a fuck. He's a profile of a pedophile.
Give a pedophile's awareness. Oh, what? 82, yeah. 82. And then a Marilyn Manson concert. Look at everyone, look at the jeans and the shirt, look at the Marilyn Manson shirt, look at I tried to rock out in 82. What, dude? What are you fucking saying? I'm looking on you, bro. I am fucking on it, bro. I am fucking Asian American. Fucking Coco.
It's a beautiful fucking night. A lot of people sit there and go, I owe this guy 800. I owe this guy. Oh, you can fucking giggle you with.
Yeah, it's true, dude.
You know what I mean? Man, I sat there crying, wasting my time. Wasting your time, whatever. At the end, they got the dicks.
What changed it for you, man? Because I literally like I spent the last 2
It's a every night like a mole, you know. Listen, man, it's a DNA thing. You know, I'm the type of guy, if I go out before I come home, I drive my leaves. You know, I drive my leaves. They drive my crash just to make sure the house is not on fire. So, like I said, cold fire, Joey's out here patrolling the area around this drive.
Joey's out here fucking facial moisture. I'll be honest, bro. I use fucking facial moisturizer, bro. I'll admit some shit, dude. I'll get some shit off my facial moisturizer, bro. What else, dude? I fucking went to bed till I was 28. Okay. Yeah, you got that money.
Not every week.
Yeah, not every week. Like a fucking mother. I did like a fucking facial.
Yeah, I paid it back. Fucking let it go.
Yeah, once he said this ain't for you, toilet. I fucking keep it for myself. I know. It's like, well, yeah, it was tough. But it was tough because, like, you can't control it. That is true, you can't control it. And other kids, like, you can't go sleep at other kids' houses. You gotta summer camp. I can. Yeah, you can.
Bring special sheets.
Yeah, you sure.
Bring special sheets. Well, when it's Sacred Heart, they used to do special. So they put special sheets like a fucking rubber with a baby.
And it sounded, when you got on the bed, it sounded like fucking. Dude, they used to have a buzzer. They would give you that as a buzzer. If it got wet, it would go off and wake you up.
No.
And these buzzer on the way up. Those are really nice, lady. And I remember they gave it to you. If it buzzed, it went off. It would wake you up. And you put it on that shit? I know, it was a bad idea. I'm sure some fucking retard died.
The second step, that was
Dude, yeah, I gotta fucking be on stage in a little while.
Yeah, you might as well call them
Do you
now.
think?
Yeah, you ain't trying.
You know, but I just okay with
That shit, tell that shit lies. Mushrooms lie to you. Almost mushrooms. Acid, they lie to you. Like, I just gotta do that. You get in the car, you start that motherfucker, all of a sudden you get that second rush. Yeah, this is deadly shit. It comes at you like a wave.
Yeah.
So we got some weed. So we got some record players.
Right, I should also
Listen to music, fucking get stoned. And bring enough weed so you can fucking wants to get high. So it's all kind of stuff.
Okay, I'll tell you, the child molester, let me just simply say, he died from that. So,
you get dressed at the end.
well, yeah, here's how we knew Charlie. One time we went and got steaks with us, and my buddy's in the kitchen. I was in the kitchen.
I know, let's go.
I was in the kitchen, and my buddy was sitting in his living room with me. And I yelled back in the living room, I said, hey, Big Rich. I said, do you have any sour cream? And my buddy Scott sitting with me yelled back, no, but you can have some of this sweet right? And then I hear Big Rich sitting next to my buddy and say to him, can I have some? That's what he said, and that's when it all changed in our heads. Like, he's having some friendly older dude buying us steaks and smoking us out. Yeah, mad, those ghosts pushing me, fucking touch some young junk. Feel like fucking young fucking pump in his hands. So, anyway.
You know, I sit here in front of you like a man. I tell you that I was in front. I grew up around some fuck.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know for years later that prison. But I grew up around some fucked up people. Like my mom took chances with me in that bar. She took my chances when I was a kid. She told me, "Bring you to the fucking bar, because any night shit's gonna happen to that bar." When I was young, I saw the gay guy Martin pull a gun on that door, his brother in there, like in the afternoon, like at 2 a.m. We're faggot Spanish. That was the first time oh, tremendous gay fella. Tremendous. And then that was that. Another night, there was tremendous golden gun. And I was in there, must have been about 11. And after that, my mom said, you know what, man, go for the worship, but it was my world. It was my little fucking world. That little stock office in the back was made. The area was made. And you wasn't fucking snoring over there. I'm thinking like this, my emphysema is acting up. It's fucking Leo over there. Snowing up the snow. Lifting like a fucking dude. That's what I think about it, man. Like these fucking guys that was around. And not once was I asked to touch somebody's dick like I read somebody's testimony. Yeah, my heart stopped. Because I didn't come from this world. Not at all. Like, not at all. One time in 8th grade, I fucking got some guy's car. With his hands literally touched my dick. And now I think about it. You know, not an accident. No, it's purposely touched my dick on the way up just to see my reaction. And if I was me, he would attack. That's all I did. The door opened. And I just ran out of there with the basketball. And so we didn't think about the stop because now I have a child. And you have to watch him, you know. My sister-in-law is the sweetest. She got molested. No, but she told me one day, George doesn't do me fair. And you have a child. I just want you to know something, trust nobody. You don't watch them people. You're surprised at that. Don't trust nobody when you're a kid. You have to. She's a Christian chick. Don't curse, don't drink, don't. You know, this is like a paranoid individual. She raised the daughter. I know the position for a time. The position of the guy at the church that was a pastor. You know, why do people go to the church? It's a safe place, huh? They probably go to church. Honestly, they probably feel like they really need God. They just don't want anyone. Their children to write church. Even after the people got up, I was going to be in my coach. Kids don't go. Right. And we kept smoking going, hey, Mark, you can't keep smoking cigarettes. You keep smoking cigarettes. No, you keep smoking cheeseburgers. We love it. That's when for you to bring a child to somebody they know is a fucking pervert to give you $2 million. He is a little bird. And the fucking stories were beyond belief. I mean, I got some stories that beyond belief. If you want to get down and really get down, but why go there? There's no reason to go there. Yeah, that's why what this girl told me made me hate her parents. Because, again, I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck about what you do. Don't forget to drag your kids down the target. What's going on, boy? You alright? You alright over there? You want to go outside and get some man? Okay. Tell me the truth, you want some man? You call the shit out and we'll rep the squad. Don't start. Let them get electrocuted. It's alright. When somebody get electrocuted on the show, I got electrocuted when I was younger, man. Actually, you know what I'm saying, bro? I got a brother sick, and I don't know if you your house there. Stop already. You got electrocuted. Yeah, I'm afraid. It's the most thing. Barely to the fifth testosterone. We didn't know we were getting 30 cents. You're in the rush. Please don't want to say now. You want some head though? It's time for me to get to it. Please, don't give a fuck. on the bottom of the table. Well, okay.
Can hit late.
It hasn't called it.
My main man, the Australian warrior, Horse Warrior, my man Conrad LeClaire, Burning Sage, Parish Mickey, Early Sweet King, Bobby and Crystal, my main people, Austin representing, Freddie Correa over there, I'm in the year in Vegas, Lance Armage Drop, my dog, and my fucking band, Hero Jr. Make it fucking happen.
Rest in peace, man.
That's good, man, motherfuckers.
Oh, they died. I thought people would die.
How you feeling? You need some air? You need some water?
I'm fine.
You're a great guest. You make me fucking die laughing. To see you and Wade tonight is a fucking the way to end the month. This is a true fucking Labor Day, whatever the fuck it is. What is Memorial Day? Soldiers, yes. Just put the fucking flag of your fucking soldier shit. Protect these motherfuckers. Get on a plane and go stab people.
They're warriors, yeah. Like a stab somebody.
That's the problem. People have to wear a suit or a fucking flag on their lapel. That's all bullshit.
Amen.
Smoking John Paul, Jesus Christ. And the freedoms that I have right now. I'm not gonna take it. Right now, smoking John Paul, because the last 16 hours, you get hit with fucking shrapnel and body parts, smelling fucking people getting lit on fire. And you're I gotta get up in 4 hours. And you always gotta think, that's a real Memorial Day. It's not a fucking barbecue. You gotta look at the wall. Please, you give a fuck. You must realize what happened. Jesus Christ, that's the biggest thing, realization.
Yes.
Getting on a fucking plane and going over to a foreign place. People talking to you the fucking language. They trying to attack you, you don't know who's who. They all look like Lisa Hatt. You're like, what the fuck is going on in my world?
Yeah. So now,
So, just Netflix special, you're doing well. You have great numbers. People really like that.
I feel like it. People like it. Kids don't know. It just inspired me. It gives you a chance to putting out a special now. You get to see yourself a little bit. It gives you a chance to step away from it. Now, it's the first time I feel like, people recognize me as a comedian and have fans for the first time. And so I feel like that's like a blessing. I didn't really realize before. I thought I had a fan. It's a lot of your head, but now I feel like I have real fans who like, want to know what's going on. Like how people are excited I was coming here today. That's Christ reaching for.
If you were with the podcast since day one, you can see that we is the fucking man. Tonight, we finally fucking I can see that this podcast goes motherfucker sees an hour after this show and sees how funny it is. He'll pass out right in front of you. The lights out, Black Sabbath time, I'm not for like 8 minutes. Man, change that, get scared.
And that's the crazy part. Some people would be like, that's fucked up, but to be brave enough to just let yourself go like that and relax like that, that's I don't fucking know what happened. I wish I had, it's just like a fucking Easter mask. That's you, dude. Just lift out and start like a Easter mask. Bro, I feel like the fucking brothers ain't chasing me. Like, I'll be honest with you, dude. I'm thinking about brothers chasing. Just like they got fucking brothers only 2 blocks over.
Leave the brothers alone.
What I'm saying is, honestly,
Leave the brothers alone.
I know that no, I'm just saying that's what I just think. I share.
You don't have the same problem.
Okay, well, damn, dog.
It just wasn't brothers. I had 15 different people chasing me. I'm a real fucking deal. It's just chicken with my wheels. I'm country. Every shit people chasing me. Hey, wake up. You need some fucking hay. You want to start a balance job over here. Except you need some big H. The star I got taken.
I don't think you know what PH is.
PH was. All we do is he's got special stars that have a special PH to bring it back to
Fucking Christmas traveler right now.
do it on a fucking Thursday night.
It really is.
Sitting around with your little fucking buddies, all right?
We did everything. Coco Diaz, we did it. I'll be in Cleveland next weekend. Nope, I'm actually at the Hard Rock Casino.
Look at you right downtown in the middle of everything.
Hard Rock Casino. So I'm looking forward to that. That's Friday through Sunday in Cleveland. The week after that, the week after that, because it's already the end of May, you know that, Joe?
Oh shit, I'm the same fucking thing. I'm already thinking by June 1st.
Damn.
Right, because I got no business till June 8th.
Yeah, I'm at the Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland. It's actually in the Burbs, man. Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland, Northfield. June 3rd through 5th. Then I'm at Punchline in Atlanta, June 9th through the 12th. You catch me on Doug Benson's podcast. I'll get the podcast there, so I think we're taking that there. And I'm going to the beach with my family. We'll be down there in fucking St. Joe's. Like, I don't know if it's Alabama or Florida. It's going to be fucked up. I'll be vlogging a little bit of that on YouTube. You can check it out. It's called This Past Weekend. I'll be with my family. And then, that's it, man. I'm fucking saying crazy shit now. I'm so fucked up. In July, I'll be in,
Next week,
Let's go into my cat.
Jesus Christ.
He works on the webpage. Let's drop the things. We give him blood.
And this other poor fucking South African already, you fucking, you never said that, like a bullet just been shot.
Hey, but look, in typical Memorial Day Festival, we ain't fucking soldier. Fucking leaving this woman tomorrow. And just think you got some ass on the wall. I love it.
I hate all those fucking fake foundations.
Oh, all those fake foundations, man.
Anyway, why don't you play like a dog in here?
You want to give you money, bro? Give you money to your fucking neighbor. Find somebody who you know in person.
A black dude is 7-Eleven ain't bothering nobody.
There you go.
First let the doors pull out, all right?
There you go. Free one of yours, boys. And I will pay that. No, I know you shit.
All right, hold on one second. It's not church or what's happening now. Listen, you don't look like anybody, you don't talk like anybody, you don't sleep like anybody. So why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000. Wow. Until now, introduce Helix Sleep, where you can buy mattresses online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. You follow me? You go to helix.com right now, you answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences. The result will be a custom file used to build you the most comfortable mattress listed on the sleep on your life. Everybody has a fucking bum mattress.
Oh, my mattress is horrible.
It's fucking bum mattress. And sometimes they say, well, you spend the extra dough, but it's just fucking the real deal. And for couples, you customize the size of mattress. Your mattress will arrive at your door. About a week, and shipping ready for this 100%. Here's customers report 3% improvement in overall sleep quality. You got 100 nights to try it out. And if you don't love it, you're not in love with it. Don't pick it up for free and give you 100% refund. No questions asked. Love that. Electric Night. That's 3 months killing it. And if you don't like it, you are. No questions asked. You follow me? That's right. Yeah, but Electric Night. Okay, that's why everybody from GQ Magazine and Forbes all talking about healing sleep. You go to healingsleep.com right now. That's what I'm going to do. /Joey. And I'm going to give you $50 off your order. That's healingsleep.com /Joey. And that's $50 off your first order. healingsleep.com/Joey. Listen to me. If you like sleeping, this is the mattress thing. This should be your mind. Who do you think you're talking to? Joey Bananas. Number 2 is the best one. You got smart cars, you got smart phones, you got smart homes. Technology has made everything smart. But losing your stuff still makes smart people feel stupid. Ain't no right for the first time in his life, he lost his keys yesterday for 45 minutes. I told him the same thing I'm telling you people. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a point-sized device that locates and displays maps, computers, anything in seconds. Just pay a tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location within the tap of a button. That is, if you lose your phone, no problem. Press the button on tracker and your phone rings with this, even if it's on silent. Who's better than that's what tracker does? You got way over 1.5 million devices. Tracker has the largest crowd of GPS network in the world. The raw data shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. You're never going to lose anything again with tracker. Listeners of the show, you ready for this? I'm doing for you? Man, I'm going to give you 30% off your entire order. Go to VTHEtracker.com and enter the promo code CHURCH. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. But do me a favor. Again, go to tracker.com now. VTHEtracker.com right now and enter the promo code CHURCH for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's VTHEtracker.com, promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. No, nothing you people. Again, VTHEtracker.com right now and the promo code CHURCH. 30% off your order. That's how I make it happen in the church. What's happening now? And never figured out it. Because, without I would fucking be here right now. Without the alpha brain cycle I do, without my head force routine. The steroids and I fuck with steroids. I was on steroids. I had muscle. I'd be up to the head on right now. I didn't know. No, you're strong. Treat you right for 24 hours. You don't think Trump takes one. You don't think Trump takes one. Anyway, do me a favor. Right now, and President Church. How do you spell it? There you go. You want to deliver right to your house, man. Don't play around. Listen, that's the way to go. You show your fucking holidays thinking the shirt off. I'm high. No matter what you say, I'm on steroids like a fat fuck. I'm the change for it. I'm fat. Shit, most of them wouldn't have fucking sleep. Anyway, again, right now, I'm really sleeping on the thing. Honest. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn, for coming on and saying, fuck these motherfuckers. We're going to eat a shroom, and that's how we do it. That's how the people die for. That's right. It's fucking Wednesday night at the church studios. We love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. See you Sunday night for a special late Memorial Day. Oh, this is the churches to break them out here.
I love that, bro. See muppets in the mud.
Put the fucking music on.
Let's do this. Church out.
Let's get through this shit. Oh shit. Listen to this. Yo, I'm getting all scratchy from the fucking mushroom now.
Nah, but I tried.
3 Vikings now. I'm fucking cold shit. I burped in the back. My throat was worse. I burped in my piss.
The worst is when you try to get a girl out.
That's the status of the first grave, which was done. Hurry said, "Well, you covered all of us." Ultimately, again, Reuben can't use the first grave forever. Forever. See what it says. So again, why is he bringing this up? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is a thing of Hasmana Milsa. Hasmana Milsa designated for a can't be used, which one says, no. Hashim should come it up. No, it's actually nothing to do with Hasmana. It's a didn't keep it up. It didn't keep it up, honor of father. So because he doesn't pay for it, if I look he can't use it forever, that's coming from his father. And I understand the attorney safe up, over I thought hold it, I bought a robin. Somebody decides to pay to pray for his father, and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. How example, you never had a lovers. You should never use the grave at all. Forever, so what's the other person should quote other shapirs. If you say that this is a din in kibbut av, then fine. But ultimately, again, it's a dinner hasmana to Kalaman Damar. So it's interesting. Again, just like even with shrouds themselves, when you're beginning to weave the shrouds together, you would say that that's hasmana mosa. Hasmana mosa at most is what? When the shroud itself is completed. So we hear this notion about chotze kever, which means that you're moving aside stones. You begin to move aside stones. Halakha l'maisa, again, that's it. The grave is prohibited forever. It doesn't make any sense. Rather, that's what you have to say. What you have to see that this case is a separate thing like kibbut av. So it turns out, it's already the second time I mentioned this case. So it turns out that if a person digs a grave for their parent and ends up burying the parent in a different grave, that first grave becomes asr ba'ana for the diggers, for the child. Why? It's not a din in hasmana. What is it? It's a din in kibbut av, a din in honoring your parents. That a din that was done for a parent should not be used for anything else. Incredible. So Tashma, Kever Kaddish, a brand new grave is Jabana. So once again, it was a Kever Kaddish. Kever Kaddish is just a grave that was dug, right? Just stam dug. So the word says, Mutabano, Hitabo Nefo, Asabano, if you bury a stillborn in there, a baby in there, then it becomes Asabano. So once again, the reason the notion of Nefel is because often a Nefel is a nondescript mace. Right? This could be a miscarriage, this could be a stillborn baby. So in other words, there's not an identity for the mace. So therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as if even if you just buried a Nefel in there, ultimately it's Asabano. So what you see in here, it's only once buried the Nefel in the grave that the grave becomes Asabana. So what you see from here, only once it's actively used, designation is not enough to make it Asr. To which the answer says, what? Not true. The truth is, even if you didn't put anything in the grave, it's still Asr. This comes to the disruption of the Dama, in the fall of Jesus Hakever. Rumi says that in general, a stillborn or a miscarriage does not go ahead and endow the area with the status of a grave. It's coming to exclude that position. What's the case over here? I'm sorry, just skip this. Sorry. Tashma, most Rabbeis Levasim, most Rabbeis Levasim. So say, remember, all of this is so much focused on Rava, has one of Milsa, has one of Lav Milsa. Interesting case over here. Let's say Yaakov passed away, and we go ahead and we collect money for Yaakov's burial expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you do with surplus funds? So the most Rabbeis Levasim, okay, what plus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds, all right. You don't need it for Yaakov, you'll use it as most amazing your shove. So actually, let me reframe this. In general, there's a general collection, right? We're collecting for the needs of the dead, right? Somebody passed away, a nondescript collection, and there's surplus, so that remains in the we'll call it the burial fund. What happens if, let's say, we're collecting for someone specific? We're collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed away. Now it turns out that we needed $5,000. We raised $7,000. What is the extra $2,000? The Gemara says it goes to the Arshim, goes to children. So we'll say, so now, interesting, Papa asks, what's the case over here? What's interesting about this is as follows. You take a look at Rashi. This is in the one line of Rashi, 3 lines down the Yarsham. The Hanos man, the Yarshim get the surplus money to benefit from it. Alma Hazmana allowed them. No see. What do you see from here? So that money was designated. For Yaakov's burial expenses. But now that there's surplus, what do you do with the surplus money? It goes to the kids. What do you see from here? That Hazmana allowed them. So the designation does not endow something with identity. To which one says, no, I'm asking you. So they collected it all the time. Now, the difference between that is, okay, now you're collecting money for burial expenses of someone who's still alive, so therefore, again, it's not called money associated with the dead, and therefore, local rights, it should be mutter. So the Gemara says, "Hello." The Gemara says, "I." That's not what it says. It's not. Most Shabbos, the Yarsham, leftover money that was collected from the general dead remains in the burial fund. When someone that is money is left over from the collected for a specific person go to the kids. For the person that's the first one, I will say, kids a couple of weeks of stamp. Sam Shabbos, what was the case? The kids were always general. We collect general burial needs. Not someone specific general needs. That goes to the general burial fund. When this is said, most Shabbos, the Yarsham, for you or for Yaakov, that's specific funds for a specific base. Surplus funds go to kids. So it's an incentive to collect. It turns out that this is actually making my point. So listen to this. So Yaakov does. So if we're raising general funds for burial expenses, again, I know that I need to use funds for Yaakov to die. But the way we frame the collection is, this is for the needs of the dead. So it's a general collection. Okay, so that's this. Any surplus funds remain in the burial fund. But now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov's life is going to cost $5,000. We need to go ahead and raise $5,000. We end up raising $7,000. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? Like the Bible says, it goes to Yaakov's Yarshim. Listen to this. Rabbi Rothschild, and there it says, don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not clear. Essentially, it's not clear what we do with that money. So therefore, Allah so we leave it until Eliyahu comes. Rabbi Rothschild says, Ya'asenu dimos al-kiv. Use the extra funds for remains matzeva. Use it for matzeva or structure. Use it for something associated with his grave. That's a dimos al-kiv. Or seal it with maybe kasam. Or sprinkle water or something aromatic on his funeral. Or Rabbi Nassim says the money has to be used for that or something. It has to be used for the deceased. So it's I watch this. It says, Rabbi, the guys from Rabbi, both Rabbi and Rabbi interpret this rice in accordance with their respective positions. Here we go. Rabbi, the times of time, before the Hamas, we'll see. Rabbi says everyone agrees that designation endows the item with identity. So kind of cover some of the toughest, toughest. So therefore, but Rabbi is like this. Tanakh is like this. You're right. Hasmona no see. But Hasmona only goes like this. Only the money that is going to be necessary for the burial of Ruben is endowed with money identity. The rest of the money is not. And therefore, I don't know where it goes to the ocean. That's the Tanakh. Right there, the Saf, toughest, so there is not sure. But there is going to have money revolving on all the money collected or only the money necessary for the burial. Therefore, again, Ramir says, don't touch the remaining until Yana comes. Rabbi Nassim, she didn't go far the toughest. Good luck, yes, and everything was up to go. Rabbi Nassim says, no, it's obvious, I want to go see. And therefore, again, burial identity develops upon all of the money. And therefore, Allah all of it must be used for the needs of the burial. And if you don't need it for the burial, use it for aromatic sprinkling on the beer. I'm not saying about songs, I'm going to go times today. This is what he is doing. The Holy Allah has not allowed us see. Everybody agrees to Rabbi. Everyone, according to Rabbi, everyone agrees The designation does not endow with identity. Tanakama Savar Kibazu Bay Achuli Bachot. So Tanakama is like this in general. Money for one's burial needs is embarrassing. It's embarrassing that a person can't take care of it for themselves. But nevertheless, so the word says, but nevertheless, again, the is vocal for the Yarshim. That's what the Yarshim have to be silent with anything, and therefore it's vocal, and therefore vocal makes it the Rebbeinu goes to the Yarshim.
Dat overkomt altijd iemand anders. Denk je, toch geld te wegen was dat daar 1,4 miljoen Nederlanders per week mee op weg. Dag en nacht samen voor je klaar. Je hebt pas ingepicht als je geen wegenwacht hebt. ANWB en gaan. Sluit wegenwacht Nederland standaard af, nu voor maar 9,35 per maand. I am Tilly. You look with the high stars. I am Nicola. At least take 3 more. Shit, get your fucking life in order, Lee. Cheap muscle hamster. This show is presented by On It. The church what's happening now is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The new year means a fresh start for your business, and a great year starts with great making hires. All listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter.com/church. The show is also brought to you by Lyft. Go to Lyft.com. Lyft is where drivers can make up to $35 an hour. And getting started is sign up today at Lyft.com/Joey. Sign up today to drive for Lyft at Lyft.com/Joey.
Oh shit, kidnap me, motherfucker. It's all over 2017. The restraining order's over. When you get this deal with Theo Vaughn, what's that you ain't saying? Take your uncle motherfucking Joe. Kick it, Lee. Blast the fucking speaker. I want you to speak it. So blow up. I want to see somebody's blow.
Tell other people to quickly go and save the garbage. In other words, look at Rashi. As the parents are throwing that, others can go ahead and step in and pick up the garbage, indicates to us.
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy New Year to you and yours. I hope this is a happy year for you. I hope you're healthy. Because if you ain't healthy, you can't get your dick sucked. And you cannot make it easy. You understand me? You cannot get kids. So, my number one of my favorite people in this fucking city is on the show like Neil Vaughn, my fucking Jewish nephew who already started the year off. Puking the edibles tonight. You know what happened? You know what happened? You know what happened, bro. You know what happened? I'm away from me for a week. Didn't keep up the training. First of all, I don't want to hear a story. I don't want to hear stories of exactly what happened. 10 years you've never been around me, except that wasn't my ass. And I would be the burped in my own mouth. I said, you burp about mushroom because you also yelled burp. A little bit of belly color, a little bit of fucking yellow acid and fluid. What? If you tell me going 4 or 5 hours that night, I took you to fucking SEAL training that night. Going under fucking barbed wire and shit. That was something that I felt horrible about that night. You didn't even let the medication hook in.
Those childhood
But you told me you bought 4 who took them down the hall.
I did. You can see. I have video evidence. That's why. This is why.
Did you eat the whole thing?
Of course I did. What do you need the whole
Did
thing?
you eat on camera? The magician tricks like
No,
you did in the
I never do it.
I used to have to watch you. He would put things at you. Yeah, that was his name, bro. Best magician.
They gave 10% of the
He
children
didn't
a
call
box.
you the fucking magician. Fucking Jews. That's who offended the magician. They used to look like shit.
Yeah, I just out of the world, bro. Funny, man. You can last time I saw Lee was up here squealing on the patio. When I came in, I thought I heard I'm like, there's kind of a squeal in the microphone at first. And he's like, I'll fix it by the end. It was like, you know, I'm like, go fucking disabled gerbil, bro. I go, I don't know, like, the deepest I've ever talked to. You look like a damn welfare gerbil. With the way I said, with chocolate mushrooms, Parmesan cheese. He was eating it in his moment out of his mouth. I just put it in my mouth. Drank it. I didn't deal with feed. One was a second. He just said they one day. They got to swallow drugs called. That's what I tried to do tonight, and that's why I picked some on the floor. And he said, you were making fun of me. You're like, just swallow that motherfucking thing. And I was like, still a whole chunk, and my body just is like, I think my body is hurting them right back. Because if I wasn't getting that, that's fucking shit. Everything, and you don't know. You gotta go. You gotta get into it, bro. Yeah, you gotta get your bowels out. Hey, make us go to look for nobody. I was doing over 1,000. I was too. You gotta get bowels hot, bro. I want a bunch of shit to be scared. That's how high you gotta get.
Then you can't subsequently use it for money. Like that of this stuff.
I guarantee there's a lot of people today walking around with a nice bag on their head going, what the fuck happened tonight? Like I'm not getting to a drink like the awful guy. My asshole shut down. You don't know what realm you get into, you know, and we spoke today right on the back. I was trying to keep my life together. I don't want to fade away, so I've been behaving myself human, and alcohol is going crazy.
Yeah, well, I just ended up getting key, you know, like I ended up getting into drugs usually sometimes at night.
But drugs without the alcohol, when they have alcohol, I just saw steroids first.
I think I would just, you know, it's a good question, man. Alcohol was never been a thing for me. I never cared about alcohol. I just, once people started having cocaine around, I just kind of like the smell of it, you know, and I was sitting here, bro, I love that. Nothing like that, dude. We used to do like, back in the day, some dude came through the neighborhood, I remember with some kind of, I don't know what, LSD suppository, some kind of suppositories, dude, people were doing, yeah, it was like just, you know, these like little, they were kind of, I don't want to say pink, they were kind of reddish looking little, fucking throwing rainbow treats up, yeah, you know, I mean, it was, yeah, he was doing LSD suppositories. This dude had about, I remember he probably had about 400, I don't know where he got it from, Germany or somewhere, Iceland or something, you know, and to us, that was like, they got it from Sam, you know, we never even heard of that in Germany, you know, we'll fucking do this, and people were doing acid, you know, or whatever it was, doing the suppositories, I remember for a while, so I liked psychedelics a little bit when I was younger, and what else, dude? And then, but out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy nights, and then I was like, I'm gonna try something different, man. So I just decided I'm gonna stop partying. So now I get about 6 months. I've been sober since last time I walked out again. I went over to the Improv and did a set out on mushrooms. They were flicking the lights on stage. I still have it on video, man. I'll put it out. For you, for your legion.
How old are you now?
36, man. I'm an adult.
It's tough to say to yourself, this is it. You know, you have those nights, and like we were saying, you had a spectacular night in my world, like where I came from. It's a spectacular night.
Oh, yeah.
Into the cab, going for ball. The guy hooks you up on a chick, you fuck chick in the cab.
No, he did.
He fucked her in the cab. Oh, this is crazy. At what time did this night end?
Dude, so what happened that night was, let me revamp it for you. So what happened was, I went to a party where I planned on drinking. I'm in New York City. Yep, I'm in New York City. Yep, I was doing comedy. I had a sublet there. I was just kind of experiencing the city. We talked once or twice when I was there. You know, and I was enjoying it, man. It was good. And then I went to a party one night, and afterwards, they were drinking at the party. And I just felt uncomfortable, dude. To be honest, man, most of my life I have felt uncomfortable, bro. I don't know what it is. Like, in a lot of environments, I just feel uncomfortable. Out of place. Yeah. You feel that ever? Oh, what do you mean ever? There's more times I feel in place like that. That's a weird time. But it's like my girlfriend and I were just talking about it because we stayed in on New Year's Eve. Yeah. But seeing the shots of Times Square and seeing the shots of the clubs, maybe I should have done something a little bit more social, but that is not. I'd rather be in a box than in a club. Like, that would feel so uncomfortable there. Like a New Year's Eve club, like that's not me at all.
You don't see many clubs today, so you don't see people getting fucking molested in the background, you know. But at least light a candle, so you do anything.
Oh, well, yeah, but with people, you know, the guys gonna make fun of me going away, and then we go before we went to Long Beach, and that's funny as hell. I don't know.
Trying to pick up rent. That's amazing. So anyway, I can't even hear what it deficit. You took your girl to fucking
No, she took me.
Jesus Christ.
And then we just decided to come home together, right?
Because it was rain.
You realize this is someone else's apartment on New Year's Eve down Long Beach when I have a nicer apartment up here.
What the fuck?
It's a horror show. I tried.
It sounds like the Rothschild by the one. It sounds like the no people on pill syndrome.
This was Omega 1. Now, when they told me, I thought they were going to wait Friday night, go to a hotel like all Americans, right?
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, room service gives her a stab, and come back, smoke a joint, eat a stop, maybe about 6. Take it to a nice fucking restaurant, 6, 7 o'clock. Set it up. So you're out at 9:30, you take it back to the apartment, give it straight up, eat 3 more stars, and go in some stupid room. That's what he was doing. I get a call from Thursday at lunchtime. So we're about to wait, and I go, where? Long Beach. I almost shot myself in the fucking head. I know this kid can't be this stupid. And then I wasn't gonna. I had to do a set last week. And I had 2 hours to go. I said to him, I'm going to make dinner in Hollywood. There's no sense in me coming back. I did a second at Penn State. So I had 2 hours to go. I went to Chibo. That's one of my favorite places to go. I don't eat the pizza. I don't eat none of that shit. I get the salad. It's delicious. Whatever salad. And the big wellness spaghetti. With no meat. Just pasta with sauce and cheese. And then it'd be a small serving. It's always been good. I've been eating there for fucking years. Wow. And that's what I eat. I go there 3 times a year, though. If I'm lucky, I got 3 times to drive by. I got an hour here. Yeah, I audition. I plan it. I go, okay. I got an hour and a half. Might as well go to fucking cheap.
If I take all of our sponsors for this
next door guy, I go to the bartender. He's an old door guy. No problem. Start chit-chatting.
this year.
And right away, I gotta ask him.
As he's
I gotta ask him what they do.
Sponsors for today, Jacob and Julie Blumenfeld, sponsors for today as well, Sayyid and Eating Mishmas, the same brother, Hershey Bass, Rock Mayor, Oshek, and the institution of First Yard Tree. Okay, right, all of the families in all of our hostages home, and our successful to hold. So that we have all the partnerships, and this is great. Maybe we should stay ahead of us, but we're going to make sure to watch that as far as we didn't quite finish up the sugya. We're talking about the sugya whole issue. The concept of that sometimes once something is set aside, so at the end of the day, people try to go over afterwards. The Eva or Bachelor, if I feel sometimes, what about Davis?
The saddest part is he used to treat himself to a nice night in Chivo at the bar. And he's finally got a girl. That was that cheap as I came out.
When does Kapara?
What the fuck do you have to eat? I'll be honest. This was we couldn't fly anywhere in the time, so this is what she does. But we actually had a fucking aquarium. We were fucking awesome. We were still this fucking but this is what I want. I just want to talk about it. It feels like small. It was the weirdest experience of my life. Did you touch any animals in the pet exhibit? Yeah. Well, the aquarium, yeah, but I ordered for a second. My bed's in the roommates. Fucking roaches and fucking massaging in the roommates. So they got them roommates.
The problem is that you only sit shit out when after Kapara. When does Kapara begin? The beginning of Kapara. But when does Avelis begin? The problem is that the point that Avelis begins, the kind of Shiva blood can sit Shiva. It's a torture. Therefore, again, the Mishnah rules no Shiva when he's here.
What's the worst part? Like, what's the worst part?
What you see from here is I love when I said that once something, once something has been nitcha, once something has because it's forever.
I don't want to be at the store every night.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy.
So I was interesting. Yesterday, that sounded like that Kapara only occurred after the decomposition.
There's some old guy that's coming down. I'm good enough. 2 spots a week. I'm good this week. I'm doing Thursday.
If that's the case,
Tomorrow night, I'm doing flappers. If I get out early Wednesday, I'll always, but
go ahead and
you know, I got a gig Friday. I'm fucking good. I'm not
have
working
all
on
those options for the decomposed. But why didn't you
bits together Friday? Do fucking voice.
control again? Just let it be even partial decomposition. That should be enough.
When you breaks them
That's
without
actually
the
logistical.
It was over for 4 fucking weeks. And one of those weeks, the baby was home.
So therefore,
That's tough.
either it has to be that we are disappointed with the bodies, or you wait for the position, then you can
ride a bicycle.
Okay, so again, just another thing to the concept of whole once something is set aside, it's set aside. So once they have the issues with every graph, I'm shocking in the Akala, she said, so apparently also one of the Talmudic remedies for treating a fever, a first day fever is earth, dirt. So the stick dirt from the top of the job, first day fever. Okay. I will say that it sounds like over here, look at that, here. Now she's about to let me go. So again, I don't know if it's that for like so just dirt in general. But apparently dirt has a medicinal quality. And therefore it's very good for I just want to be looking outside. That's my idea. People just once we start going up those discos, my wife asked me to write on the rookies, 54 on Sirius XM. There's nothing. I go to high school. I can put my hand for a time. I went to clubs, studio. I went to studio in 84. There's nothing going on in the studio on Thursday. 84. I was going to club area like twice. I went to like the rooftop 4 or 5 times. And I was never a club that I was. I belonged to the neighborhood bar with the neighborhood. Yeah, she had a dog behind the bar. The dog slept the whole fucking thing. And that's the bar I grew up in, Joe Larry's. They had a little circular business thing. They had like a bakery thing.
in the middle. And they would have a cupboard in the middle. It was ham and cheese sandwiches. Just went over and got a damn Stuart sandwiches. And next door was a not don't cook like called chicken. Like it was a Chick-fil-A, not Chick-fil-A. This is what chicken was chicken. And one of the kids we hung with was the fucking cook. So he came to the ship, he put a woman to load a bunch of chicken on and throw chicken shit on fucking night. It was then you had a tab, and the guy that ran the place was Rothschild. The first time I went to Vegas, I knew it wasn't for me. I just always felt very insecure in those places. Always still do. Yeah, that's how I felt. And I always had why I felt insecure. When I was younger, it was that I wasn't good enough. These people always be. Except the environment I want to hang with. People don't want to hang with me. I got to a certain age because I was too old. And then now, I just feel like I'm playing out fucking forever. Yeah, I'm really being 25 and seeing 50-year-old guys. Thinking, why is this fucking guy here? That's just a it's a sweetheart. I've seen all years ago. He wants to go to a bar, watch a football game, and have a bucket of wings. He wants to yell maybe a little bit. He doesn't want nobody close to him yelling. He doesn't want nobody. Will you pay $3 extra just to yell and say, well, it's the white section. Well, you don't want to go on the street of 54. What's he got to have one drink? People that try to talk to him, I never liked going to a place where the music was loud. That's where you was a little joint. Yeah. If I can't talk to you, we're talking on the loss. Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But I would, for some reason, I kept making it make me like less than, you know, like, oh, it's my fault that I don't fit in here, instead of just being like, oh, this isn't my environment, you know. Why do you feel it was your environment? I just felt like he's older. No, I felt like, you know, like these people were rich, or these people were better than me, or these people. I'm kind of I grew up beside the tracks and these people. But they don't know, like, I was drunk. I don't think it comes from like chubby and short. You're like a tall and shaped looking dude. I look at you and I think, there's nothing wrong with his life at all. Like, there's no way he's self-conscious about anything. Well, that's fucking wrong, man. I look at you and I think this guy's fucking what environment at all. You know, you feel comfortable in just a more real environment, a more just calm, just environable 50 people. Yeah, so yeah, I can feel okay at 10, 15, I feel more intense. So it's just too much when the music's loud and I can't communicate with people. And that's where I start to feel like, oh, that's my foot. I kept going back. I kept thinking there was something wrong with me and the environment, but it wasn't. And that's what happened that night. I went to this club, and they had a party for the fashion line. And I got this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I left early because I was going to go to Opie and Jim Norton. This one, Opie and Jim are still together. And this beautiful girl gets in the taxi with me. This Asian girl. And she just started talking about the night. She said that she had planned the party, but her boyfriend wasn't in town. Then she goes, her boyfriend's never in town. Then she's like, what happens in taxis stays in taxis, right? That's what she said. So I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you know, like, she wants me to make a move, or I make a move, shut me down. I don't know if that's what made me mad or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that. And then it was just me in the driver, and this dude spoke another language. So, I'm fancy, I play soccer, you know, like this is, you know, like this dude was getting on fucking foreign soccer, can he start his phone? For sure, you know. And he said, I thought he said, didn't I just say cocaine? That's what I said. And next thing you know, we're in North Harlem. He wants the cocaine for us. He comes back in the car. We're doing cocaine. And then he's like, I got a gift for you. I got a gift, you know, and I was going to be, you know, like a trouble there. I was going to be his dick. You know, that's what I was expecting anyway. And then a prostitute knocks on the door, you know. This lady gets in, and I think it was a man, honestly, with these big sunglasses on.
It's a camera on your
For a man's face that was under the sunglasses. Yeah, a couple tequilas, dude. So now we're partying, bro. Me and the driver were first partying for about an hour. And I got so high, I remember thinking, where is the driver? And he was sitting next to me. At one point, it's become non-taxi cab, right? But look at the meter, and come on, what's going on? Going, bro. It's in about 2 seconds. So he's got to get the pot because I'm paid for this experience. So, dude, this hunk kid said she had to cover wrong hair, huge sunglasses, cover about 60% of her face. And then 40% of her face, you could see to me look like a man's face, right? Like I'm not saying anything wrong with that. Just, like if I want to guess 40% of this person's face, I would guess man first, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I look like a woman that just shaved recently. So anyway, we're all getting high together. And it's just what's making it sound ridiculous.
Go ahead.
And I got out of the car, man. I felt like
You're a Louisiana boy.
Oh, I should say, somebody feel out of place. I fell in place and never know. I always felt comfortable. Yeah. I know that neighborhood where you're at. You know, get out of the Bronx. This area
right. Yeah, I don't know where we're at.
So once again, you see it,
It wasn't dark.
It was dark. This area is
really having a good time. I don't want to party tonight. It's about 3:30. So you walk out in the cab right now. No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me. I said, dude, I was partying with the driver. And dude, what's crazy is he had even one of the lights on this, it wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper machine and put it over the light, bro. Like this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was about the most romantic fucking guy I've ever spent time with. Dude, was more romantic in that taxi than it was at your fucking neighborhood, bro. That's the saddest part. So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me. He made me him $100, right? And I gave him the 100 because I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's going to pay the hooker. But then I look back over there a couple minutes later, a minute later, and they're kissing on each other's necks. He spent my hooker with his hooker. Dude, fucking just got this on there. You in the buying? No, he owed him money anyway. By the way, he took the money. I said, hold on, 5 minutes. He took that money and reinvested it in the And look, I respect hookers, man. Like, you know, I've been through some tough nights, man. Still, man. I respect women that are out there selling their bodies. First of all, 4 out of 10 of them got big as 6 somebody 4 out of 10 of those chicks, they don't like that sauce. It was, you got it right. All of those days in the Bronx, it was fucking around and then the Russian came to it. I never saw it, but I had friends tell me, you go to Queens, and be 6-foot Russian, leopard mini skirts, then you can give them 300 just to eat their assholes. They were that hot, banging. Like they took over so all of the ones that grabbed all of this beer. Yeah, all that, you know, one of those things. Even when I got in trouble with my buddy, you know, Dodger, we were going to one of those others. Yeah. Those city rap days, that takes a second. Yeah, a lot of them were getting the Popeyes during the daytime. No, they don't work. They get the we used to have this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria in our neighborhood, bro. You can pull up, bro. You can eat your ass for like $40, right? She'd sit in your car window, just basically put her ass in your fucking car window. Like a fucking cigar box, you know? You could even have somebody drive it. You could even have them on the block. She would just sit
there like a little
says,
side of him, bro.
cannot be that
But so this dude gets Luigi after he gets back in the car.
Abaye
They're making out.
says
Dude.
this answer has
I don't know,
none
bring
of
that
this.
negative energy back in the
Abaye
car.
says designate something.
So I deal with my feelings out, let you process through that.
Therefore, once you go ahead and
Why do I want to bring
get
negative feelings back up?
that becomes a
Just
burial
because
shot.
I'm already really extremely high, man. I'm under the influence of cocaine. It's almost 4 a.m. And I don't know these people that well. And I still need to get home. And for some reason, at this point, I feel like Luigi is responsible to get me home, right? So I get back in the front seat, right? And they're hooking up in the back, little blowjob. Like it's getting wild, you know? And I want to still do cocaine, you know? So
So again, Rabbi says, when does this this is a sort of thing like, okay, so I'm going to see really intense.
like the softest little inhale you could do.
One of those guys, one of them.
Yes, I was definitely listening hard.
Okay, so that's all right. Sabayu says that I smell it, he'll see. That's she endows with identity. Once you show her that
She smelled like violence. She was a tough lady or man. I mean, I thought she was a man. The face looked like a man. She had big sunglasses. She could have been one of those tall Vietnamese people that kind of was black at night.
like Hamas,
So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying to quietly get it okay. Like, just like a fucking, just like a...
But our food
like an install, it's like had a bump all anyway. Because there's something wrong with me where I sacrifice other people. Like I just feel like I gotta consider it all the time. I don't want to interrupt. I guess, I don't know, man. I was fucked up, bro. So they're partying, and one point I remember even turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quietly into the top of my head like this. It's just as quiet as I can be.
I know he has one of
And a
these.
cop
Okay, so just like Egla Rufa, the moment
I
he
get
gets me,
scared.
I said, I
I
know.
tell Luigi I'm scared, bro. I don't give a fuck, dude. That's when I realized that he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. He's like, you drive. You drive. And that's when I got in the driver's seat. And I drove, man. I drove us.
Of Shum Shum.
I drove us about a mile and a half to where I was, dude. And then I pulled over because a voice in my head, bro. First, a voice in my head is like, dude, at least it was like, you're out of here, bro. You're high.
For example, let's say I say this table is going to
at
be
least
at
you're
all
making
deserved.
money.
The table at all
Like I was
deserved.
working like I was a cat.
So the designation of the table does
This
not
ain't
be
my
at
cat.
all deserved.
You
It
know, I
has
gotta
to
pay
be
for
active
this.
worship.
And then my brain was like, you know, commercial drivers.
That's to it. But
And that's what got me to pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me, that I would
Yeah,
tap.
Rowan says just like Marvel.
And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to the hotel room, finished doing my cocaine. And I had to go to
really,
Jim Norton that
literally
morning.
two different Xer shovels.
And it's 5:30 now. I took 3 showers for 10 minutes. Right?
I don't
I have one question.
So
Take me out easy here, dude. Just gotta get out. Just get into the car. Get weeded up a little bit more. And then, I don't know if I'm gonna go to
Sanction,
and yell adios at him really loud. I don't even know if he's supposed to say it. I'm just screaming adios.
Both of them are
Who had the
accessories.
smallest chest I've ever seen, bro.
As opposed
Look
to
like a
Egla
man's
Rufa,
chest.
which is the folder itself.
And I go to OP Gym, dude, the load I guess for the day is terrible strong. And I couldn't even feel my face. And that's when I was like, this is bad luck. And I couldn't even talk. They were asking questions, dude. I couldn't even.
One or two
I
type of things.
couldn't feel my face. I couldn't. All my thoughts was coming out of my neck.
Right, but I
I was running on
that's
neck
not
thoughts,
about
dude.
that's
I'm
kind of
fucking thinking with my neck.
okay, I'm sorry. That's
So I sat there for 3 hours.
why doesn't that sorry?
Just
Why
roasted.
doesn't that
And then
body
you feel kind of like,
I
just sat there. Just boiling in my own fucking drug induced bullshit.
And yeah,
And then I fucking left.
to exclude.
And I'm halfway there, halfway down the walk over there, I realized I had on fucking sweatpants with jeans over them. It's like a catheter out there. You can't get in a catheter. You might have to stay overnight.
And clean it. says, I'm not able to do look off long sort of contributions. The point that I want here is let's compare things that truly exist within the orbit of the view. So what exists within the orbit is that and exactly what those are some ways of why bring that up as part of it. Okay, don't reference this, but just at the table. What's the focus? Does get the function of the algorithm down with its dependent identity framework. Abaye says, yes, it's not a no sub. Rabbi says, no, it's not a no. So here we go. They say, Sasha, keep on shooting measures. So this is the first thing that you have. Start. She played how many to my son. Take a look at that. She's writing the measures. I'm going to make a handful of your checks. Plus measures is any triangle. Let's see, for example, sub. So sit on something or rest his weight on something or sub or sub on. All they was called plus measures to the item. So a shawl, the kerchief, to be macabre plus measures, because again, there's a head on it, and sit on it. So that, let's say you have to keep on your tongue edges, you're not doing the same. So that's the thing. So what happened? You took this shawl, this sit, and designated it as a safer Torah cover. Okay, as a safer Torah cover, obviously, no one's going to sit on it. Like, no one's going to sit on it. No one's going to rest their weight on it. What's that? So ultimately, again, it is now Tahar from Again, they're actually going to put it out to because it is designated for safe and total use. But if you flip the check from so what do you see there? Now, the way we're reading what does that show you? That has one on this, the designation is down to identity. The Gemara says, no, email the correct one. What it means is you actually give this in the door and use it to represent it. It's not designation. What is this? This is adjective. To which the Gemara says, do not kiss them. I'm sorry, that's not the correct though. Do not kiss them. I should drug that. I'm sure the nature of it is one of the differences. So the Gemara says, if you actually that's accurate. Tushar says no. There is another plot twist in this one. This is fascinating. We're going to come visit this later on again. I still think that I'm going to make once again a shawl. And we're using this as designated as in this shawl. This is stolen. I use it for stolen. Also, the mates have a sheet. We're not allowed to use it as a money bag. In other words, once I use it for drawing, I can't use it as a money bag. So the Gemara says, I was going to vote Saturday, no asking them, but if I let it have designated it, but didn't use it, or used it but didn't designate it, Shari the mates have a sheet. Use it as a money bag. So this is the fascinating position of the stuff. But this says, in order to validate its identity, you need two things. Number one, has one on. Right designation, and you have designation, and the item does not have its identity, which is actually quite fascinating. So it's going to turn out, that there's really three opinions in this whole thing. There's Abaye, Rabbi, and Rothschild. Abaye says has one of those designation has identity. Rabbi says has one of those designation. And Krista says you need Hasmona and Shima, designation and use in order to validate identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, Abaye, Great Abaye says that it has identity and it's not transiting. It's one of those stuff. So Abaye has one of those things. Asmone, Abaye. There is Abaye, said that designation is significant. Now, localized even if you denounce it, it still has its identity. Saturday, but why he eliminated go a body says in order to balance identity, you need designation. Designation without use is enough. And use without designation, the body does not endow with identity. So the verse looks like the Tesla. So sometimes you got to like so that's fucking nefesh shebelah. Put the band on focus on someone else. You know what is nefesh? And that's essentially like a grave.
I went out with the intention.
So interestingly enough, you build a nefesh to show you and for someone who's alive. I don't know what's going on. Whatever it is. So the nice some people just are not creative, right? So the nice is somebody was obviously going through the so and essentially you constructed while there's still Mutterbanah. This is Mutterbanah, right? Because it's built for a living person. So because it's built for a living person, it does not take on the identity as anything to be done. Rashi says, Nefesh, Binyan Sha'al HaKever, Shebeno, so again, this is an above ground stuff. So again, so shame days of interesting enough to for someone who's already dead, then it is Asrbana, right? Asrbana sounds like you're building it for a person who's already dead, but what they had not yet been buried there. It sounds like what's happening over here. There's designation, and yet it says Asrbana, which sounds like again Hasmana Nosi, which was one of the okay. Yeah, he might hear you. So I say, I didn't even have to mention anything about adding on any additional layers. Don't go ahead and add on these things. I know. So it's interesting.
Really? She hot? She must be buried somewhere else.
It was very disrespectful.
If you know the exact area that was added after the place died, to remove that structure means
I hit on an Asian laser recently. It was cast yeah, I get back home. He's like, she's taking it for the whole time. I don't even remember. Beautiful no, this was in Burbank somewhere. Yeah.
So I was going to say, what's the Shiva? What's the status of the first grade? Already established ultimately, again, this is moving the first grade forever. However, so again, why should I do something like
I'm just being a natural man, you know, like I can't help it. Like, what's this? And I wouldn't say anything like, you know, torture or anything like that. I was probably just saying, oh, you know, nice today. I can't help it if I get a little fervor. You know, that forgets to sit out here these days, you know. Or you want to bust a nut on a lady, you're a fucking, you know, you're a deviant, you know, you're Charles Manson, if you want to do that, you know. He's a little pussy,
and the answer apparently from somewhere else. How did you ever car lot? Forever was the character other chapters. This is a kid.
He made other people get hot and shit's gonna kill people. I mean, it's kind of romantic and shit, but at the same time, he's a pussy.
Many consider that's what's going to be when the shroud itself is completely so it's not this question of fucking fantasy world. What do you decide stones? What would you be doing to decide stones? How often am I saying there's not going to be any sense? Rather, what you have to say, what you have to say is that this case, it turns out with the majority of secondary in this case, Turns out that the person teaches their parents and ends up burying the parents in a different grave. That's possibly becomes also bound off for the child. No, anything has none. What is it? It's a thing in my family. A thing in honor of the parents. That a thing that's respect for a parent should not for anyone else. Camera comes with the ball, a brand new boy, with the ball, she wants to get camera comes. Camera comes just the big guy is dog. Right? Stam dog. So the boy says, Bano, they come on, they cross Bano, they keep very stillborn in their baby there, and it becomes after Bano, because the reason it's flush of the mayflower, because often a mayflower is a non-split chase. Like this guy is still going to servers, it's not going to be for the hips. So therefore, even if you go ahead, it's almost even if you just bury the mayflower in there, after Bano, it's also what it was. So it's only once you bury the mayflower in the grave that the grave becomes so right now. What is it there? Only once it's actually that's the issue. Also, reflecting that was up to the that's true. Because even if you didn't make it in the grave, it's also hooking with the chimney. This comes to the conclusion that the following is Camille says that in general, a stillborn or miscarriage does not show anything down the area with the status of the brain. So that position. How about Skiron? Touch on most time they see the mason, most time they touch it. So I said, remember, all of this is still not focused on buying rubber as one of those as one of those. Let's say Yaakov passed away, and we go ahead and collect money. The Yaakov's burial extent. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you do with surplus funds? So there's a most time they say, okay, whatever is surplus, these people will call the burial fund. Burial fund, so I don't need it for Yaakov.
So long, he just made him a chant one time in middle school.
Most amazing yourself.
This is true. In general,
there's a general collection, right? But collecting for the needs of the dead, right? Somebody passed a non-distinct collection, and there's surplus.
That school's still open. I'll be still there.
What happens if, let's say, we're collecting something specific? Collecting for Yaakov passed away, collecting for Yaakov divided, and it turns out again, we needed $5,000 to raise $7,000. Well, that's
a better way. Now everybody can push forward. You remember the first way went to our school? I told you guys that before. The first way to skip Brian St. Pierre went to our school. They'd never seen it before.
No,
they thought he was really handicapped. They put him in the right. But to myself, again, they knew that the family didn't have the money to cover these. They don't make them have a town.
All this like that. I wasn't exactly okay. But it's collecting money for better because somebody's still alive. Therefore, you're not money associated with it.
Everything, all the TS and everything. And you know, fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a shirt.
All of money off. That's what it says. It's not most of it. Most of it is the art set. Leftover money goes back to general.
They'd never seen
it.
Really handicapped.
Most of it is for anybody's leftover for the dead, in other words, collected for a specific person who died. Go to the kids. Tell me how that. What the person was saying. Kids are shuffling the study. Demos are so amazing. What is it? Case number one is general burial. That's someone specific general needs. That goes to the general burial fund. Said most of these surplus funds go to the kids. And it sounds like you're collecting the money once that goes over the head. Well, the time they famous they thought they may or when you go about it, show the else. Let's discuss it. It turns out that the saturation method is most of this in this case. Right? So Yaakov's died. So again, if we're raising funds for burial expenses, again, I know that I use these funds for Yaakov. Collection is, this is for the needs of the dead. So your general funds remain as a burial fund. And now let's say Yaakov died. Yaakov divided with plus 5,000. We need to go ahead and raise 5,000 here. Let's raise 7. So what do with the extra 2,000? So the Bible says it goes to Yaakov's Yarshim. So the mayor Omer, well, you go behind Hashem and there it says don't touch it. It's not clear. It's not clear what we do with that money. Therefore, we leave it into a Yarna. Because from the other lesson says, yeah, so do this out Kibra. You'll use the extra funds for remains, not savings. Use it, not save on or structure. Use it for something associated with it. So this is what I watched. Ella, I got it wrong. Both Abai and Rabbi interpret this place in accordance with positions. Here we go. Abai is not in fully Hamas, but we'll see. Abai is everywhere. It's a designation, reality, annual identity. The Tanakama suffered the fuzzy lady, toughest, a little fuzzy purple. So therefore, but Abai is like this. Tanakama is like this. Right, it's one of us. But that's one of only like this. Only the money that really necessary to further relate is endowed with burial money. The rest of the money is not. And therefore, the money goes to the ocean. That's the kind of power. But I remember soft, right? Soft is low top. So there is not sure. There is not sure. That's the husband involved on all the money collected. Therefore, you go behind therefore, again, Rabbi says, don't touch it. Rabbi Rothschild, like the Faraday office, got sent to the Rabbi Rothschild says, no, it's not like the slave ship. And therefore, again, all of the money, comes out of pajamas and then making money because they're busting everybody else. Now they got to charge everybody. It's embarrassing. What else are they going for? Nothing. Real serious, man. I just wanted to get out of it. I just had part of me was like, you got a fucking career. Macy's, for the ocean. That's what the ocean had to sound and everything. And therefore, it's no fun. And therefore, I love the nice. Damn, the sound they eat up to the or there is not sure what's not. Therefore, he'll look like sure. They look like the remainder of the money. We also sheet like the whole muscle, and then he says, "Oh, they're getting this is not." Therefore, again, yes, it goes out for ultimately again, they can use it for burial. So okay, so it's like, again, the point of here is, the point is a value and brother ultimately still remains in existence. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, sorry, the only point here is that whether or not the person ultimately again is both the fact that suffering after the over here, both of them are when he was alive, he was already both ultimately again on his battlefield. When Nechai she's Bazer the Achar Misaso, smoke out that he'll be embarrassed after his death. Ha'yas Yarshim, for the benefit of his children. Okay, so
yeah, that was the thing. I was just like, how does that take over? This is what I'm kind of ending up once in a while. Once in a while, I just want to get nothing after the cat right after that jerky went out. Oh, well, seeing Daryl Strawberry, because he was 13 years sober, he was like, I mean, this dude was like when he had his life put together, he's a multi-millionaire now, and then he was pushing the documentary during the new one, not good. The documentary wouldn't show up, couldn't show up because
Like, as almost like she points out that
And I know my life isn't their lives, but it made me think,
nothing in like is meaningful
okay, you
anymore.
just gotta monitor what's going on, because I just, I didn't like to monitor. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation, you know? That's what I was thinking about the whole person.
I don't
Mr. Drugs.
It's not about like
6 o'clock. Waking up and saying to drive home.
or what
the fuck
it's not
just
about like that's
happened?
like I'm going also about Data shop is I need to
Had
go
a big grumpy
How about
limousine in my
like
big
most
room.
other people swing as the parents
I'm
are
like,
going
let's
back,
say
pick it
I had
up.
a brother
Pick it
near
up.
my right with a Louis Vuitton
What
bag.
is it? The fact that the
Probably
others
about
go ahead
60%
and
homeless,
step
right?
in and pick up the
And they're like,
garbage.
that's your boy. I didn't even talk to the dude. Right? And I was like, yeah, that's my boy. Like, I can't even come. So I fucking walk over and look at my hands. And I was like, what's about the deal? It's like super sick.
for the base up.
And I was like, all right, dude, I told you you're my friend. You're my limousine. He's like, I was like, all right, come get in when it's just like, right?
Because
I call him. He's like, all right, man.
the parents
So we go in the limo, bro. We're in there, hot chick.
what's happening like
Cedric kept saying, we're
that they're
friends.
just
That's what he kept saying. I'm like,
there's a lot of dance. So this is not a lot of
until we get to
there's
the
no
top
dance
part.
there's
To
no
the
dance
next call, like, you're fucking
I was
I'm downstairs, I'm in the kitchen.
and it's
Ready to get us a drink. I'm talking to somebody.
so like when is that so
Somebody scream like you're a white
have not touched the meat yet.
Somebody comes running down and say, some dude just stole like 4 purses.
About regular meat
Out of the coat.
so the consequence was funeral beer. That's a funeral beer. That's what I know.
And they were fucking with Cedric.
Like for the dance beer.
And everybody there was like crying.
Yes. No.
And some girl was like infuriated all the tampons were in there. So she got pissed. She was a tough girl. So she was sliding down the ice. She's
And then there was another
she was a
girl,
good
which
But I was
so when
in my head, that's fucking night.
the fact that
Shit I just love to put life just in precarious situations. Oh, I walked out one time here in Hollywood and my own bed ended up wet the bed. I wet the bed. I was about 30 anyway. Did you too? Until I was like a teenager.
why not?
And that was a pretty crazy night.
I was concerned that people start to start that day and watch people think that very much
It might have been a little bit maybe not 13, but close, maybe 10.
Touchdown kiss, which I saw in your photo. It's a back. You have a pouch. It's made for turn back.
I had a huge issue with that. Dude, I used to have that buzz underwear, bro. But these underwear on with them. You're with him, buzz would go off. I'm like, let's just get, look, I'm on mine. This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had it. I'm like, oh, the real thing about what your parents I don't know. This doctor came to us. It was a bug. It was a bug from the doctor. So I got the electric pants on. And they didn't tell my grandfather, right? So he had a small house around the house. So when I fucking crotch is just bug, like he wakes up in the night. I'm fire, but I'm buzzing. And I'm pissed big on apple juice, dude. I'm fucking spray out on the edge. So I'm in there, just bug him in. He didn't know what was going on. He comes in, he's scared, bro. A little bitty house, you could hear it down the hallway. I would just do 2 drops of you, and it goes off. And so, my grandfather's in there, right? and he's all scared and shit. And he's pushing me with a broomstick. What does that sound like?
That sounds like rubber.
He's pushing me with a broomstick to wake me up, and he's worried because he had one of those hard makers. And he was worried he would get electrocuted. He thought something was happening. He thought the house was short circuited, and the phone company had fucked up.
This whole thing is
So he thinks I was going to fucking just lay there.
Here we go. If you decided to cope with sounds beautiful, right? But it's now that do it. Like, or for that matter, again, you use to hide on the ground before you ultimately, again, it was turn up also. So part of it, as you showed us, is the leather, right? Use leather from a bush.
I was sick the past 2 days. I had adult diarrhea, bro, to be honest. Yeah, bro, I was eating about a handful.
Once again, this is suggesting that this focus, whether or not carrying the smoke, ultimately against the process of buying and rubber, as one of those seal doctors.
I want some cookies, man. Dude, I ain't had a cookie one time. I never had one a couple years ago. I invited this casting girl. Right, not some comedy show. The comedy show was the next night. I had the night tomorrow. So I felt bad. I was like, well, at least I'll get her dinner. She came over this way. I didn't want to be like, shit like a mook, you know. So honestly, dinner was shit. Damn, she's impossible.
Now, after this whole movie becomes such a big deal, remember how this one focus on buying and
It was like a nice restaurant, and I started doing that because it was like my girl.
big baguette.
I was like, fuck, dude. And to make a move on about a cab saying, dude, and she's like, what the fuck?
What is that?
And she wasn't my girlfriend.
Is there such a thing ultimately again? Eating a baguette for makes
It was
sit there and
yeah,
lie
so
there
dangerous.
while you're eating a baguette. It's
Sort of
tempting
getting
for baguette. So what's the
I thought it
shot?
was a buzzer.
Eating a baguette for the
Vibrating.
to which
No, it's
Gemara says none of what happens.
Drinks and
So
all
we
that.
go to we had shot it's a very important. And they're going to get for tachlis and die. So I talked to myself.
Not for anyone.
I kind of scratch together, scraps. Okay, what's like, focus on Kabasi.
She goes to romantic It's just weird. It's just this person's apartment.
Second thing he said,
And I just remembered, like, we should bring jeans. And I was just feeling just not. She's like, no, this is what they do. They make my call. Yeah,
designation does not put down with identity.
I don't like hotels. So from now on,
General, that's how we
hotels.
do it.
Yeah, man.
That's how we
Smart,
do
man.
it. So let's give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a dragon tool bag. I'm going to buy a tool bag. It says it's filling on it. Right? It has my name on it. So it's pretty much, it looks like a tool bag, smells like a tool bag. It just
No, right? They know how to get a hold of it.
decide to purpose that. Right?
It's
So
cool.
that's
It's like you get to be
right?
part of the
Technically,
community.
you
It was
should
right on the
represent
beach.
you do that.
Oh, wow.
Just
I
as
didn't
one
know
of
that.
levels.
Oh,
Others
they-
do
like, it was cool.
now.
Yeah.
Once there's a tool in there, then it's used for
I don't know. Like, even though I
bag.
know more
But
people
technically
probably
speaking,
are on
that's
those
what it's rubber.
sheets.
That's why
To be honest.
and that's why the tool bag. Other
she's
cases in
making nervous.
halacha may not be as
Yeah,
clear,
I
like
don't
rubber,
know.
or rubber,
Ever since, no, I didn't come with the silverware.
does not been dealt with it.
Ever since I've been on the team, I just get on the skin. I never had skin issues. Now I get skies.
So what's that? What is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality.
That's why I my stomach. I was sleeping on your stomach.
What creates reality? Actions.
Mostly either my stomach or my stomach.
Reality, thoughts and intentions. I will say,
face down.
All fundamentally incredible.
Face to the side.
Meaningless.
Oh, face to the side. Just face up to the face down.
Designations do not use the other actions do. That is true.
Dolls, bro. Indestructible, dude. Oh yeah, it was not. It's a hotel. It was just. I get it in like places where I rent a cabin or something like that.
It was her personal.
Yes.
Okay, Jack discussed banging my bed. Come on, shit.
People spraying out. Oh yeah, we disrespected. We disrespected that.
I can tell you something. Just come on the headboard. It's like fucking. What's that, Joey? What's that shave polish one like that? They gotta sleep with that whole Diaz like, oh yeah, shit.
That's a whole. That's what we left there. I knew it was gonna rain. There was if there was gonna be fireworks, and it was raining. And it was just like this person's, like her college apartment. Kind of. It was like someone else went to IKEA, and they stayed at a dorm and pretty much outstayed long. It was not good for life. My girlfriend is but she was activities were very good. That isn't making a lot of money yet, so she was not. Oh, yeah, she had a good time.
Of Rabbi Rothschild,
That's what
your
counts. Yeah,
grandmother's sorrow class,
we have a great time together. It's just,
Only sponsors
that's
for
love.
today. Jake,
I'm the
weird one.
supposed to be in hotels, but yeah, you gotta act it out when you know that she's younger. That's one thing I've noticed. That was all my 2-year-old that's not weird. But people should go to the exam still more. It's fun. It's fun.
Of our first
That being the Queen Mary.
All of our husbands,
Yeah, they go home. What's the fun?
successful in the whole class. We have a lot to take off the show.
It's just not a vacation
And
resort.
today, maybe just stay ahead of us, but we're going to make it. So today's episode is like 40. Remember again, was talking about
It's great to fucking get so
all the people there at today.
Yeah, it's clear my head.
I was talking about
you
catch
catch
yourself
yourself.
that sometimes once
The
something
better off
is
he
set
is.
aside,
Yeah.
not to be
It might take you
performed. At the end of the day, it can't be performed any longer afterwards.
so
Process is coming. I feel the same time myself. When does I feel this?
Yeah, I mean, I feel
I at
like
one point in time was like,
no refund, no
so then I think we're technically things from the
maybe some of y'all end up with see, I was 5 milligram, you know, if I'm trying to party, little, you know,
even aside,
I'm trying to treat a lady to an evening or something, but once I'm mad, I gotta do that.
there are three elements of death.
What?
One is
That's 5
one is
milligram? Oh, I thought of that just because, like, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I could have Scotty Pippen next to me, you know, there's no point not having it under my kitchen, you know? You know, you know, you gotta bring a knife to a bun fight, you know what I'm saying?
Sometimes you find people on the street.
Oh, you gotta, I'll throw it, dude, I'll take off the one over my butt, dude, they could go for you,
What's this fun? You know, last week we've had somebody who once he put their elbow.
So again, what's
Yeah, both, and these kids are both hoarding blood cocaine and each of that, that's a Colorado thing. They put cocaine in the end of a straw, and then they put the other into somebody's
what does
blood.
that feel is to get kind of so
I know poop.
the problem is
The 25 fucking years ago, I invented that $1 bill. You poof on a dollar bill.
Shiva
You have the intestine of the dollar bill and shit.
therefore again never
If I don't have hepatitis C,
Man, bro.
all those fucking dollar bills and snort that shit.
see from here is I walk on the
It's
again
hysterical.
Once
fuck?
So yeah, I had a sabbatical, man, but I had a sabbatical, so that's where I'm at. You know? But it's chill. I just feel what I feel. Because I just got a lot on my plate right now. And each time I can show up, you know, like every day I know I can do what's required of me, you know. And I'm already trying to beat me up a lot. My mind, you know, first thing out of the gate, my mind is like, you fag, you know, you niggas. And I'm like, oh, you know, like, Jesus Christ, I guess I'm ready to use the N-word. You know, it's just like, that stuff's just tantalizing, you know, sometimes. So at least know each day when I'm sober, it's like I'm having a party, and then I'm able to get battle my demons and go at their day head on, you know. Stories now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better, because sometimes I was too busy making new stories to even think about the old ones. So now I'm able to look at the old ones and be like, oh, this could be a good story, and I can share those stories, so I feel like my stand-up has gotten better, you know. I put it together a new album. Okay,
so again, just another proof to the concept of all
this time I would do Chicago, or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand.
another interesting
You know, that might be doing show, otherwise I would do Dallas. Dallas, bro, I love that.
Apparently, I was saying
That fucking everything, dude. I worked
for treating
yeah, I worked the improv, but I worked the one out.
a first day
Yeah,
is Earth, is Earth.
yeah.
So
I worked at Addis House. It's a great club, isn't it?
treat a first day
My favorite, but the hotel used to be
it sounds like
50 yards away. Now they switched that.
The one I stayed at was really close.
So again, I don't know if
Literally
it's
not
that,
even
but like
joking.
grave dirt
2 minutes,
in general.
maybe less.
But apparently, again, dirt has a medicinal quality.
But it did take me for a little while. The first time I went, that we stayed at some other place down the street.
It says,
Right down there, some shit.
Yeah. I don't do that shit. But yeah, man, I had some other crazy on me. I remember one night, bodies of hookers dressed up like a fucking Genghis Khan, get the Korean hookers.
Seems like a misappropriation.
That's all you right.
So here's something why.
Oh yeah, some lady had a
Earth.
what's it?
Earth is never.
Some lady with a big mole. And I said, "Oh, my buddy's a dermatologist." Yeah, hookers and stuff were never really my deal. I would just want to party and create stories. Like I never got into really that. I mean, that guy brought the hooker into the taxi. You know, that's not me. It's his life. It was nice of him because I think he was trying to be a friend to me, but you know, I didn't need that. You know, just like
something that is a shared conversion of some SLA
yeah.
environment was like so we have to invest right now some SLAM alcoholic position on the
I always wanted to my business. So now the girl's name was Lane. I think about it, my fucking skin like just wants to shake like a spirit touch me. It's the weirdest thing. Like I remember being on the bar
let's say somebody decides to say, you know what? I hereby declare 7 miles
just like close to 3. I made it over to 3 in the morning.
This mountain
When
is
we get to
another
that place, the place is closed.
I've always thought
So now I gotta get to the Bronx. Are you fucking kidding me? I gotta cross a bridge. I gotta go to the bridge. I go get fuck off. I'm getting the confiscate that car. You never know how he is someone. They're still doing it.
Yeah.
He's still going to that bad neighborhood. That's all
Zara to a cabin
is
to a grave.
for a cop, a
Same
hooker,
way
walk
that
toward
both
your car
of
and her talking to you, you get
can't
pulled over.
devolve
Yeah.
on the operations of a grave.
18 inches from your car, you get fucking pulled over.
Unless you're Miss Victoria, you just drive past into your passenger seat. You took it out of your car. I mean, that's basically the, what's that place where you go when they run out to your car and set the thing on the trailer? Sonic. It's like Sonic.
Let's see, we did us dug a grave for his father, ended up using a different grave for his father. So he dug a grave A for his father, but Ari said, "Well, you can hold on." So again, Reuben should not bury. So in other words, that grave that Reuben originally put his father can't be used at all. So we'll say that sounds like that's again. We're going to further qualify this later on, but that sounds like halacha l'maisa. Sounds like halacha l'maisa. That earth does become prohibited. There's a message, no, I'm asking if it's ever been built the structure on top of the ground for his father. That real might have been in the ground, but he built the structure on top. It's that structure that becomes prohibited for non-use. So we'll say now, why exactly it becomes prohibited for non-use? We'll have to see. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, well, you bar haben Obama when the Fusman remains, that's how the Chol Hadah. It's not like the Hua Dinami in Chotz will absorb Ishaka of the Moshe. The Gemara is assuming over here that this case is not specific. Imagine that Reuben dug it for his father. It wouldn't be that left with anyone. Once you dig a grave for someone, so there's a lot of things happening in this case, which we'll unravel just a little bit. But the idea for us in this moment is that the left with the ground does become which one says, we're not talking about ground, we're talking about an above ground structure. That becomes good. Okay, Kashma, so let's say brand new carry now. What's a brand new cover? The Dutch was a carry that wasn't designated for anyone. Actually says over here, the old one makes the stump. Well, the Kashma was one basic. So we'll say stump, a grave was dug, not for any one in particular. So it's Mutter Ba'anda. Mutter Ba'anda.
I mean, no
Interesting that, right? But it's Mutter Ba'anda.
chocolate doesn't really ever sit
So the
well
Gemara
with
says, it'll be Neifel.
wow, chubby dude, chocolate is
Neifel, we'll say it's usually miscarriage, or a stillborn. So you go ahead and bury that baby in that. Ultimately, so it's what is he from here?
20 weeks on the road, and tell my family took 3 weeks at home.
Because it's really benefit. First one is and I mean, the carry
I'm doing it
an above ground structure. Above ground structure. Okay. So touch versus in reality, grades, different types of grades.
You know, 60
Cover
honestly.
hanging, so cover hanging is a stuffer, a cover in your body.
I'm doing when I
Right?
get to the
Stuffer somebody buried out somebody
get 6
buried
cents.
dead in your body. So that's called cover hanging. That's category one.
3 nights.
Category two, cover hanging.
you middle of the road.
Good. Cover your property.
Twice a month.
Yeah, twice a month. That's what I like to do.
Twice a month is the most I can
Cover
do.
which poses
6 nights. Let's do this shit. Do this shit. Do this shit. Oh shit, Lisa, I had to go look at you. I'm sure not what you do with the old shit.
how does a cover damage your public? So Rashi says out here, for example, cover is situated in a public thoroughfare, and halacha l'maisa people the truma with their nicer with other items and
Which is the
rituals
worst.
of the location of the
There's
cover.
no fucking
So
state
what's
of
that
mind.
whole
Look at mine, but these things are taste.
never so let's say if you find a grave, money can
I was
be
thinking about it the other day.
on my property.
Mushrooms have shit on them.
Let's go. So
It's
that's
just all in, not all of them. Oh, yeah, they do.
once you someone's hard, so ultimately again, the area in which that is buried is hard, and what's about that? And that's because that was where you came back.
I was telling Lee that, you know what, man, I really like the house.
Use it, I will have to use it, and the area is
Those 5 days,
never
I
higher.
really rough on me, man. I just want to use the FaceTime days of having tried the
You're not
old
allowed to
phone.
do this. You know,
God, the whole
hopefully,
thing,
you go ahead and use
nice
it.
fucking people.
That's about it. That's the kind of focus we're here is you see that the left of the right side, the hard ball does remain coming. All right, you say, I'll start that out. However, I'm not saying I think some kind of goes down to the damage to the middle. And I'm also looking at no, so you're not to move it. No, but no, this area is hard, but so once again, you see it, it's sort of repeat. So I saw, I don't know, I said the area itself of the grave is a sort of once again, up and out, the camera talking about over here about a structure built on top of the grave. didn't say it was you find the green on your property,
I saw him at a diner in New York not long ago. Dude, I swear to God, Joey, I'm walking with Sarah T on it, you know her.
right? Maybe again,
And there's a guy sitting in the diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning.
And once that was where do you bury a basic stuff? Right,
And I've never met him in my life. I've only heard stories about him. I've seen a couple pictures.
So that the movement,
And I was like, I think that's Angel Salazar. He's drinking some wine and shit. We go in, dude, and it was him. We sat there and talked to him for a while, trying to fuck Sarah a little bit, which I respected. Saying, man, because I only heard stories.
And that's why, again, that's why she won't
He's an interesting
that
fucking
halach
fellow. You
l'maisa,
know what, man?
that halach l'maisa,
He gave me a
they
lot
could
of
take the
encouragement
dirt
early on.
from
You know,
the
I get
header
why
of
he is
that.
in it that way.
It sounds like that's the first thing that the only time it becomes absurd is when you have something. Now, why should the dirt of the header be also by law? Because it's comparison between a grave and a
He's a party hard.
and it's carpet was over the carpet. Also by law. So to buy grave, the carpet itself is also by law. First thing that's being structured both on top of the grave, that will be also by law. Okay, so it's now very interesting. So it's only that was a discussion, and it is actually has a lot of different ramifications. So already definitely, so what happens? Somebody brings a garment for the deceased. And so again, it's Yaakov died, and goes ahead and leaves a beged for just
That's Scarface. But he's 80 in a funeral. An old man told me every day something new to take out.
So you says so if not, already beged was supposed to watch and they
People fell in love with that character.
interesting
He
enough,
still
what
sells
was happening here.
tickets. He's not
So
selling
so Shaila,
now,
so I think
but he
it's
still owns tickets.
so she says over here.
Fucking Michael Jackson.
Right.
But he still sells.
So now
People
Yaakov
go
died.
it's 30
Ruvain
years
they
later.
have reason
It was 30
for
goddamn
Yaakov
years
being
ago.
shroud.
That's amazing.
Joseph Sarai Shaila is what is the status of the shroud?
That's
So
amazing.
Abaye Amar Asr.
94.
Abaye says it's Asr. Now what does that mean, Asr?
Who gives a Frenchman?
You know, Rabbi Abaye says
I was happy to see you
cannot
alive
be
every time I come back in here, man. And I was
Rabbi
my
says
spirits
yes,
are here still going.
so Abaye Amar Asr. Abaye says it's Asr. That's one of those.
Indestructible.
Abaye says designates something for a particular use in down
Kick him out the car, make him walk home and stuff.
and therefore once you go ahead and move it to shroud to burial, that becomes a burial shroud. Even if it has not
Families never really had fun.
One of the neighborhoods, I was like, dude, get you a little
just like
clan
any
outfit.
okay, Rabbi says designation does not endow right? So again, Rabbi says when does the shroud become Shabbat? When does it become Shabbat?
Yeah, you can claim, you can draw something up.
That's what he goes on Shabbat. First thing he says
It's like, you just can't
one of
You're like, hey, what are you doing? Yeah, man, I want to get it. This, I
so
want
like
to
Sabai
new album's
says
gonna come out soon.
Hasmana
We
goes
just,
to the designation
just
endows
locked
with
it
identity.
actually about 3 days.
Right time is
Called
happening.
Daddy Come Back and have some, and so I'm excited about that.
Of Sham from Eglah.
And so I'm excited
It talks about
about meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, you know?
Miriam.
Or at least,
But
you know,
Eglah Rufa is
licking pussy out there in the streets. You know, tasting the flavors of the universe, you know?
Says Rama, I go for that one of this meeting.
Oh, I think it ought to be, yeah.
So what you do bringing
you
it to
do it,
try to
like, oh,
that. That's
because I'm clear.
destination.
If I was somewhere, it's like, you want to know, you know, it's like you're there.
That moment target is so I now need that moment. Okay, so just like Egla Rufa,
You
the
know,
moment you designated,
I've never thought it was
so
very
clear
handsomely. That makes you feel like you're stunning, sir.
that accessories are automatically.
Some of our dreams, you know, so that I want to be a better brother.
So I think Zero
I want to be a,
of
have
Sham
a little bit more relationship with a God, you know, a higher level. Yeah, those are things that I want to do, man. And I want to help other people somehow. I just want to do something, even if it's little, you know, answer the phone when somebody calls if I know they need help.
Let's say I
You know,
say
even if it's something that, you know, that I normally wouldn't fucking answer. You know?
right? So it doesn't mean tables and all this are
What's that? Next time that this and this and this and this. But this is not quite on the Beatles.
Yeah.
This
This is I'm
and
over here.
it's just like Marvel, as one of this, right?
It was wrong.
Around me, so to by definitely
I
sense
don't know if I fail at this.
really
I
little
don't
bit
know.
zero shop is fascinating.
I get so I get so caught.
Why don't you learn
I
those
don't
things?
make it
So
so
why
bad. So the phone for 20 fucking years. So I gotta make this
I'm gonna
accommodating.
call
Work one way or another. Like that's how I had it.
Shamshin can be
This was it.
Wow. That's pretty, bro. That's pretty good.
Accessories from that.
Not every
It was
opportunity in the
again,
world
both of
for
the
it
accessories.
makes
Both of them are accessories. As opposed to Egla
Oh yeah, I
which
could
is
have been down
quicker
for
and bolder. Second, like my kind of why the user is
irritation.
never the thought me
Irrigation
to
pipes.
arcade
Some guy fucking when I was 19
so the
said
guy says
work the
it's
summer if you like
learn
it.
common things
Best
after
of
common things. In
If
other
you
words, learn
like it,
common
fucking
things.
stay around. We
That
raise yourself. If you like it, you buy it. There's a part of the piece to cut up every month.
Fuke a bodos sorry. Buy my comic book over there. Why does that buy learn it out from all this? I never thought we do the arcade
Stick around. You're a sharp
they're
guy.
not some common things.
Stick around. I want to this place tomorrow.
And
Be like that.
la Fuke a bodos go to love.
Shit, I lost a great job. You know, happy as that.
Boldazara, which is not
Because I wouldn't be where I am. I really wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of awkward why you're going through it. I don't a lot of people right now that listen to this are going through it. They're going through some transition through one situation to another. It seems like you just have to keep fucking pushing.
Yeah, because your life or your firepower has a plan for you, bro. Even if you or anything like that. I'm just saying that life has a plan for you. You just gotta fucking, you know, you out there get your ass,
Why bring that
or whatever you're doing. Just know that that doesn't define you. And that's just a little speed bump, you know, that's just a little salary in your resume, man. Because I used to bury out shit in my neighborhood when I was growing up.
Yes, as one of those songs.
You know, I lived such a fucking.
Never dig into this. So here we
You
go.
know, this
Where is the cash shop?
I had a great Christmas Eve.
I mean, address.
Christmas Eve was fucking phenomenal. We had a great Christmas too.
Scarf.
That was all cool.
She put an address.
It was
There was
like
only thing again. Come in. Come on, Smith.
Tuesday
Take a
and
look at that.
Wednesday got real. Like, what the fuck do you know all day?
How long she has a lot.
My back was hurt.
And
I was the part of the baby, to be honest. You
sit
know,
on
stuff
something
like
or
that.
rest.
You know,
Wait on something.
she got a bite Christmas out my ass.
Ultimately, again, today was called too much
You don't
measures.
have to. I was like, what do you do?
So
You wait till 10 o'clock to go to the store. You're like, fucking dying. I want shit to happen. Mom, man, that shit sucks.
Sit on
Yeah,
it.
life
So
slows
like, let's say
down.
you have to keep up your measures. They're not still the same. There wasn't very what happened. You took this shawl, this tip,
You know, and then, like, you don't
designated
feel like you
as
need
a
like a
safer Torah cover.
3-4 days to do nothing.
As a safer Torah cover, obviously,
See, that's what I'm
no one's
wondering
going
too. How
to
do you
sit.
not feel like that?
Like,
Like,
no one's going to sit on it.
that's
no
how
one's
I
going to rest
feel
their
a
weight on it.
lot.
What's
That's
not
how
about?
I feel
Sorry,
sometimes I'm happy in the downtime.
How about 20 miles? So ultimately, again, it is now far from too much measures, right? Because
Christmas, that's downtime. You're recharging, blah, 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 blah. In the back of my mind, I want to be right. Everybody was arrested.
Safe and totally
It's kind of distracting over the holiday. It was just,
so what do you see from here?
It's a bit much
Yeah,
sometimes.
the way we're reading the story is designated for
I
use
did
as
write the
a
book
as a cover
every
thing.
day
I
with
haven't
a
actually used
sentence,
this
a
as designated.
paragraph.
Like, yeah, it says it's
A
tar,
chapter
but what does that show you? What does that show you? That's one of those things
which was
that
interesting.
designation endows the
The problem is when you go on the road, I
which because
always
it's no, email,
because the
that's not
computer
so
I have on the road just sucks fucking dick.
actually gives us a door and
It's a
uses
service.
this to wrap us in.
And my wife
It's
was
not
like,
just
you know,
it's not
what the fuck
designation.
happened? I
What
gotta
is
ask what the fuck
this?
happened.
This is
But I really,
already.
but I
So
only
which Gemara
focus on that
says,
stuff
you
when
know,
I'm
this
home.
stuff. I'm sorry.
And I
That's
only
not for the
focus on
drafto.
when it's early in the morning.
You know, this stuff. This
And I
stuff.
like to
I
lock myself
swear
in
that
and
has
think
made the
till
release of
it's
it.
a
So
bite.
you know, say this to this.
And I
So the Gemara
watch
says,
that shit, you know.
if you actually
Yeah, it's good.
control
It's
the
watch some of the Rousey fight.
that's actually
No, honestly, I don't like watching women fight, bro. I watch a lot of women street fight when I was growing up.
This is fascinating. We're going to come visit this later on again. I still do that.
So some of them I do respect it. I think women are tough and
and
talented,
you're using this as
you know, believable.
as filling. You're wrapped by filling in this show. It's sorry for filling.
I thought, well, personally,
Also, the main
I've said
side
this before, that I
you're not
thought
allowed to use it as a money
just
bag. When I used it for filling,
like the
I
ones
can't
I
use it
was
as a
like,
money
why
bag.
they make
So
you
the
want
Gemara says,
to?
I was going to make on Saturday. Saturday below Asmani. But I went ahead and designated it, but didn't use it. Or
And
used it, but didn't designate it.
my dad was saying
Sharia
today that
believes
she usually
use
attacks
it as a money bag.
gets
So we'll say,
people down
this is the fascinating position of those stuff.
and she
The
didn't seem
Pista
like she didn't
says,
seem
in order
urgency
to
this
endow
time.
an item of
That's what he said. He's a very
number one,
amateur fan.
Hasmana, right?
And to
Right,
me,
designation.
I don't even know about that. It just seemed like,
And use. If you don't have designation
I don't know if
and
she has to be there for a
the item does not
contract.
have its identity,
It
which is actually quite
didn't
fascinating.
even
Don't
look
turn out, by the way,
like
that there's really three opinions in this
a
whole thing.
fight put up.
There's Abaye, Rava, and Rav Chisda. Abaye says Hasmana and also
Yeah,
designation
I
has
watched
identity.
the replay.
Rava says,
Right before it
Hasmana
started, I
Lav,
went
so
to the
designation
bathroom.
is not the identity. And Rav Chisda says you need Hasmana and Shimush. You need designation and use in order to endow an item of identity. Pretty incredible. Okay, Abaye. According to Abaye, says yes, that designation has identity. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm saying Hasmana knows that's what. Abaye has
Yeah.
according to Abaye, who says that designation is significant. Well, that's short for even if you did not use it, you still have its identity. Saturday, but what happens if you use it? He has been in no role. Abaye says, in order to endow with identity, you need designation. That designation without use is enough. But use with designation, according to Abaye, does not endow with identity.
A part of me thought
So
that
he
she
goes,
had
Tashma. So still trying to figure out what's correct in this stuff like this. So Tashma. Nefesh, Shebanah, Shemkai, Mutabana. Okay, so what's like a Nefesh? What is a Nefesh? A Nefesh essentially is like a memorial, a grave. So interestingly enough, he built a Nefesh for Shemkai. Like, built for someone who's alive. I don't know whatever it is, right? So some people just are not creative, right? So you built for somebody who's obviously go ahead and essentially you construct it while they're still alive. So what's called Mutabana. This is Mutabana, right? Because again, it's built for a living person. It's built for a living person. Therefore, it does not take on the identity as anything, as anything. Rashi says, Nefesh, Binyan Sha'al HaKever, Shebedo, L'Shimkai, L'Shiyam, L'Shikaredo. So again, this is in a block that when somebody dies, they can be buried there. So again, now, so the shame means usher. But if you're not already dead, then it is usher by now. Right? Usher by now. So say, what does that sound like? Yeah, it sounds like you're building it for a person who's already dead. So they have not yet been buried there. Which sounds like what's happening over there is Hasmana. There's designation, but it says Hasmana, which sounds like again Hasmana. You'll see like Abaye, which was somebody who's buried there. Versus okay. My area. Yeah, like your Yosef. So say that's the case. So why do we not mention anything about adding on any additional layers? The whole different. None of those things even if you don't go ahead and add on anything, sorry, the host of man, I got up to Kanye. So it's structure means usher. If you want the court somewhere else. So it was other from Makiro. She was the exact area that was added on after the person died. You could remove that and structure means okay, so was that Hotzin Kevin Lobby? So listen to this case. Yaakov died. His son, Ruvain, goes ahead and Hotzin Kevin Lobby makes it great for his father.
Yeah, maybe you could be right. It's just contractual.
Besides stones,
I have no idea.
For his father.
I have no interaction with this guy.
And then Ruvain ends up finding his father in a different place. So I was going to say, what's the status of the first grade? Exactly covered for
someone else.
Again, you can't use the grave forever. Forever. See what I was supposed to say. So again, why is he not bringing this up? What does it sound like? It sounds like this is a thing of Hassan of Milsa. Hassan of Milsa brings definitely a different thing. No. How should you call it up? No, it's actually nothing to do with Hassan. He didn't keep it up. He didn't keep it up. I'm no father. So that's not being for his father. If I was to make it forever, that's covered for the father. And I started when he saved up, I'm sure they'll over. I thought, somebody decides to get it for his father, and he ended up burying his father somewhere else. I resembled the power of the hell that she never used the cave alive. Forever, was the giant persuasion called Abu Shakir. If you see that this is a thing, then fine. Now that he shouldn't have his mother. I was saying, but ultimately, I get it, because he didn't have his mother. Probably the Abiga meet to the March, this is the change again. Just that people shrouds themselves. When you're beginning to leave the shrouds together, does anyone say that that's what it goes at? That's what it goes at most of the spots, when the shroud itself is completed. So someone gets this lush Kevin, which means that you believe beside stones.
I mean, she's been busy. She's done a bunch of advertising. I mean, who knows? To your question, I don't know enough about it.
What you have to say is that this case is a separate thing that you put out. So it turns out we don't exactly what this case is. It turns out that the person who's played for their parent and ends up carrying the parent in different grade, that first week becomes a for the digger, for the child. Why? It's not a dinner that has mother. What is it? It's a dinner to keep it out there. A dinner honoring your parents. The grade that's done for a parent should not be used for anything else. To touch on, Kevin College was about no, a grandmother was about no, was it again, Kevin College that was done. Right? Stamp dog, which Kevin says, was about no, it was all days, what's about no, if you carry a stillborn, you know, baby in the breast, then it's about no, you shouldn't be flushing it.
10% off your first order.
Is it not this?
Again, the code is CHURCH. I want to thank my main man, Rabbi Oliva.
So therefore, again, even if you go ahead, it's almost as if even if you just bury the nation over there, ultimately it's also about little individual. So what is even here? It's only once you bury the nation over the grave,
Ray, Majid, Darren Carter with his fucking push-ups. He spoke you to how they fucking do it. CJ Blake and Rachel Lane, little over there.
This comes to the question of Julian says that in general, a stillborn or miscarriage does not go ahead and endow the area with the status of a grave. So it's going to exclude that position. What's the case over here? I'm sorry, touch on. Both have a similar both have a similar. All of this is not focused on buying up as well as this as well as interesting case over here. Let's say Jacob passed away and go ahead and collect money for Jacob's burial expenses. And it turns out that there's surplus funds. What do you do with surplus funds? So you go to Moser and Mason, okay, whatever surplus stays in what we'll call the burial fund. Burial funds, you don't use Jacob, you'll use it for future lives.
I just love watching you work, man.
Moser and Mason, your show. Actually, let me rephrase this. if in general there's a general collection, right? But collection for the needs of the dead. Like somebody passed away, nondescript collection, and there's surplus, so that would mean the burial fund. What happens is, let's say we're collecting for something specific. We're collecting for Yaakov. Yaakov passed, Yaakov died now. It turns out to get $5,000, we raised $7,000. Where it says it goes to the Arshim, goes to the children. So they said, interesting, how come I ask you, what's the question here? Interesting about this is as follows. Rashi is this is in the wide line of Rashi, you guys on the Arshim. The Hanos man, the Arshim get the surplus money to benefit from it. How about Hasmana? No see. What do you see from here? Designated. That money was designated for Yaakov's burial expenses. The man that gets surplus, what do you do with the surplus money? Goes to the kids. What do you see there? Designation does not endow something with identity. Mishmar says, no, we collected this while Reuben is alive. It's a little awkward, right? But Reuben was in the They knew that the family was like the money. They wanted to be collected. So they collected it while he was alive. I'm not saying that the difference between that is, okay, now you're collecting money for burial expenses of someone who's still alive, so therefore you're going to not fund money associated with the dead, and therefore not says, Mother Tanya, now it says, it's not most of Mason, the Mason, most of Mason, the Arsham, leftover money that was collected remains in the burial fund. Most of is for any money is left over for the dead, in other words, left over for a specific person who died, go to the kids. Tanya Allah, one of the questions, what's the example? First one, I will say, case number 69, several Mason. What was the case? Case number 1 is general, we're collecting for general burial, not someone specific. General needs, that goes into the general burial fund. So the base set both sides makes the earth. Collecting for Reuben or for Yaakov, right? That fund for surplus funds go to kids. So let's say that sounds like collecting the money once Yaakov's already dead. So the time they when you go by and actually else, it turns out that this actually raising my point. So let's listen to this case. Right? So Yaakov dies. So again, if we're raising general funds for burial expenses, again, I know that I need these funds for Yaakov to die. This is for the dead. So it's a general collection. That's any surplus funds remain in the fund. And now let's look at Yaakov dies. Yaakov's device is going to cost $5,000. We need to go ahead and raise $5,000. So what do you do with the extra $2,000? So Tanakama says it goes to Yaakov's Yarshim. So the mayor Omer, you go behind Hachiyah and there says don't touch it. It's not clear. Essentially, it's not money. So therefore, Allah even the are not accounts. Because Rabbi Rothschild says, Ya'asenu dimos al kivro. They'll use the extra funds for things, use it, save or structure, use it for something associated with this burial. Or sprinkle wine or something aromatic. Honestly, says the money has to be used for exactly something. This was so awesome. So this is what Gemara says. Ella, by the guys today, Rabbi and Rabbi interpret this place in accordance with their respective positions. Here we go. Abai compiles the foundation fully on Abai says anyone who uses a designation down to any identity. Just like how much of the cousin lay office, they play both office. So therefore, the advice like this, only the money that's with burial today is endowed with burial money identity. The rest of the money is rent. And therefore, Allah commands it goes to the earth. That's kind of common. Right there, Messiah, he talks to the God. And there's not sure. Does the husband involve all the money collected or only the money that's for burial? Therefore, they'll go behind the Therefore, again, Ravier says, don't touch the remainder. So you know that. But also, like the right now, just build up gas and therefore, burial identity divides upon all of the money. Therefore, Allah permits all of this.
No, right now, Morgan, man, I had I didn't have a dad growing up, so I still have like a lot of like emotional issues. Throwing up just some of that stuff I gotta deal with. So my comedies. I love my comedy. I'm happy to have it. I feel blessed to have this skill and ability, but at the same time, like I'm dealing with other personal stuff first, you know, because that's what I gotta get right. But at the same time, my comedies is I feel like better than ever. So you know, it's all simultaneous. I care about myself, keep working and stuff. Everything else will work itself out.
But nevertheless, so there was a holding buckle, Lucy got the ocean. But nevertheless, again, these both for the ocean. That's what the ocean had. If I went to my sister, maybe it was the ocean. For a man, something like you love to do a buckle, and there is that show, and that makes stuff like that. Therefore, therefore, don't touch the ring. Also, you should take the whole buckle, and then it says ultimately, and this is not. Therefore, again, Yas said he was ultimately, again, maybe he was used for period, or let's say, okay, fine. So, again, the point over here is the focus of Abaye and Rava ultimately still remains good. So the Gemara says, fine. So I thought over here is that person ultimately again both know the fact that is suffering after his death. The idea over here is both on that again. So actually says over here, kind of come from the bottom. And his wife is already ultimately again on his embarrassment. And therefore she's Mazer the Acher so he'll be embarrassed after his death. The Hanas Yash for the benefit of his children. Okay, so the bottom line is both the buying order both the big and focus for all the positions. First of all, how you are the people exactly what he is in because Ruben and Russell was that they're taking all of the items, literally again their garments, and throwing it
all my dreams I feel like I've already had almost in a lot of ways. So I feel like I should know, you know, like I've already seen my expectations.
Nothing is like peaceful anymore.
I've been doing comedy 13 years.
Over here is
13,
when they throw
12.
Heber, does that become Asr? No. Tell other people to
face down on what at least I am.
Rashi, the Saga, Allah, Eda, Shasha,
Yeah, they got a brother that cuts the grass. He wears a full suit. He cuts it every Sunday. I feel like you probably will be there when you're cutting grass forever, bro.
the fact that the others can go ahead and step in and cuts to us,
And then you got
they all
out there and they cut it in a suit.
the destination. And then a lot for the
So
myself.
I'll take two in the bedroom.
Yeah, a lot for the myself. You'll see how many days.
Yeah, man, I had a great holiday.
That case is different.
And
Why
I
is that
started
case
off
different?
with the show
What I
on
said
New
is
Year's
here,
Eve.
the parents aren't making an informed decision.
Now I'm here
What's
with
happening
Joe
over
Diaz.
here?
Who's tomorrow? Fucking Johnny Depp,
That
son?
they just throw away all of this. There's no lack of
Vandross,
downs.
who's
So
next?
this is not something that's what I like this. So there's no downside.
I think 2100 is at 2100. Downtown's to another place because, just because New Orleans, you're not going to sell a lot of tickets on New Year's Eve. It's a party city. You can wear that, you know?
When the islands being thrown have
I don't have
not
television sets, right? They're chilling.
they were assuming,
Miami.
which literally means the burial of them.
There's a couple
About
of things
who
that
would
county has always been
But
hard.
again, that wasn't so controversial. It
Yeah.
sounds like
That's
it's
why
as
it
long
was
as you
really
get it as a
interesting.
funeral beer. But if it's a funeral beer, it's also by now. But I understand. It's not like that's
She does it because she loves it. She all of her friends Teddy. So she goes there every New Year's Eve anyway.
touches the
So
bed.
all of her
It's not
friends
talking
go
about
down
the
there.
funeral
It's always a
beer.
big party.
Essentially, they're like different
It's an 8
things.
o'clock show.
One in the
It's 8 o'clock show.
Right? But then there was another dog buried. So when the parents are throwing gardens, the throwing it on the youth on the year, which the
Yeah, it was perfect, man. She cried.
that again, other people become
It's fun, man. She's funny to be around.
Because again, no one's going to be
That's good to work. Oh, I feel great. I feel absolutely great. I got a subject.
I think
I'm going to be over at the Calusa Casino Friday, January 6th, and next weekend, Hilarities in Cleveland.
one
But
stuff
let me
is
talk to you
going on,
about
they can't
something.
take it off. Why not? Because
You may,
go on the fear,
I want to talk to you about a smart way. Turn in extra money and get an extra $5
and we're
bonus
concerned
driving
that
with.
people start taking stuff off
You know,
that
in
bag
between jobs,
and what
are
people
you looking to earn extra money for your kids' college fund? Are
Okay.
you going back to school yourself? Are you taking a right next American? I mean, there's got to be something. It's like a startup. There's other ride-sharing apps out there. People have streets that drive. It's a flexible way to make your money anytime, from anywhere. All you need is to make up to $35 an hour and get the tap away. You can drive 20, just flip the driver mode and start making money. Let's drive it. Tips right from the app. Those apps. And you don't have to wait days or weeks to get paid. You can cash out instantly once you pay $50. Thanks to Express Pay. It all adds up. Driving is super flexible. It allows you to keep 100% of your tips. And it's always there when you need extra cash. Sign up today at live.com/Joey.
Then you can't
Right now, Live has special offer for our listeners. $500 for new driver after you complete 100 rides within 30 days. Go to live.com/Joey today and start making extra money and get your $500 new driver bonus. Who's better than with Joey? I got your ass out there. Pimping, driving, cut motherfuckers off my lip. Again, go to live.com. Stop sitting there, you fucking poop. Your grandmother died, left you a nice car, and you're sitting there eating pizza, and you're giving a fuck about who's the fucking kid's father. Go to live.com right now. Is that what it is, Lee? Yes, sir. Go to live.com right now.
I can no longer
And
use it
start
for
making
something
money
I like.
on
That
this
sounds like
right
rubber.
now.
That has not
Joey's getting your fucking job back.
designation. Is
How
not
bad is your life? Look what Joey's getting your job. Here's another thing, guys. You own a business, you're looking for the right people.
In
It's tough to
reality,
get right people.
tonight, this
If I didn't
whole
like
thing
Lee,
is
I'd
in my
be looking
focus.
for the right people.
One of those
But I love Lee, you know what I'm saying?
it's my focus.
He doesn't train.
Second, here we go. See, my
He's
stuff.
saying he's broke. Check out Hollywood. Yes, my bad.
So, if you decided to go for it,
Hollywood knows all.
right? Or for that matter, again, you use the high
So, you got a business, you want to get some good people.
ultimately, again, it's one of us. Or maybe the whole road goes, but if you use the weather, right? The weather for the whole show, obviously, it's all our culture. I'm not sure if it's the because
To find
even though
quality
the high is
if you want to find the perfect
not
guy, you
10,
need to post your job on all the top job sites, and now you can. With ZipRecruiter, you jumpstart your hiring in 2000.
So Julio says, no,
Post your
send
job
us
to
a culture high.
200 plus
The
job
rest
sites,
also have to have a
including
high
social
that
media
was
networks
10.
like
The purpose is
Facebook and
also.
Twitter,
I wonder if you know the
and
level.
all with a single click.
They
Find candidates in any city or industry
once again,
nationwide.
this is still my
Just
focus.
post
The
once
words
and watch your
suggesting
qualified
that this is my
candidates.
focus.
Roll
Whether or
it,
not
the ZipRecruiter is easy to use.
ultimately my focus, I'm
No
buying
juggling
it.
emails,
As
but
easy
going
as
to your
one of those
office.
see a lot.
Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person.
Rashi says over here, I forgot to show up to the arts of the
Find
show.
out today
That's
why
not a lot of
ZipRecruiter
it's
has been used over a million
see my
businesses.
focus. See my
And
focus.
right
What's
now,
the
my
first
listeners
to
can
the
post jobs
I get one of the books and make
for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com
Okay, I'm
/church.
going to
That's
so this is
ZipRecruiter.com
following.
/church. One more time, go post your job for free.
After this whole thing, just brings up such an interesting guys. Remember how this home focus Italian rubber got
Once
started?
again, one more time,
Watch the
try
camera.
for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com
If
/church.
one reads
That's
that get for a base. That's how this whole thing got started. So now,
outside. Yeah, it's spraying out his face, dude.
Such a
You
thing.
fucking monster.
Ultimately,
I dropped my date, my
What
date,
is
send you.
eating the negative makes what? You're basically gonna sit there and just
Drop this
lie
hot.
there while you're
We drop
eating the
this hot.
negative.
You know, you guys, I'm gonna be in. But all these are American, all American dates, bro. Trump won't let me out the country, son. You know we're doing it. February. January 26th or 29th, I'll be at the Funny Bone, moved to the beach in the winter, this MF. February 2nd or 4th, I'll be in Chicago, out in Schaumburg, Illinois, the Emperor. February 22nd through 25th, I'll be at Comedy Works South. So get in there, get your nuts hard up. Bring your hard ass nuts out in there. Let's do that. Let's do musicality. But Joey, I want to thank you so much. I love you, bro. You know that. Squeal, man. Great to be here with you, man. I really appreciate it.
Everything is going to be great. Thank you for listening to the church. You know, I love you
Generally,
all my heart.
that's how we custom. This Friday. So I'll just give you an example. For example, let's say a person buys a branded tool.
Myself.
What a branded tool bag, right? It says it's filling on it, right? It has my name on it. So pretty much, looks like tool bag, smells like a tool bag.
Happy New Year once again. Do your thing right. You can go
Decide
and
to
push up.
repurpose that as a lunch bag. Right?
It's all going to be
Fancy
beautiful,
lunch
right?
bag. Right? Technically, you should work with them. You can do that. Why? Because that's one of those. All this going to destination now. Once you put your tool in there, then it's once you start to make it lunch bag. But technically speaking, it has to like rubber, and that's how it's rolled back. Other cases in Allah may not be as clear, but most we know that like rubber of something for the purpose does not doubt it. Unless it is a tremendous, which the husky in that as well. Which means most of the Muslim has one around this. So we'll say, what is designation? Designation is a thought. Thoughts do not create reality. Intentions do not create reality. What creates reality? Actions. Actions. So when you put the two in there, there's a mindset. Mindset creates reality. Thoughts and intentions. There's like such a tremendous picture of life. Like so many beautiful thoughts, so many intentions, goals, dreams, aspirations, which are all fundamentally beautiful and incredible, but are meaningless unless you act. As mother, God, mercy, intentions, designations do not create realities, only actions do. That is true. I love what I saw, and that's not what I saw. That was I. That was 11. This is hard. I don't want to be able to do trouble. Good morning. Coming to us. Hope everyone had a beautiful uplifting and meaningful Shabbos. A great sports walk Hashem to continue. And we did a new week of the Shabbos and before we taking all of our sponsors to thank. Our Calador sponsors for the production holiday, our annual Calador consultation on our itself again giving all the machinery and adjustments for this year. As it's supposed to be said, the whole side is and the very response for the audio for a lifter, and then we're going to lift it to a ground with so fast. Showing to go to the is the entire testing. Where they're dedicate our living to switch our consciousness to there's no continue to bring them home to shovel and to colors and we learn to love them mistakes before people go out to be successful before not say we did. Isn't that let us be the left to one Hashem? Very third we're going to be not ahead of us. Okay. Alright, perfect. Okay, so let's take the thing that was no side. I believe that it is the left off that starts into the wide line. That was 0 to 6 0. Yeah, so by the way, as my message is really signature, the quick actually so the side that follow is 46B, about 6 lines into the wide lines. By the way, maar eigenlijk als je zo naar hoe op je
Zeg schat, die kaas voor jou hè, die duur. Was je daar erg aan gegeven? Hoezo? Oh, laat maar. Schade is al gemeld. Bij Allianz Direct is het makkelijk en snel. Als je naast je autoverzekering ook een woonverzekering afsluit, dan krijg je direct extra korting. Allianz Direct makkelijk en snel. Kijk de voorwaarden op allianzdirect.nl.
If a person says, right, Julian's about to die, and you says, you know what?
Welcome to Podcastville, the church of 2007. This podcast is brought to you by Onnit. For all your supplement needs, Onnit is number one. Aubrey takes care of you. Understand me? He goes deep in the jungle to get you stuff you never even heard of, like the cow pow and the hemp force protein. It's delicious. Alpha Brain, 100% guaranteed. Go to Onnit.com right now, person church, and get 10% off. Also, let me explain something. You get home at 6 o'clock, you worked all day without you know, chef who you even know what to put together at dinner, right? That's a cool way to go, all right? They're tremendous. It's affordable. You get a great variety. They're flexible. Find out why. Blue Wave is the #1 recipe delivery service in the country. They sponsor us and they are tremendous. Do me a favor. Check out next week's menu and get your first 3 meals for free. With free shipping by going to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, blueapron.com/Joey. Start eating healthy and start cooking and learning how to cook with blueapron.com. Keep that meal lean.
But at the end of the day, perhaps burial is about atonement. Perhaps burying the dead is part of the atonement for the dead. So then halacha l'maisa again, I won't say, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, oh, kirechi b'tehevele kapara b'hatmana zu shemoridim umashbilan also b'tachtios. They won't say, could very well be, we'll see this, we've seen this already mentioned, we'll see more today, that burial, death affects atonement. And it could very well be that part of the atonement of death is burial. It's being put in the ground. That's part of the atonement of the individual. There was I'll show you something beautiful in this Rashi. If you look to the way Rashi describes burial, he says, again, remember, so you see that Rashi? Oh, the Rashi is right across from the last short line in the Gemara. When we bury someone, burial itself is a kapara. Look how Rashi describes burial. Rashi describes burial as hatmana. Hatmana literally means insulation. So, in other words, you go ahead, you take a pot, you wrap it in a towel, hatmana. Rashi calls burial a hatmana. I will say, what is this Rashi? What is Rashi trying to have it over here? Burial is not a permanent state. Burial means you're putting a body in ground and you're keeping it there. You're insulating it there until something else. What's the something else? Mashiach. Like the entire use of the burial. When we say, and that's I will say that's why
filthy fucking animals, Uncle Joe here, with my main man, nephew, all around great guy, and hilarious comedian, my brother Mr. Theo Vaughn, and my little fucking Jewish friend, Mr. Lee Sayat, Jewish chicken, baby, Johnny Hubbins. Wow. St. Louis, thank you very much for coming out to the show this week at Helium. I had a fucking blast with you people, I really did. The food was great, $12 for lunch, you know. I could move there and become one of those 600-pound men. And you're going to take me via cargo to Houston and shit, where I feel every pothole in my asshole. Anyway, Theo Vaughn, what up?
Good to be here, man.
Great to be here. It's a special occasion tonight.
Yeah.
Theo Vaughn's 1 year sobriety, well suspended here on the church. church with two vagabond fucking DHC smokers myself.
Two fucking hitchhikers on the Spirit Highway, man. I love you. Thank you.
17 down that day forever because I'm thinking about you. It's fucking great.
Well, thanks, man. You've been super supportive, dude. Whether whatever I'm doing, music or do music, dude.
Play the flute. You want to make noise? Make noise.
Joey's really supportive.
I'll make a phone call. My niggas coming like the goddamn boy. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, comedy or just chilling, you've always been supportive, man. So I'm happy. I feel I was gonna go to a meeting tonight, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna come here and spend it with you guys, man. So thank you for having me. That's what I thought.
I'm gonna get more from them than we get other meetings. Times like before the show started, we were talking about the use and abuse we were doing now.
Yeah.
Scared to the mental things you go to just the first year. I remember it took me 90 days to just fucking realize what was going on. And I would go to bed early. I'd force myself to go to bed early, not to have that withdrawal.
Yeah.
That withdrawal.
Yeah.
How was it for you?
Yeah, it's true. The later you stay up, the more you get lonely. You know, you can feel the wolves starting to kind of climb around inside of you. You know, that's how I feel. Like I feel, like these dangerous squirrels that kind of live inside of you. And the later you stay up, the more they start, kind of peeking their head around, looking for drugs and looking for pussy or something, And I feel like if I would go to bed earlier, shut things down, like we'd get a book or do something calm, light a candle, do something that kind of sets my mind down a little bit, that I would feel better. That's what I started to notice,
So addiction, it's like a mental thing for you. It seems like it's not like a... I always thought addiction would be like a more of a physical thing. It's not very mental.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both. It starts mental. For me, at the end of the last 2 years, like I've said before, it took me 5 days. My body would ache. I don't want no matter what type of day I had, in 5 days, bro, my body was starting to hurt. And I couldn't think. I couldn't think except going to the HR. All that was on my mind.
Yeah.
And as soon as that man answered the phone, my heart started beating. I take a shit.
Yeah.
When you came in and told me the story about New York a year ago,
Yeah.
I think that scared you a little bit. That made you realize that I've always thought about that story that you said on the podcast.
Yeah.
I always thought that you're very intelligent. So that was nothing. You could always get worse.
Yeah, it just kind of affected. Like I showed up at Opie at Gym over there with Jim Norton and at their show, and I was fucked up. Couldn't even talk. I just had like my mouth open. Daryl Strawberry's there, and he freaking, and I'm like, Doc, good. I'm out there, and I look like I just been smoking the moon, and I kept drinking coffees, and I couldn't close my mouth also, which was weird after a while. You can't even close your mouth, and they kept giving me hot coffee. And I was just like, damn, man. I just kept thinking, I wouldn't have chose to be in this situation. If somebody asked me a year earlier, hey, you want to go on and Jim Norton? I'd be like, yeah. I'm excited. I'd be like, yeah, you want to stay up and do cocaine all night the night before you go on? I'd be like, no way, bro. I gotta be in top condition when I get there. But here I wasn't doing that. So I'm thinking, I must not be making all of the choices for myself, And the drugs would start to make some choices.
How long you been doing cocaine at that time?
Not that long, man. And I just had a couple of, every time I would get heavy into it, maybe a couple of years, but just sparingly, occasionally.
But when you would go, you would go.
Yeah, when I would go, and I started to notice it was like, then it was, first it was like 6 times a year, and then it became like once a month, and it was becoming once a week, So I was like, oh, this is escalating, man. And that shit escalates quick, dude. Like one night I was in my apartment, I was all fucked up, and I used to put on, I got in a box of vests, dude. Somebody had ordered some vests, and I don't know if it was like a joke or somebody accidentally got some vests sent to the wrong person, but I got a box of vests, different types of, vests, shirts without all. Yeah, and different colors, different styles, different patterns, everything. And so I would, like, at night, I'd be doing all this cocaine, putting all these vests and shit, and kind of, like, enjoying myself a little bit, listen to some good music, some Aerosmith or something, just vibe, and one night I was making a milkshake, because I don't like to eat, honestly, I like to make milkshakes more. So I'm making a milkshake, and I left the blend, and I got the blender on, right? And I went outside of my apartment door, and the door locked, right? It's like 4 a.m. My blender's going, right? I'm out there high on cocaine. I got all this vest, this kind of tangerine, I guess some material wasn't like recognition or something, so I'm fucking gonna fly. So this thing's fucking going, dude. There's only like 8 units in my building, right? So I'm like, and then I guess the machine started smoking going on, right? Now it's 4 a.m., dude. I got the thing shorted out. Thank God the blender shorted out the alarm going off in the building. Now I'm standing outside my apartment wearing boxers and this fucking orange vest, got sunshades, and my landlord comes out and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, just look at the shit that's going on, and now I gotta tell him I'm just going to pets, like, so just things like that started to get weird, I fell asleep in some lady's bed and just urinated in her. Got angry, and she let me sleep over, and I told her, usually I tell her before I sleep over, now I went to bed once in a while, so, but anyway, man, it was, just wild started to happen, be over at people's houses, it's getting late, you're touching some girl's crotch off our building over there in Studio City around near the airport, like, what the fuck am I doing, It's not bad, but I did this already. I'm still doing this, So that was some of the issues that I started to notice, some of the patterns,
It's very sad when you look back and shit like that. That's true. It starts off. The talk around before the podcast started, it always starts off.
Yeah.
Listen, man. From LA, even me in LA. What's a good place in LA? When I went home in 99, 2002, I got a call on a Monday and they said you have a spot Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the old days. You called up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, Saturday till Friday. She was free till Friday. You call. I don't know. Sometimes they be there. And some people talk about it. And I would. You look at the week. You see what you got. You plan. I would plan like, because for me, the best time I ever had in LA was going to the store, drinking a cocktail, drinking sodas before I went on stage. And then I'd go on stage and go out to the doorman and get 4 packages, $20 a piece. And I'd do 2 at the store. Drink from there. And I'd take one of the managers. I'd slow it. And we'd do lines of the managers' fucking office. I can't remember how many times I was out there smoking cigarette after cigarette after cigarette. Bobby Lee was fucked up my mind. And I'm fucked up my mind. Freddie Soto, rest of the soul. I mean, that was, there'd be 20 circles that were getting equal. And drinking. You know what you do, and every once in a while you go on pass, and you go to back and do a blast. I loved it. And they give blasts and shit they had. They had one of them. Yeah, next thing you know, it's 10 to 2 you're at the door. You can't get it, you fucked up. And there's no Uber in those days. Lisa, you're fucking sitting there with 2 packages, burger, all $100. That's not for a ride. You want to come in and shit. So you're looking for a waitress to go home with us. I mean, those days were horrible, but they were so much fun. Yeah, like horrible would be in there. I would, I would Rogue was up there. I had to leave. It was no fun. Rogue was out of town. Yeah. I was up there because I never liked being high around Joe. It would make me feel really awkward.
Really? Italian?
Yeah. A friend that was kind of crazy, so he learned from him. And Joe really loved him when the guy died. So,
yeah, everybody has crazy stories. That's the thing. It's like, at some point it's not that much fun anymore, you know. It also wasn't that fun at the store. Like, it was more like,
Now it's out. Now there's a couple people sport, right? Couple people,
but they squirrel, you know.
but they keep it down. It's not when you walk into the hallway and the same people with jaws going.
Yeah.
In the old days, it was 12:45 doing that all the way. You see people with jaws going, people double fisting beers and shit. Oh my God. Oh my God, it was hot down there. You knew you had to 145 to put away. As you honest, and that's your goal. I'd start getting one of those jackets.
Yeah.
Those jackets. Oh my God, those gin and tonics. When I started Coke, the old bets were wrong. If you told me you had Coke flavored vodka, I'd raise my hand.
Wow.
And put ice cubes in it, dilute the Coke flavor like that. That's when you drink.
What does like the urge feel like when you know, like when you're trying to quit, or when you're at that point where it's not fun anymore? Like, what does it feel like to have like, okay, I don't want to do cocaine, but I need to do cocaine right now?
I think just like if you want something to eat, like say you laid in the living room, you know, you got a couple of
A couple of fruit pops in the freezer, you know, right? Yeah. You just remember it hits your head. Fruit pops. The odds of you staying there and not going up and getting 99 out of 100 times you go get the fruit pop. Well, I feel like an asshole whenever, because I mean, I've had issues with my weight from my whole life, and I relate in ways to this country, but I don't want to say, oh, it's the same with McDonald's with cocaine, because I don't know if it is, but I just like, is it like if you sat there, it's like, are you yelling at yourself, go get the cocaine just as much time? Like, is it the same kind of talk?
Same time, do it tonight, I won't do it here. But I got 2 allowances for the rent on Friday. Oh, you start making meals with yourself now. I'll borrow $100. And she won't know. And Friday, I'll borrow $100 and pay the rent. It's a fucking horrible game. And see, for me, it started out from 1970, 80, 83. It was fun. It was out in the open. If you didn't do it, there was something wrong with you. People that made it wrong because you must be a fucking cop. You go to a bar and you feel steam on people's bodies. Those things, like, that's how wide open it was. So your mind keeps thinking that equation, I mean, in my case, right, took me to kidnapping somebody, right? My wife left me back for kidnapping. I come out, I wasn't even out of prison doing that age, and I already had wiped out. I can say, we have the fucking way you talk a ton of shit while you're in there. When you all, let's be honest. I came out of prison 2 days later. I was supposed to go there. A month later, I came out of prison. I mean, I didn't give a fuck about consequences. I had to have it because of the way it fucked with me.
Yeah.
That was what it was. It was fun for me.
Yeah, I think the same, man. I think it started out like, I remember the first time I did it, actually, I was in Tucson, Arizona. This dude walking on a place, some dude comes up from doing a line, and you only have one eye, right? This dude.
I mean, some people wanted to get drugs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, and I thought this dude hit that line so hard he could suck his eye in his head. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, that dude's having a good time, you know? Because I always like people that only have one eye on, unique people.
Especially with party, because they finally break down how they lost the eye. Yeah. Maybe or something like that.
But they cry. The company put the fake guy behind it. It's not a bad deal, but yeah, that guy's head, and then I'm just experimenting every now and then, and then it just was rare occasionally. You didn't see that much of it in Louisiana and stuff, and then one time some dude, and then the gay dude was always trying to get you to do cocaine because they was trying to, sneak in, they was trying to sneak into your body, so they would be trying to take advantage of it. And so they would, they always had it, and you always had to, like, do it with them, but then, like, wrestle them to kind of keep them off of your body, out of your pants and everything. And almost, who knows what happened. This one time I was pretty fucked up. Thankfully, somebody had to go to the airport, otherwise, who knows what would have went down. This one happened down in New Orleans, but anyway, man, that's the old days. And yeah, now I feel whatever. It's just as fun just talking about it. Sometimes I can almost get that high just from talking about it.
Well, it's therapeutic in a way because you look at yourself from a different angle. The longer you stay away from it,
Yeah.
the longer you stay away from it, you don't look to hate it. You don't judge people who do it. Like, I don't talk to nobody about it. If I say I know it's getting high with on this fucking 30 years, I can see it. That's why the right battles and stuff like in the store, they come out with cocaine people. Talk about level 15. You see it come out of the battle. And all this shit. It's so funny. They told my wife, they said, this is sad. This is one of the sad things in my life. I started comedy, and at that time, anything went. Whenever you had pills, coke, wow, I didn't give a fuck. Everything was fun. Once I started comedy, I read a book by Winnie Bruce, and that's what I was doing. You know, that's part of the patch. That's part of the uniform in the back of my mind.
Oh, the drugs were part of the uniform.
Yeah, that's why that was 60% of my decision to become a comedian.
Wow.
After I read that, ladies and gentlemen, about the Chelsea shoot heroin and be in a strip club doing comedy between the strippers and people that want that life.
Yeah.
And you wake up at 10, you walk down the village beach, come back to the Chelsea, watch TV. Yeah, that's what I want to be a fucking, no. Not really. I want to be somebody that just dropped out of society. Right. Like between Lenny Bruce and Charles Bronson, those guys, I just wanted a single guy that dropped out of fucking society. Right. That was part of it. And I understood that part of that uniform was the drugs, the guys I like, the ones that inspired me to do comedy. It was on comedy. People like a rock and roll motherfucker. It was on Anderson, except for Anderson. It wasn't on drugs. Guys, it was Kenneth, Harold Pryor, George Carlin, they were all part of that fucking.
Guys never did drugs?
No, not till 3-4 years ago. He started smoking pot for a while. Watch his first batch week, much weed that. He says, you smoke a joint. Another chick buys another milk.
That's awesome.
You know, I got separated. There was no interview. And I had the same experience you had. 9 months. Let's be honest, Cleo, I call him Theo. I went up 9 months in bed. That only time I realized how bad it was. It was $25 a drink. And I could walk there. Couch, you walk to the desk, into the blast, to the other. Your money on the table had an electronic scale. The assistant came over, rolled over the floor, and you were on your way to top with them. I knew that bubble would get me over the bridge. Yeah, if I had an extra couple dollars, I'd take the A train down to Fort Darling down 42nd Street, walk around and then take a bus back to Jersey like a doctor. And the cops would make them see me because they see me walking around 10 minutes later. And I'm stupid, they don't hear that in those days. They go to car, pull you over. If they found out your car was down, the cops would get on the state line. And be careful with cars, that's why you had to go to Washington. Where'd you come back on the way to town? You gotta stop for a hot dog, get a drink, go and buy a bag of weed, no time.
You have to be careful, man. My father actually had about a couple of 88. You know, he was just didn't have any money, and he usually lived in like kind of poor places. He would mostly buy his cars he got from a lot of little brothers, you know. And so he bought a Cutlass one time, or a Delta 88, I think it was. And they had speakers in the back of it, right? And my dad was, 82 by the time he was driving around with me, you know. So like, I remember one of the speakers was broken out, right? And he had like 12 or something. He'd gotten it off this black guy, right? So he didn't fucking know, and he could barely hear anyway, so he's just driving around and had this car with these speakers in it, right, just blasting, whatever. This is probably 92, 91, And one of those speakers had a drug. I guess had some crack cocaine in there, and they stopped my dad one time, found this in the speakers, and they impounded the car, man, took the car from him. And it wasn't even, like I think there's an 82-year-old man on crack, but he just bought a car that had it, just maybe somebody hit it or something. They had Chinese food in there, like some old Chinese food and some nobody smelled that fortune cookies now that just been dried out. It's the fortune cookies. I still got at least there's a kid who told me some shit. I won on Twitter. Oh yeah, that was great. I cracked a tremendous joke out yesterday. It was joke. I didn't like what you said. I go, shit. Why the fuck you been driving that fucking lift rickshaw? And I wrote this together. I was like, a lift rickshaw. I remember the first time they had an Asian come by us, right? They had a room, they had an Asian. The first one about 17 miles away from us in Hammond, Louisiana, right where the train used to pick up. And so we were fired up because we never seen an Asian, we'd seen, drawings of what that was about it. And we were like, oh shit, do we need to go? And we need to see. And so I remember we cut grass, me and two of my buddies, probably for 6 weeks. And you saved up for a trip to see the Asian? Yeah, it's like probably about $25. Probably maybe get a taxi over there. And we got a taxi there. It was just something, it was like a dry cleaners or something. No Asians. We waited there, I remember, 5 hours. And then we took a taxi back. That was it, man. And so I think for a long time I kind of had not a feeling of abandonment, but I guess I had some sort of feeling of abandonment when I came to Asia. Yeah, because like they let you down a little bit. Not let me down, but just didn't. I don't know. Something. I have to think about it more, maybe with a therapist, but something like that. You understand? Yeah. That's bad. You feel that marijuana, but all the other shit takes it out of control. Yeah. You get mad at Chinese people. Yeah. You say an Asian, by the way, you're going to throw them off and smell this thing. It's like, I always smell these things. Because I want to smell the hummus coming out. Oh, yeah, you're going to have your hummus there. Always. I guess, but I'm a little bit. I don't know. I should use them a little bit. Joey, I'm going to be smelling my head. I mean, on purpose, I can smell the hummus leaking out of the stomach. It's got to be in the earlobes. My Puerto Rican boy, your name is smell the you want to see why he's different. You don't even know what Puerto Rico is. When I was a kid, I met the first Armenian car. They had this thing, I don't know what the fuck Armenian is that. I said, dude, I don't know what the fuck Armenian is that. He's from Armenia. He's a great dude. It's got nothing to do with me. Yeah, that's for what I got. I'm a plug in the room 2 hours. I'm just go back and do that. I'm 13. I'm trying to find something to occupy my time. Like I'm thrown out of the Cub Scouts. I need this shit. How do you get thrown out of the Cub Scouts? Come on, dude. You want to see shit? I got thrown out after the 3rd meeting. Really? Yeah. Could you see him in the outfit, bro? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. For the fucking 2 or 3 years, I wanted to be a Boy Scout. I was always a fake Boy Scout. Like I would buy the pack of my jean jackets. Like a fake. What is it called? Like a stealing valor or something? Yeah, I got some valor stealing when I was 8 or something. I fucking Boy Scout thing on people harass me for like shit while you have that. That's how I bought the fucking jacket. That slinging rocks. I was crazy. I finally got into the fucking Cub Scouts. And I go to the biggest bullshit in the world. Like, I had to go with Jim for a month to tie knots on the boat. What? Yeah. I go pull up that jungle. Yeah. That building like a prison. What jungle did they have in New Jersey? I don't fucking know. I got something out there. I'm sure. Don't go fucking adventure spot. Yeah. And they dropped the second beat. They dropped that shit on. We gotta work the bitch nights. That's what it is right there. Yeah. All the summer camp, the reservations. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. When I get that, I'm like, no fucking misunderstanding. There's been a happy rules festival down there with that.
You show up in that fucking thing.
Fire Island, that's Fire Island.
Fire Fest. Yeah, who got arrested?
Yeah.
They arrested that motherfucker for fraud, bro. He's young. I thought it was that shit. Unless you, bro. A ton of money out there. Put Johnny on federal probation.
Lawyers who are like, we got stuck on the Bahamas for a few days. Let's get
Whatever he stole, he's to pay the attorney. They said to come up with the phone, which is restitution. So while he's in jail, he's going to take that. You're not never cutting the system until you pay that down. Your probation never ends. You get 3-year probation. They take you to court and they extend that motherfucking door. And they'll fucking probate you to all rules apply. All rules apply.
What's the best crime you think to commit? If you gotta do one, you think based upon the value and the time that you can
Right now, in this world, my world is that if I did not have this, if I did not know that, no, I have to have me around. I would.
I don't know.
I would combination.
So you want to say,
Service combination. Like I would be the illegal
There's a very interesting series on Netflix called The Underworld. And one of the was illegal gambling, and they showed that what they went to, and they all have websites now in like Costa Rica or something. So now the bookies are getting their whatever it's called, their action through a website, and then they go out and get the money. But the website's the one making millions and millions of dollars, and it's illegal there. Like, it's very interesting to see how it's like gone into like a digital age. You could easily do it now.
I would go straight up sports, and I would also take it back to the broken number every day. $2. I get you $2. That's where your money's at the beginning. $2, that's the 4, that's the 8, that's the 10. Next thing you got 10 people on your numbers, and they're giving you $100 a day. But sports operation, you're rocking and rolling. They can get you on the phone. You know, today's world, you don't have to use the phone, but they get you on text.
Now, how hard is it to keep up something like a people paying and not paying and stuff like that?
Very.
Yeah.
Very. Guys, bro, listen, you're the fucking dummy. If I call you one time, you should be as your friend. Let's hold it to 20 G's in that joint. I love you to death, but my partner is dead. I don't even want my thing. I trust you. You always got a story. You always got a partner. Yeah. And then it's half down, and they go 3,000, and they don't have down. So you come, they're real, something there. They'll come you up. I'm like, not happy. I need to pay you. Take this, go pay with the table for Joshua. That's Joshua. I moved to Seattle. I didn't know nothing about nothing. All I knew about for the last 2 years before that, I was working at sports betting service. And I was one of the best salesmen in all. When I was starting again, it was a shame. It's a great thing. A guy like you, not baseball season. So you're gonna make the first year. 40, the second year, 80, year 120, but that's August 15th to February 1st. After that, you can stay in, so I would stay until June basketball. Basketball's every day. You call every day, which is what you want. You want to straight up Monday, Sunday, through Sunday. Thursday. It's an easy thing. You stay on top of it. And the third guy on the phone, I would pay you 50% of what you pull on the phone, make your own hours. But you and I both know you got a good football season. You're with me from Thursday morning to Monday night until kickoff. That's what you're with me. Like guy that dials the number a lot, like dials that phone. I'm wondering if you have this is incredibly important. For that line. That's when. Yeah. Don't understand the if you come there on Wednesday, and we'll talk about sometimes like because you start calling on Wednesday, and they hang up. And they get out there on Thursday, they lose. Now you call me Thursday.
have 5 more minutes.
And they talk to you. They play Saturday early college football. Football late games. College late games.
And my official hire is not higher.
Got shirts. Credit card. You gotta pay another $10 just to run several cards. That's a completely different entity.
It's just from the, like, why do like the sports action rather than take the risk of like doing a booking? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Because we're gonna make money with the bookmaker in Washington. There's more information on
oh, so you're gonna do both?
Fuck yeah.
God, you have I mean, yes, you have the information, you can sell them the information.
What can you do besides that, Robert? Can't rob a bank. Can't rob a fucking bank. Unless you're 25 and have weapon extinguished. And you know how to mix it and go in there and do it real sly. The people can listen to me going across the country, switching cars. You can do it for about 2 years and pick up 7, 8, 10 grand off.
That's it, though. That's amazing.
Let's say you pick up 16. Let's say
That's not one.
you're gonna get money that's gonna explode.
Yeah.
As soon as you pick up a partner, another partner, you go for the vote. That's where you need to know things. There's 20,000 cameras. We have satellites and we have those fucking things now floating around.
So,
As soon as they call 911, those cameras turn on those streets. The helicopter comes in. The cameras are always on. I'm talking about the cameras that are floating about now. They watch everything. In 10 years, you're gonna kill somebody. They're gonna have everything on tape. In 10 years from now, it's not gonna be okay for you. Where was the last time you saw them? I saw them walking down Compton. There's no video thing. Number 4 satellite, number 3. That's what monitors comes. You're gonna see your fucking kid to walk on. And the whole world's gonna be on high security. I think that.
yeah, I think so too, man. I think that I worry that I wish I'd have killed more people when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's even harder now. Because you look at some of these old ones, like imagine like the old days in the West, you could walk, you could just see somebody like them, you know, you could shoot them. They're never probably gonna find us. Like there was no.
Listen, did you ever think of this? Did you ever think every time I see somebody get arrested for murder, let the mafia kill 2 dogs. Batteries die because they leave the area. You know how many of those murders they get away with? Thousands. There's thousands of unsolved fucking mafia murders. If those people got away with murder, they know how to do it. They clean up. You clean out your hands. You dispose of the truck. You take the body to somewhere it's never going to be found. That motherfucker up. At the supermarket, like Roy Mayo, the sugar man, the supermarket. They go in there at night, they chop you up.
Like at Sopranos, like they had the devil.
Like they had a supermarket too at night. They also had a bar called the Gemini Lounge. Upstairs, they had an apartment. And they would invite you over. 2 guys, one would stab you in the heart. Shoot you in the head, they'll wrap the towel again. They all do their underwear on.
So then all his clothes.
I would greet you. Yeah. Like, come on. And next thing you know, when you walk in, there's a bathroom. 3 guys would come out with fucking
Underwear, what?
underwear. Sneakers. Just like
Thank you, think they're gonna fuck or something.
that's how I think you'll do people in the apartment. Okay, so what they would do is they mount that fucking clothes on, they kill the most people. Don't put up the murder machine. We have that video. Put a murder machine in your sex room. And what they, like if you ever read the book Murder Machine, don't call me up and go join you. I don't understand. That those people were fucking sad. And when you start the month in the room,
Yeah.
and you make, 400,000 You are a fuck. These guys were animals. They were robbing cars.
Oh, yeah.
Sending them to Iran and 5,000 cars. They were shipping over 100 cars a week. Shipping on a container. These guys were savages. These guys were straight dummies. And when you read the type of shit these guys did, just pop and see what it says. That guy was the leader. That guy, he knows fucking name. The fucking boss, we don't know what he was, but he was every fucking week that he bought himself a fucking mafia card. And then they just made him a captain. They said, don't even come around. They went to the Gotti brothers and said, you gotta get rid of this guy. And they were like, we don't want nothing to do. Wow, that guy was a straight killer. This guy was a fucking savage. What coke he snorted, the crazy, but the fucking envelope was so big. He had a drug ring, he had a car ring, he had a fucking, it was just never ending. So one time, he had a kid that he had done. The kid was Jewish, he wasn't being so that kid cut a deal with some Cubans. There it is right there, right in front of you. Cuban had connections to Cuban drug possibility of violence. Which you can't beat around in the Cubans. So that Rosenberg was dead. Tell me, the mail drawn out there. For weeks during the period. His most public murder victim was a college student with no background. He was outside selling vacuums. And the man thought he was a fucking Cuban. He shot him and shit. It was crazy how they would do it. You ready? Let's go back to the heart. They come out with underwear that stabs you in the heart. Shoot you in the head and put a towel around your head. Were there neighbors or no? Nobody knew. Nothing silences. They owned the bar. So there was no fucking shit. There's no neighbors. I don't think like a murderer. Okay, so there's now. I'm thinking like a civilian. They take you, they drag you into the shower, they hang you, and they make the blood come out of you.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They drip the blood out of you.
For what? For sorcery?
No, to drain you. Listen, while your body drains, they would go cook.
What?
They would go barbecue with pasta and fucking cook.
So take your mind off of it.
To let the body bleed out. Things come out 3-4 hours. They would stab in the neck and bleed them out. After they fucking ate, they would go in the bathroom and take them down and chop them up piece by fucking piece and put them in garbage bags and put them all around. So I'd say they killed you away. Studios, they would bury you, compass and drop you off when the garbage was coming to pick up, and they put a bag next to the garbage and pieces you all over. And now they take you to different dumps and never get no body, no crime.
And they own the dumps, didn't they?
They own the dumps, so
how many murders do you think were happening?
they said these guys made money, that's what they know of.
Dude, that's crazy, because, you know what's almost messed up? It's almost more, in a weird way, more romantic the way you get killed today. Today, some move just shoot you in the corner and runs off, there's nothing, there's no backstory, there's no side story, there's no, you want your death to be remembered? I want my death to be something romantic almost, if you die, it's like, wouldn't you rather be part of something than just, somebody runs up and stabs you in the neck or something. Well, I mean, who was the guy who stood in front of the tank? That's pretty good. You do something like that, yeah. But then you have to, stand up for something. What will you stand up for? I don't know, man. I mean, I just want, if somebody kills me, I want it to be thing or something where there's people that get kind of fired up about it. I don't want to just be like some one-off, so drive by shoot,
will stick up for you. They call the club don't and these comedians that when you die, they hear it. Is they fucking go to fucking theovon.com. You're gonna be in next week. That's the first email that's sent to their agent. Let me get deal dates next week in fucking Texas.
True. Yeah, it's cold out here.
It's cold out here. I was here when that cold was here. When I first got here, it was like there was a comedian He's African American kid. He was doing college. He was raping chicks on the college. Did you ever hear about that shit?
Oh, I did hear about this.
He was always at the Broadway.
Yeah,
You're right. Champion, you're right.
I never met him. I first heard about it.
He's still doing like no proof. He's probably getting ready to get out. He's out.
You should have him on.
I don't know. Open up the source. He doesn't want to talk about it now.
It seemed like he did.
He had to look up Vince Champion, see if he ever got out of jail.
The story I heard goes, Joey, that the judge sentenced him to 20 years, and then he stood up and said, "Can you fight me at 15?" That's what I heard.
That's all great. That's fucking ass.
You think he did?
Fucking ass. I don't want you going to jail for rape, bro.
I mean, I guess he did.
People find out.
I know what it is. The INCE champion. They're not even coming up.
There you go. Jesus Christ. You feel it?
How many people are Vince champion?
You never know.
You're being the chef at the murder house, lesbian. You ain't doing the killing. No, he's not even on Google.
The guy that was
in jail school when he came out.
the guy that was the chef at this house, Mayo House, his name was Dracula. He was the cousin, and he was the anyway. He went into the show. They got some horrible things. They went just to go with the place, not to fuck with them.
But do they have that anymore? Sorry, his release date's 2033.
Oh my God! How many years did he get?
He was prosecuted in Kansas. It doesn't say. I guess. He can't be killed in 01, so he's been there for a bit. Oh, mad like that. He was arrested in 97.
Oh, Jesus, so he got hit. A couple months since. I never met him. I just, they said, I remember the name.
Yeah.
The hell that was. Listen, man, when I was looking about it, I was still doing criminality and shit. And once I got it,
He was caught up.
I got into comedy, unless I got away from it. Yeah, I stumbled. I don't know something. No, we've been doing this together. No. I'm getting 15 spot at the comedy store for you. Willie Barstow. 15 years, I'm trying to pay rent. I'm trying to do things. So you come up to me, so I need a fucking 8 ball. I charge you an extra 50 and take a half gram long, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That was it. Pick up 50 and 50. And because you don't want to do a week of solid gold. You do what you did. You know, you just go to the avoid the comedy. The least I wanted to do is I was like, fuck, can you imagine? One time I sold a pound of weed. This guy was a legit agent that I had become friends with.
Legit agent.
He was a man. This guy got the scan of Oklahoma City.
Black guy.
No, he was a white dude. Very handsome white dude. Very, I mean, fucking GQ type white dude.
Yeah. Fancy.
Contact, let's say, when let's say I'm a town agent from Los Angeles, I'm going to go in Iowa, and see you look at all the towns. So you get two other agents from two other agencies, charge each kid $50. They get their bro to be 95 against that $250 $5. And they would read the kids, tell them they had potential, and then they know all that was have a second. We suggest you look for 325 hours. And there's also shots tomorrow at 250. Wow. And they were worried a town plus that would fuck young chicks. That was bad. I did not know this. I did not associate it. I would tell them what you need is weed for. And even tell me I go to parties like this, man. We go look at me, we go to Florida, Orlando, even go to Tampa, even go to Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, this is even more small. You can go to like a small town, Georgia. Yeah. You would just go, get there Friday night, get to a local bar. Saturday morning, start to gamble people with the Tony acting class. And Sunday, 3 hours seminar. Then be on a 7 o'clock plane with 10 grand a piece. And he used to fuck some chick or a mom, get that dick sucked by a mom. They had a horrible stories.
What happened?
And he was my agent. He was one of the agents that was agency that I would go there and talk. One day he just started asking me to get weed in my hand. He came down the Padre and drinking. That's why he was the real thing. He was one of those crazy ones. And while he was up there, I'm sure he was doing coke. I got him like that in the house. And I saw him in another house. And I saw this one for about 6 months. He was always smoking weed. He just wanted really good weed.
Yeah.
And then a couple times he was like, no, we're going down to Florida for a weekend. We don't want to fucking be half a pound. I would jack up to one of those and half a pound and take a half ounce out and spray it with water. To make the weed fucking shit by the time I before I realized I smoked 3 ounces of pot yesterday. Shit, though you did. I'm Joey with that weed like a motherfucker.
Dude, I sold a neighborhood and almost lost my mind. I couldn't handle the stress, man. The stress was stressful. I thought everybody was going to turn sand, man. And then I'm in the trunk of my own car for like a couple hours, dude. And thankfully I didn't die because I didn't make it down the trunk. And I remember hiding in there. And thankfully my folks when I came home and I heard them parked and I banged on the trunk and they let me out. I was fucked up, man. A lot of weird shit happened by ended up cutting off his own hands to try and not fingerprint.
So I can see where he was thinking when the paid attention to get one thing. They can still catch you for it, man.
Man, I got away with that. I cut my hands off.
My dad was deviant anyways. And some families, I've noticed, Joey, over time, I noticed a lot of places have the devil in them. You know what I'm saying? Or you don't think so?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's just a funny way of phrasing it, but yeah.
Well, some families have, you know, the father, something's wrong with the father, something's wrong with the kid, something's wrong with the, it's a gene, something's wrong with the gene, they got a bruised gene, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
I live it. It's, I saw it. I lived through a little bit of it. I saw it growing up that there were some families who really got together. You want to be a part of that family. And there was some families who walked in the house. He said, I thought my family was this absurd.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps you in balance, you know? You guys are going because these already starting to get ready.
How do you like?
Like tomorrow, I'm always a little bit where the podcast ends.
Okay.
It's July. You know, the options are to get a job looking at the, you know, whatever. You call me up, Joey, I don't want to fucking. What am I doing? That's like you something for folks. Get the fucking games every Monday, every Sunday. They go over it, bring you some donuts, pass them on the comedy store, pass them on. Tell everybody that by Thursday at 1 o'clock. And see what happens. Every week you pass out 200 of those things. You'll get 50 of those motherfuckers back. And each month we pay $5 a night. You make $250 every weekend on the phone. That's a bit somebody go for. That's where it starts. You gotta go for. You go A3, you win $10,000 every time you make one. Go A3, they go A3, you move that ladder. But my point is this, I know that likely he just said it was very stressful.
Right, yeah, I can't even imagine. That's why I didn't even buy weed as a kid.
When I sold drugs in North Bergen, per se, whether it was cold, in those days, or weed, those were kids I had grown up or knew about.
Right.
Like they went to Horseman, or they went to McKinley, or they went to fucking Rutherford, and I played ball against them in the second grade. And now we're in high school, they want to buy stuff. Right. You're not going to jail. Right. You're not going to jail. I sold the kids in my high school. It's not like I was on the corner going, I mean, and you don't know who the fuck you sell it to. You don't know who the fuck you sell it to.
Yeah, you sold people you already locals.
When I moved to Boulder, I was fucking around, I'd be
So once they hear it,
Yeah, look, that really hurt. They had an anti-drug that was out there going to college kids read about these. We get arrested. You know, we say I got arrested last night, like 22. So I heard a bunch of the cops were active. But you also got to remember how they show up. If you know how a cop shows up, you know the system. A lot of people don't know how to sell drugs. They go to concert and they see somebody. You want to get mad. What's that shit? MDMA. I say, what do you got? I got 22 hits. What do you want? I'm going to get you 400. That's how quick it happens. Guess what? You just got to look at the drug. MDMA and Molly and all that shit.
Yeah.
I know what's happening.
I know the answer is yes, but with like legal weed, are there still weed dealers in California? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Well, that may not want to like for insurance purposes or for their job purposes. There's people who don't want to be off the radar. There's people who tell me it's on me and get a license and go buy new weed. That's still,
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
I still think that's
Everybody wants weed. You can almost just mail weed to anybody that can accept it usually. Like every time I see more family members, they just want
good morning. Good morning.
You know, just like mail me weed. You
Good
know?
luck.
Yeah, but see, like, popping you.
they pop you right here. You don't even get to where you're going.
Wow.
These motherfuckers are big DLA. That was the Cherokee Station behind 7-Eleven. Shit. Those motherfuckers are robbing at gunpoint like what Tony Bell.
For chipping, dude, that was a big thing when I was young. Was girls would put a hit of LSD in the vagina and they called it the chip. Yeah. Whatever it absorbs through the vagina. Oh, yes, it would.
The question is always dedicate our learning and dismiss of our precious hostages, making sure to continue to bring them home with Shalom and Zecharo, and with American love will be full of God. Successful, full Maaseh. Was it that let us begin a lot today, Baruch Hashem? An incredible path ahead of us today. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's get to it. We'll say something that is Benzai. 50 Steve, we left off about signs that correctly by the
I took a half of one of Larry's bills. Double stars. A fucking charcoal already going into that cooking saying, because I talk about the one they let loose. So I congratulate you. So check this fucking ass and that chick's pussy.
School, you know, this girl, they call her Big Shannon. She was, I would say, Ruben-esque for that time period. This was also 1996, and she lost, man. She just lost it on this LSD, you know, and so she wanted to stay in this small bathtub. We were going in there, like, pouring like water on her back and shit like that. Dude, we were fucked up. But that's back when some of the LSD would just make you do weird shit, you know? Like, I remember we cooked a pizza in a dryer one time at our buddy's house. We made a medium pizza, I had to turn a pepperoni into mushroom pizza. We had a cycle of probably 15, 20 times. Not that good. Not that good overall.
There's nothing I want more in this life. I'm 54. I got the girl at the house. That'll be a shame. I would love to take deep into acid drinking waters old school.
Yeah.
2 hours of confusion.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
5 hours of hell and 3 hours of thinking about what the fuck just happened.
Yeah. What about 8 hours of hell?
It's 2 hours of confusion. So you pop it in.
Right.
It's 2 hours of what is this going to hit me? What's going to happen to me?
Yeah.
It's Joey that watch me. And then it should be old school. Would be 4 to 6 hours of hell. Like music sound things. You see purple streaks. And talk yourself in the mirror.
Free lasers.
Everything is everything, everything. 2 hours late, you were laughing. And you think you're gonna die, you will laugh and shit. Freaking out. We fucking laugh and shit until we fucking keel over. And then we realize how high we are for 20, 30 minutes. And it starts all over. Now you start tripping. Now you start telling you, see, oh my God, the fucking face is moving. It's laughing. You're like, no, look at my face. It's blinking out. It's fucking crazy. And then you slow down for 2 hours. And then I say goodnight. Now you say goodnight. Now you go home. You can't sleep. Your wife is leaving. Yeah. It's 7 in the morning. She's going to work. You're sitting there. Thinking, like, what the fuck happened? Like, it's a very full rag on your back. Right now, with my life lately. Everything we've done has been very mild.
Really?
Oh, God, we are mild.
Very not mild now.
No, because you've never done it before. I was on my shit for 6 hours. Tomorrow morning, you think, what happened last night? Don't walk to 7-Eleven. You remember the chick with the wheelchair? I mean, it's every stop is laughter.
Yeah, that was the good thing about it.
That has happened when things happen.
Everything's hard.
That would never happen before.
Yeah.
While you're on acid, the universe knows you're on it.
Yeah.
So next thing you know, what happens? What happens? Yes,
Tomorrow will show up.
What does that mean? Okay. We would walk the 7-Eleven, you and I, and then be so high and so confused that we would actually convince each other we were hungry and we wanted a salad from the fucking Federal. Like it's that type of shit. We like the Federal. That's what we were talking about, the Federal. So the Federal's on Lancashire up the corner when they shot Sons of Anarchy. They got a good fucking blue cheese and a good salad and rocks. Yeah. With a little bacon. I don't know what they have. I heard they canceled and they changed the menu. Happened in a year and a half, 2 years. But we would go in there. People say, okay, go to the corner. Order everything on the menu because the acid is telling you you're hungry. And once that food
So we even sit down at the table, or we in the
no, we're laughing the whole time. When the waitress comes, we're giggling. We don't make eye contact. Like I see him tied behind the man. And if she does a presentation, like if she goes, I think the special little thing, like one of those things, we will die of heart attacks. Like you pray that not to happen. You just keep saying fish and chips. That's how it is. And she's like, I'm going to tell you. We have a flounder with artichoke juice. And by that time, Lee, you're either fucking ready to explode from the laughter. You can't wait till shit leaves.
oh, dude, I've laughed at people's faces and I've been edible. So I'm sure I would do it.
And then something very weird will happen. Okay? Yeah. Something very weird will happen. Yeah. The hottest room in the bar. Yeah, we'll just be black. Okay? And she's down next to me, and I go into the bar, and we would just stare at her for a minute and look at each other like shit in our pants. And she would go, you two guys are from that reality on the big show, Hobo. And you and I would bust out into laughter. That's the type of shit that happens.
What about that night at the girl with the bandages on her head? That seems like an acid night.
That's an acid night.
I'm surprised we haven't seen her ever again.
She didn't take that to get to the bar.
And a big up hooker.
Yeah, she took me to the bar and asked me for $50 at the bar. How much you want?
I don't know. We didn't even just freaked out. She said she made me like the sexiest man alive. She wanted to go to a hotel and watch a movie. It was a weird. I had just met you. We were sitting outside of the hall. He left. She wanted your chin and her pussy. I bet running gals, you know. She was nothing. She had a bandage on her head though. So it wasn't good. Oh, she's in the 20s.
She got hit in the head. She's committed.
Dude, she has a bandage on her head. She's still trying to fuck, dude. She's probably from Detroit or from like up in that area.
There's nothing better than going out, blacking out, and waking up in the middle of the night, being somewhere far. Like, how the fuck did I get to this place? And you panic for like 10 minutes. But then you're addiction. You're like, fuck it, I got $60. I can get home.
Yeah, are you waking up in the morning or just that night? Like, just mid-40s, just like waking up.
Oh, that was so fucking bad. So when I went back to New York,
That's the Shiloh.
guys,
That's the Shiloh.
I was
So
doing
why do you
6
carry
nights a week.
cause
And I was in the city 6 nights a week. It's hard to get
or
but on Fridays I would get joy. And for me to get more extra bucks and have a good time, I would go with my group by the time we're fish.
I'd rather
We
go on
smoke
a
crack.
program, go
I
spend
eat more than half on Friday.
like take the money up, I take the money.
Tell them I lost it, then keep doing it.
All right.
And I don't
Right,
want
so take the money to the Francesa program and make them a high sugar based on like and that's an
$6 in my pocket. You know, I'm ashamed to tell you the
so
truth.
it depends. If Dario is about Kapara, say I want the Kapara.
And I did a lot of stuff for him with his family. And he kind of like, I went there and realized I don't do that deal. I cut you got me on those cocksuckers. I heard you sold this for those instead of this. When we were young, we did some ring thing.
Like,
I heard that he made a lot of money on those rings. Trust me, bro. I didn't lose a dime. Every dime I made was profit. I made good money at the age of 18. But once I found out I was helping against all, I know what happened. You made me tell that story to Joe Rogan about Bonehead. Okay, Bonehead was one of the friends over like Rubber Country Brothers. They were like,
as long as
if I show you a picture of Kurt, you'll know, Jesus Christ, he looked a little like you. Go look at you. I still got a picture of my own Kurt, Bonehead, and Chrissy.
let's go. Much money.
Yeah.
What's his name?
The older one had a little problem. He like going to the city. Nobody, everybody knew what you would do because he was a hard worker. He was a plumber. He owned his own company.
He's cruising, he's like to go hard.
But some nights he would rely on money. And the two brothers were drug dealers. Now, I was in that house at that time, at all time.
No,
Like that's how open the house was. I could walk in and they go, Mom, it's me. She go, oh, I don't know when the boys are. Are you hungry? Like, yeah, like going to the refrigerator making that cream. Like a sausage sandwich. I'd sit in the kitchen with their my family. They were very good to me growing up. I loved them dearly. They knew I was a thief. And I would never even take a dime out of that house because they were like fucking solid. Those latter years from 81 to 85, 86, oh my God.
Solid up.
So, this is summer. 82, I'm climbing up a storm. Robbing fucking foreheads. I'm robbing refrigerators. I'm robbing air conditioners. I'm stealing jewelry. I'm selling gum in Harlem and getting coconut on 35th Street at 18. I'm a machine. And most of the shit done that's hot is on Chrissy or his family in some way. They had a friend in the family that was also in the goods, and I would bring him shit. He would give me jobs, gigs, and joints out of him. Like going to the job at this warehouse, pay you a premium week and let them pay you 200 everybody said, I mean, they were fucking it up. Real family when I was growing up. They weren't in the mafia. They were just fucking people. They don't even know what they did. So at this time, I was always over the house. I didn't know where they had their go. I didn't know where their money was.
The family had come.
So there's 2 kids. The parents at that time knew. They didn't know. Your kid would pay the rent and the mortgage and buy groceries. The family was like, you know what? We know you're up to something. We don't want to know. Yeah. So this is after the Bonehead was the real deal. If I could tell you my top 10 friends of all time, if I had to write a man to a TV show, Bonehead would definitely be in that beautiful man thing.
Died and dead.
He died. He looked like Robert De Niro in Godfather 2. Always wore a white t-shirt, was a plumber. Was from my hometown. Down there.
Someone was pretty handsome, actually.
This dude was, he told you want to work tomorrow. He paid me $65 a day. Wow. To basically go to the building and carry shit. And then he go take go buy a 6-pack of beer. I come back with us, drink 2 or 3 beers. We go to McSorley's house in the village. And he'd leave me in there. And he'd go into the village and get 8 values for $10. He'd give me the 8 values. You know, right back and he go shoot some heroin. So he said, I'll come out tuned up. And he paid me for the the day. Wow, I love them. I always make me laugh. He had a girlfriend named fucking Rue, and they do heroin when they pass out. So I'd sleep over some nights. I'd wake up and they'd both be passed out. She'd be sleeping with her pussy open. And I'd just take my dick out and whack off right in the living room. I'm sick fuck. I'm 18.
No, it's very tribal, really. If you think about it, it's probably very. It almost sounds super attached.
So I'm living down the corner. Yes, because it had to be 82. Because I'm saying before September of 82, I'm living in the brothers. And I hear somebody knocking the clock. It's like, what? He goes, fuck out here. It's crazy.
Why?
I go, right, hold on, let me get dressed. I get dressed. I go, what's up? He goes, go, I don't want no drama. Where's the fucking box? I go, what box? He goes, where's the fucking box? Go, please. Bob, go, I get the fucking box. I go, I don't know what box you're talking about, Chris. He goes, I go there. There was $20,000. Just give it back to me.
Why do you never do this?
If I had a box of coke right now, they could be sleeping in the basement right now. With $8 in my pocket. They go, we gotta figure this out. Somebody stole us out of my house. We walked back to this house and sat in the living room. No. Family. I told them exactly where we were last night. Yeah, about 7:30. And they said, you were here at 11 o'clock. I go, no, it was home. Yeah, I've been here for an hour with you guys. I said, I stayed in that night. They're like, we don't know. Please tell us the truth. I go, family, LA families, why do I come here a week? The fucking heat like that, they fucking grilled me, man. Oh, wow. You were the only one that could have done this. You were here. I gotta go again. If I had 40 fucking chains, I would be in that fucking house sleeping on the floor. At that time, there was nothing I wanted. There was to get the fuck out of there. We sat there till about 6 in the fucking. I went home. I finally talked my way out of it. They believed me. I went home. Chris fucking cried. He called me every day for the party. He said if he didn't get the money back in 3 days, he was gonna call people on me and shit. He was sick and tired of it, that I was just a fucking thief and shit. He separated 2 or 3 years that people I had doing business and he's making a lot of money on me. Yeah. Fucking next day I get a hero on people and I go outside. But I go, dog, I'm telling you, if I took 40 grand, he goes, get it. Don't even say nothing. I get in the car, we go around the horn, he goes, I gotta apologize to you. We found out what happened. I told you I wouldn't rob you. So I always had that. Came at 11. The parents had me heard 3 11. I go, no, it was home. They said, you sure? I go, I'm telling you. They said, it sounded like you. I go, no. Bonehead went in there and said, Kurt. Grace, when they went in, he was in the room. Chris was sleeping. He didn't want to turn the light on. So he couldn't open up the tackle box and just take the cash out. So what he did was he took the fucking tackle box. And he took it into the rocks and threw it in the wall. But he didn't want to leave it in the car. In case the car got towed. So he took it out and he put it in the garbage can and put garbage on top of it. And when he came back down the garbage, man came back. Oh, yes. So he came clean. They told him what happened. And they accused me and they were going to beat me up and shit. So I told him the truth.
At least he did that.
So for all the abuse he gave me, I always said to him, I'll never forget those things you said to me. So every Friday it was on him. Thousands he would spend on lambs. I want spaghetti and shit. I want a bottle of this. Give me grandma below. I'll give you the money next week. He always go, yo, he's going to give me the money next week. But he loved me, he really did. And dog, he would party like a rock star. And we would start
With clams, maybe.
We would start at 4, like 2 in the morning. We'd be at a strip club and he would act weird. He would start making faces and talk weird to people. Yeah, he got thrown out of every bar. It was like hanging out with Tracy Morgan. And it was tremendous. We'd end up at the weirdest places. One night I went out. Again, about 4 o'clock, I started doing bumps. I think I took like a half a fucking pill or something. Next thing you know, I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. I'm in the back of his car. And I'm parked in the garage, And I walk out of the thing and I hear music. And it's like a disco. I'm parked in the garage. I go to the 11th. So on the 11th floor, New York, you pull up and they pull your car up to the 11th floor. You drive it out. Yeah, this was fucking crazy. And then at like 10 o'clock, came out with sunglasses on bumped into the chick that used to fuck Amy and brought her back to Jersey with Donna Chick. So was her name. She was half Irish, half East. Wow. That was part of my drug. I would leave with him on Friday and home every Saturday on for them. Yeah, that's a terrible feeling.
That's the worst.
But I never grabbed in my pocket for I still have $80. They stole 20 from at the bar. You know what I'm saying? When he was all fucked up.
Keep going. Yeah. I didn't get super like LSD. I remember was I would always feel like I didn't like having shoulders when I was LSD because I always felt like my shoulders were like looking for me. You know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense. Like I would just get scared a lot by them. And I would have like a lot of audible trips, you know, where I would hear just a lot of shit, things far away. And I thought I would hear acts, like I would hear like people looking at each other, and I'm like, damn, those people are looking at each other loud. Like I would have the weirdest, just kind of like, I don't know, my senses got fucked up. One time I was at my grandmother's on LSD. Some local kids gave me some LSD, and I didn't know them, but they, you know, were being pretty friendly and everything. And then they were so fucked up, I felt like I had to see it with my hands. Like my senses were messed up. So I remember walking around like this, trying to always go, and you know, it was deep, man. I got pretty deep at certain times, but they fucking do LSD. I think some of the memories of it. Thoughts of it are better than actually doing it. You know,
on the podcast. Summer of 78 in the 8th grade, I'm going to be a freshman. My life was basketball. At that time, I was smoking pot. I hung out with people who did basketball. They were all older than I was. And one night, this dude left in Cortina had his parents were doctors. He's a teacher now in school. His parents had a party. They invited like really cool people. Like it wasn't like the show where they meet. In those days, they called you that man come along. Yeah. But he invited this kid named White Grove, and then one of the guys that listens to the podcast every hour is going to remember this. It was 78. And it was Joe G. And this another kid that I just saw in Florida. I forget what the fuck his name was. Cuban kid. They used to call him Gonzo. We were all lefties. We were all kids, young kids. Had to be 15 people were lefties, and half of us took migrant up. But whatever people did to get Joe G, triple. It was a savage. I don't need it with his parties, man. He like a bunch of white never started out. I'm a professional at this shit, dog. I'm about this shit. Don't take that anything. Die. But then it was like 4 of us we called, and it was Joe G and Gonzo, and it was me and maybe 3 other people, 4 other people. We were walking 30 yards behind them. I was a young kid. It was maybe 11:30 at night, and we were walking in front of a high school. To me, how way is the story of this shit? Joe G was like an anti-establishment guy, great kid. His father had burned down. I always loved his birthday. We shared a birthday. He fucking ran up to the window, tripping balls on acid. The boy of education that class window. He ran up to it, guys, and fucking pulled it. He pulled his arm back. He just ripped his fucking flesh. Jesus Christ. The last night I remember blood pouring off his arm. I just turned around and ran because I couldn't see blood at all. I just ran and sat by a fucking pole. For like 20 minutes, and then they walked away. And while we walked past that path, you could see the droplets of blood again. I went the fucking Zombo milk. Those are the things I saw in acid at first. I was kind of turned off. Yeah. I was like, I'm going to punch no fucking glass. I don't want to do that shit. But I never stopped. I looked you guys in the face and tell you, I was hooked on acid after my mother died. I did it 4 or 5 nights a week. You still would eat edibles. I was doing that. I ate it, Lord. I would eat my fucking because party Saturday. For every time I be 110 friends only 5 miles. We don't know the rest of it. They come out, hear the testimony. Wow, you fuck my out, you got it. Yeah, fuck you, let's go. Be biology, and then after a while, you feel, okay, come on, we should pop another man. 2 hours later, we sit on the park bench, fucking 2 inch chugging around Martians and shit. It's fucking hard. Shit with your face. It's fucking dude, I remember this dude. Stu Steve would always let us cut his hair. Like tripped him out. Yeah, everybody like, no one wanted scissors anywhere near me. Dude, he loved it. It was like a thing. It almost like, it was like every strand was like a dick to him or something. It was just like he would just get off by it. Like not really ejaculate, but just feel so much joy from it, you know?
It's a big
mushroom guy. I'm trying to think of something. I gotta tell you what that happened on acid. I do this sitting around with 5 guys that you love dearly, you trust. But the shit, I did that one time. I gotta tell you something. It was fun myself. I must have ate his ass and all we did. Wow. We took showers. I went back to the lodge and took showers. But in those days, I wanted to be lost. I didn't want to feel the pain of my mother's death.
What year was that?
This had to be 80, 81. 81, cocaine went really high on my priority. I would go out unless I had a package. Like there was no sense in what was in the listen to the bar with the killer. Look, man. But like going out listening, so every time you had a package, you saw me at the bar. I was home. Those days, it was a half a hand. That was my recreation. It was a half a hand. When I quit, I get to my hell yeah. I get to a gram. 1, 2 grams. When I first started, man, I was like, balls on the school. That's it.
See how long I have them last year? I don't really know what the different sizes of mouths were. I just remember I get like some little baggies, and then I would try. At first, I would just get one, and then I would get more than one, and then I was doing one at the first stoplight that I hit, you know, and just stupid shit like that. Like,
What was these baggies?
I think $50, you know.
Oh, you were professional.
Yes, and I was like, one time I did 8 balls. Somehow I think it was cocaine. I don't know what it was. I did that whole thing. I couldn't, I remember getting close on my eyes one time for about probably maybe 60 minutes. And I had to put like a cold rag, like a wet rag over it, because I was afraid that my eye was going to dry out. And I remember being so scared, dude. A couple times I was called the hospital. I remember Google searching to make sure I was still alive one time, bro. You ever done that? I used to write wills. I was getting so fucked up, I would write a will, and I wasn't going to live the next day, man. I was scared.
My paper mathematics. You do math on it, I would do math. Okay, I get fucking hammered on coke and get a notebook. And let's start with 10 kilos. What if I had 10 kilos? How I distribute it? And I would sit there for hours and go to California and whatever. I'd sell 5 kilos to a guy named Roy DeMayo. Another 4 to this guy. This is what the kilos would cost me. And this is what I would sell it for. This would be my profit.
What if you had cotton? I thought these were real records.
I mean, I was fucking retarded, guys. That was my shit. And my shit, I was never a porno guy, thank God.
Yeah, I got to watch it.
No, I was never a cocaine porno guy. I had a friend that you go over there, and he refused to take that shit off. And it would fucking drive me crazy. Yeah. You want to show me a cum shot, I'm in, but turn this shit off. Yeah. You know, I'm like the next guy. Hello, Joseph. You got a hot chick that takes a fucking cum load to the face or the forehead. I'm watching, 2 minutes, I'm in. Well, next time I go to the back of the pain, my neck is dead anyway. Yeah, that was the thing that really got me that I think about now. That I cannot believe I was doing.
Watching porn with another guy?
No.
That's natural for everybody standing up.
Sometimes you sleep. You call me up, right? And you say, what are you doing? And I'm sitting there in a moment. 3/4 of it. All right, man. I'm like, Wiley, what's going on? You're like, no, my friend just dropped an 8 ball on me. Come on over, do a That means I'm doing that motherfucker over there with you. Over there by myself. I would shoot over there. I would never tell you I had that cheap on my pocket. That shit's for later on. That's for in case the chick shows up. I was there the whole fucking night. I'm trying to tell you where I was. Talk shit. You tell me to stop and get beer and a bottle of vodka. And a bottle of schnapps and orange juice. 2 packs of Camel Lights. 3 packs of Marlboro. Get a case of fucking Heineken. And get a bottle of Jack. And 3 of those liters of Coke. 3 packs of ice. Take it over. Yeah. Old school. I come over. We lock the doors. But then I show up. You got an label. You don't have fucking Bendigo Junction. You're not porn. Yeah. It's like that movie. What's that movie? Boogie Nights. They showed up and it was planned.
I just work out all the time. Yeah. Like anything else.
There's people with this. I had a best friend. I had a best friend that would get so fucking high. Let's write shit. Our room and finish this 8 ball. And we go there, and there was blankets. You could smell the color in the room. TV on channel 3, the first channel, was the most disgusting fucking porn you would ever see. He'd sit there with his mother and his child and his dreams. And the whole time, some fucking chick, skinny crack home, is getting fucked by 8 guys in the asshole. And she's all strung out. You can see the needle marks on the fucking legs and the arms.
There's probably when you take there's a hole in the wall of the next room, man.
That was disgusting along the route 1 and 9. Always from Rio going into North.
Any motel.
We did so much coke. Those CD, there was one in particular that, sorry to tell you, I loved it. The Tip Top, the Domino. That's what I lived there for fucking a month. And they had a roll that had jacuzzi. You could smell the diseases. You could smell the diseases.
Hot crotch in the air.
My friend read that one LA to fucking skanky hookers. And I went over them. I had to leave. They were disgusting. They were fucking just disgusting.
Yeah, that's the scary part with some vagina hits the area. Just like, this isn't even.
No, those hotels, you get a rash on your back, for sure.
Yeah.
I lived in those things, and that's where the fungi go. I think I invented.
That's the convention country.
Yeah, that's those hotel rooms. And that was brand new at that time. That was 5 years old. But the weekends were just people fucking doing discuss. That's all that was. People snorting and fucking. Girls telling their parents they're gonna sleep at Alyssa's house and go shopping Saturday morning. But, you know, fucking motel and Domino and high.
I remember the big thing growing up. Us was fuck like behind a tree, like out by the lake. Like people they had this like one tree, and people would always go out there and park, walk around, and or it was like fuck behind the car door. You know what? Where people couldn't see, like couldn't see your bodies. Cause, I think because we didn't have like a lot of hotels by us. So either. I didn't know.
That's when life was fun.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, everybody, grandmothers, there's nothing in your house.
Yeah, and then you can't even tell until you're 25.
So you gotta pull over and talk everything, pull on the skirts and win. That's funny because you just start thinking back on the next thing you know, you're behind the car because the only way you can bang, to be honest with you, is if she's on all fours holding on to the hood. Establishing both of you fucking, you gotta go back there and bend over and eat that pussy from behind the wall.
Wow. Yeah, that party.
In the wilderness, that's what you gotta do it. I think she's gonna get liquid in that thing. She's gonna think what drawers she's gonna know. So you gotta start the party up by bending down and pulling up that skirt.
That's old fashioned.
That fucking monkey told she's wet, you're wet, and he's just popping in there, no condom. That's how I savage. Yeah, there you go. Something I gotta believe this. That's how I knocked up my first wife. When I knocked up my outdoors, we were by my parents' house. I would go up there Fridays and Saturdays, and I would stay over on Fridays and watch TV with them down in the bed and in the living room. Yeah, but I wasn't allowed to sleep with them. They were very Catholic. But one Friday night, we would go up there. The pretense was that we were all hiking.
Incredible. So he murders that. Now, what do you see here?
One Friday night,
Let me know if you're the shot. So what do you see here?
we went up there, and our pretense was we were going for a hike,
Someone died.
and we went for a hike,
I don't know.
and we started making out
Case and
right there on the property.
you know
I
what
just
this
met
does
the
happen?
road,
You know what this does happen?
gave her a stab,
Someone dies
Made a
in
child.
child.
made a
Who
fucking
does
job.
right? Or
That's a child right there.
great sites for
It's a whole picture I found a couple of weeks ago. Holy shit. Well, I like mercy on
But
shit.
again, in many cases, it's
You would die.
I don't even know, like, I didn't really, really,
It's more.
You watch
I
it.
looked at it, but I've never seen a picture of
It's
it.
5, 6, 7. Long fucking time ago. I'm proud of what you did. Listen, man. I don't give a fuck what they tell you because this is my problem was deep down inside. I believe if I wouldn't go, it wouldn't be funny no more. I really believe that if I stop, this is the lie. I'm bleeding, writing this fucking down. So someday when you're fucking writing your big novel, you can tell people that my biggest fear was that the funniness, because I took the craziness from no way. That thing that makes you push the envelope and not be fucking afraid. So for years, that was my problem. I wanted to get out of the cocaine business all day, but I was getting there. I'm knocking on the door. I just got Spider-Man 2. I got a pilot. I got all this shit. And you want me to stop snorting now? All this shit now. Nervous breakdown now. You gotta, in my head, I was like, fuck it, you gotta keep the machine rolling. And that's helping me with jobs. Guess what? I'm snorting dope. Yeah. And that's what I made myself believe. You know, that's a bad belief. No. I wouldn't be sitting across from you. I wouldn't be sitting across from you. Means addiction. Means, bro. Yeah. When you get rid of it, it means that your mind has 50% more capacity to think. Because you're not thinking about that fucking thing that you're wrong. And how you gonna get it? I got to the point where I was talking about a gay crime.
If someone said,
Yeah, we the school today. That's all I cared about when I woke up in the house. You're not talking about nothing. You're not talking about listen, like I gig in December. Listen, you know, you fucking gig and you want to go fuck yourself in December. Making something today. How are you going to make it happen?
I'm just saying, somebody said, you have 5 more minutes to speak.
Wake up at 9
I
every
think
morning.
up.
Say, what a beautiful day to be alive. I'm not doing that shit no more. And you know, whatever the future holds, the future holds, but I'm not going to do that shit. Yeah.
Those are all very nice things. That's great. That's all
Walking my meal.
Like all of that is there. People believe that
That's a 5 in the morning type of shit. Yeah. That was my whole goal.
Mace is right there to speak to the mace.
Fucking my meal. Fucking
Every single relationship, there are things that we said, but we never got a chance to say. So maybe we didn't say it in the right way. Maybe we didn't say it enough. That's how you could show open the head. For the dead. For the dead. That's what
One out of 5 in the morning, this chick was working out a little bit of effect. And I didn't have the energy to complain. I was so coked out, I couldn't even yell. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yell. I just
So how you
sat there
cover?
and took it.
So it was never a game.
Some
That's
shout-outs
what
in.
it was.
Yeah,
But they did not go ahead and bury the dead.
The fucking torpedo room. Falling.
They were not
Our
buried
best.
in the
They
same
bought
as
Michael
someone
Fentz.
who just died.
Damon Allen Henderson. Kyle
The
Jordan.
whole calculation.
Biz.
Disaster.
Megan 715.
So why
What the fuck is this? BRWLQC. Plus the dude who gave me the nut fucking insane. Plus the little fucking dude who gave me a container of weed, who gave me a note with the note is in my wallet. And I'm too fucked up to go over there. Don't forget Wednesday night, the Ice House working out with Uncle Joey. I got some shit I want to talk about. And then the 29th of July, listen, they called me today. They're like, so you better get your shit together. They're going to open the back. So let's pray they open the back. Like, don't walk out and jump. Let me fucking people about some about that made me over. Do you think since You got love for the quality
The
of life.
first cousin that I saw was after
Yes.
And what happened?
I
So like,
also went
they're
there
very
about a
much
couple weeks ago. You called me.
in a row as I could do. And
You
they
saw
saw
that you
the
wrote
approaching
somebody
enemy army.
and you were concerned, you know.
So what did they do?
I got a week
Last
in
week,
Vegas
I
and
said,
they
it's
just
the camera.
offered me this thing in
So
Montreal.
they have to control the
But
body.
they didn't bump
Very
it. Your mom, they gave me the same 3 minutes. They sent up in Montreal. If I had paperwork, I had to find out go and then he counted because right now,
Get ready for this.
only good
Let's
things
take care of this. What happened?
worse than
Like,
that.
y'all got these spots or
It was like
something.
that happened
So
to
again,
you.
remember, so we'll say,
It fucked them up, Theo. That's all that can happen.
Yeah.
You get repercussions, come back and pick up the representation, and pick up a production deal, maybe somebody wants to do a show with you, to go into that realm and have a cocaine in your fucking thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to carry that monkey on your back, trust me. My first fucking monkey is here, well, he can be nothing. He ain't got wrong with shit because I'm a savage and those who are this. But I was always walking around pale. I got sickly, I got overweight. Now I have a reason to think, you're all the past, man. I congratulate you, and I hope you go to Montreal and show these bitches what they're looking for.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I always appreciate you checking in. And I appreciate the guidance.
I can't see a guy like you not having videos, man. I can't see a guy like you. I can't see a small network giving you a hosting name.
This guy was in Russia. And he
Listen, I'm fucking watching it on camera, yeah, I want to do that shit.
Yes.
So they're on the curtain, came back to life, walked out. Walked out,
Right now, you got a fifth guy on a sitcom, you know, you should put 50 guys on a sitcom, whatever.
Yeah.
You're carrying 6 episodes a season, then, you know, you sit in this town and you go, listen, this is what I should be doing, this is what I will be content with. Remember, there's no part of me that wants to be a millionaire. I don't want to be a BMW. I don't want to be that dude. I just want to coexist. Support my family, and I'm very happy. I know where I've been, though.
Yeah.
I know how dark it is on the other side. I'm very content with the little fucking thing that's going on right now. I'm not like anybody else. You don't see me doubling up on them. This is a journey. One day, something becomes
Yeah.
right here in Germany, I'm telling you, LA has to
He
offer.
walked out of the burial cave
Just like I
and
always tell
died.
them, what the
He
fuck
didn't go back home.
Every time I read film,
He didn't go back home.
Yeah.
Got come back to life enough. He walked out of the burial
Yeah.
cave.
New Orleans is double for everyone.
Because I love
How you go, Lisa? I have my brother.
I'm doing pretty good. Speaking of planes, did you see that the plane got sent down because of the fire?
Oh, how crazy does that
That
happen?
happens, man. That's the best article. I want to enjoy it reading because it's probably the best.
No, I saw it today. People sent me fucking way too much to it. By the way, my suspension on Facebook is over. My suspension on Facebook is over. Thank God. They were trying to fuck me those people. But no, man, I'm very proud of you. This is probably become you. I know you work on yourself and not really suffer from anxiety like I do.
Yeah.
I mean, me and you will do it.
I'm probably going
smaller restaurant. I guess it's like
sometimes, but sometimes I gotta be careful not to get caught up in that kind of stuff
and then people
because,
just dabble.
you know, I want to make sure that I'm
Hey, so let me show you.
part of what's going
It's
on.
like a restaurant. It's like a restaurant.
Yeah, but sometimes, yeah, people start talking, you know, the other day,
So I
you know, there's a black guy in my building always calling me the N-word and stuff, and I'm telling them about that, and that's upsetting me, and people are laughing. So sometimes you just don't know what they're gonna laugh at, you know, but I mean, yeah, I go, and it's good, man, it's a good sense of brother. I mean, some of the reason I get it is I need some structure in my life, you know, that was the thing, like, I never had anybody, like, my whole life, I've made every decision, no one's ever told me anything to do, or anyone to do something not to do. I mean, I think I've never listened to anybody or cared to, really. So, you know, a lot of that I'm just learning how to coexist with others and to listen to other people, to take direction. And, you know, sometimes I feel like a kid, but sometimes I feel like more like a man, you know? And it's a journey, bro, and I'm happy to be on it. Like, I'm one of those people that kind of feel like I want
experience everything a little bit, which may be one of the reasons why I even used to party, like I would put myself in crazy situations because I just wanted to have a story, I wanted to experience, I just wanted the story, I just want something, I need something, so it's nice to try and not need something. Just when you check in, it makes me feel good, and like that make me feel supported and stuff like that. And I appreciate it, man. Even just getting to know, met so many people through you and getting to know you, and it's inspiring also to see some fucking hammers on the stage again, and one of these joke writing mathematicians. Let's get some fucking slinging tech out, and let's see some entertainers, bro. I'm sick of this. Hey, there's some entertainers, man. We're supporting all these fucking weapons.
You got away with work, brother.
I'm learning from you tonight, man. It's good to see you. Always will see you feel. I'm happy for you that you're going to lunch. I'm going to play Vegas next week. So, disappointed, but thanks. What are we going to get?
Where are you going to Vegas? My birthday is Friday, correct?
Thursday, yeah. Nice.
27 years old,
Yes, sir.
people don't know that I do it back to with the edibles and shit. I like to play myself last week. That if I didn't do these things, there's one part of me that looks at me, and he knows I love him to death. And I'm happy he has a girlfriend. It bothers me when he talks about marriage. He's not ready at all by no means. That's true. 34 has to play this hand out. He wants to open up his own business. But the other part, I always wanted Lee to do something, He's not the type that's going to crisscross and tile him like, Harvey should be him. He's not going to do nothing like that. So the last 5 years, I've been trying to get Lee to find something that's an adventure for him. So they drove off the fucking line. Last time we were bringing up, we don't know. But it's weird how, I look at my wife's retirement last night I laid down, and I thought my life was so disturbing, actually I had to get up on my robot, and don't fucking office and sit down for an hour, actually fucking take a valley of my Xanax a little weight, fine. Because I thought about something, I don't know how I'm going to attack something in my past that I can even avoid it. I'll confront them the next year or so and explain what I did, why, and maybe, who the fuck knows? I'll die with this person, I feel fucking horrible. You know what I'm saying? I have to confront this shit.
I don't understand, man. I think everybody remembers saying for you.
No, it's a fucking bad time. People do weird fucking things. I get it. I fucking get it big time. There's times in your life a divorce happened that I went through. I didn't know that. I found out years later that the divorce fucked me up a little bit and made me do a couple of fucking outlandish type things. So I'm gonna go straight up and down. That's it, man. Just trying to put the pieces together just like you. Brother, good for you, man. I'm happy you won.
Thanks. Dude, that's huge, man. That is huge.
If you fucking... I remember there was a time that I had accepted it. Like, I accepted comedy. I said, listen, all this comedy, I'm not going to fight this guy demon no more. Just bullshitting at 9 and 4 days, shaking and nothing. It's not worth the aggravation. I'm in on that. I got no responsibility. I got zero responsibility. I'm a nomad. I live on a page. I'm going to be your boxer mold. All you had to do was change the oil. I became a fucking nomad. You know what I'm saying? And part of that is that all those songs you hear about life on the road, Wanted Dead or Alive by Bon Jovi. That's what it became. To become a fucking solid comic, you gotta go back to fundamentals, and sometimes you gotta go to hell and do comedy. And really, like I came out here, I thought I was Seattle, and I had enough to do spots at the store. o'clock. But I didn't really have it. I got
anything that's together was there.
I felt and I saw holes in my hand. And I knew to get those holes in my hand, you gotta go out Buffalo, you gotta go all those towns. And once you rock that, you come back down later and see what happens. That's a training camp. Yeah, I just took everything to Michigan, Ohio, Atlanta. Yes, Tampa. I would do whatever I could. Myrtle Beach. Every place I come back. 200 facts a week somewhere. By Tuesday, I get a week somewhere. London, the Oman. It was crazy. There was somewhere I got a week. I was just telling you, that was a St. Louis last week. And I went there the year before, and I went there the year before, but before that, I was in St. Louis. Wow. Oh, man. I would stay in the hotel room until 5, do everything. Crazy, I love that still do.
The right parent,
We gotta go. Roger Ball.
those parents.
Because I went for him in St. Louis.
That's the fucker. No,
Call me back.
that's the
How
kind
much
of
is
death
it?
the fucker
500?
is executed. That's the
That's it.
it just stands on the massive
We went hard, drove up to
family
family
lights
hotel noise.
How could the rest
There was a hotel, and then they had a comedy club.
for someone who
That was
died
part of it.
while being in Russia? Amazing, the Kapara. Never me to. Even love the other thing, my a person is in Russia and they die of natural poison. That death does not atone. And I'm executed because of their rituals.
I got
That
out of the couple because I got there. Somebody at the club was selling 40s. It was like 7 tenths of a grand. And I was back up in advance of 200 people last week. The whole week they gave you free breakfast at the hotel. Yeah. The club gave you dinner, so all I had a scammer. This was a lot. Which is a Subway veggie. Cheese, I would like those things. Package for lunch, I know, for dinner. So if I had eaten one 12-inch for lunch, those are big time days right there. I was living big. Veggie and shit like that.
How about that? Well,
Those days, I think about those days now. And she kept drinking 2 or 3 beers a night. And she just kept putting them on the tab like that. And that Saturday, somebody cried. They gave her a tab, bro. Wow. She drank her salary, man. She drank 2 $50 in 4 nights. How much could it be? I had and she ran out there crying. I had to give her $100 just to stop crying. Eat a pussy for 2 hours. Just to get her to stop crying. Pussy for my mouth.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
I just fucking
Humanitarian.
I'm like, I'm gonna leave the fucking
I will be based everything else that's like that.
Dale Hart, when are you gonna what's your dates? What are your plans? These people love you. They love when you come on. They're gonna be fucking ecstatic about it. What was going on in your life?
Yeah, man, I want to
She runs you all
watch
the
it. Your fans. They're
We
coming
have
out.
a big day. One
Don't have any camera. Ultimately, they get that name. Because it's nothing more just what they
You know what? I don't even know yet, but I'll put them on our website at diovon.com/tour. I know it's the 27th or 30th of July.
That's what natural causes.
This Thursday, the 20th, I'll be at the House Blues in San Diego with Sal Volcano for Jokers. And then August 10th through 13th, I'll be in Dallas at the Addison
Oh shit! Belly sandwiches. Used to have a taco place downstairs. Let me tell you something.
Go ahead and
That's
bury
the
it
problem
in
with
never
favorite
up responders.
master meat.
These
Don't
are
see
the
eye to eye.
even
The room is
but if you say that
fucking
expressed by a basis. Also, then why wouldn't you write it?
No, it's made up by your experience. What do you like the most about it?
I love learning how to cook. And I got my dad hooked on cooking too. He's doing a family plan just for himself. He loves
Well, how is
he cooks it for lunch, he eats it for
we would not go ahead and do it. No, I mean, there's not. There was
Number one fresh ingredient recipe delivery service in the country. Away is to make incredible home cooking accessible to everyone. Away from achieves this by setting the highest standards for ingredients and building a community of home chefs to understand and cooking. You learn how to cook. It's affordable for less than $10 per person per meal. Away cooking with seasonal recipes all over. Proportioned ingredients to make delicious home cooked meals. Choose from a variety of new recipes each week. Culinary team, just surprise you. We love you. Ever get more. They're going to customize your recipes each week based on your preference. Blue Apron has 7 delivery options. You can choose which one you need, just like that. And there's the commitment. So you only deliver it you want.
now they died one of three ways.
Each meal comes with a step-by-step recipe card, portion ingredients, and that can be prepared
on his
in 40
status.
minutes or less. You can do that, take a shower,
If he dies,
Express this guarantee promise
by
that
what we
every
call
ingredient
office,
is delivery
by
right, ready to
generation,
cook,
because it's
ready to cook, or they'll make it correct.
local,
That's what Lisa liked about it the most.
like that
Check
trying
out
out
this week's
to
menu Italy.
I don't think
Oh, they have a great
it's
menu this week. They have spicy lamb and beef noodles.
You know,
That come with peppercorns and seared chicken and tomatillo salsa with sweet chili butter sticks with Parmesan potatoes.
Number two,
all right, this
burial.
is what I went through. Meals free with free shipping right on the boyfriend.com/Joey. You're gonna love how it feels and how it tastes. You're gonna love great, incredible home cooking with boy. Listen to me.
Right?
Take
This is
advantage of
contact.
this. You're gonna love this, all right?
Not the two
That's
people.
boyfriend.com/Joey. Again, boyfriend.com/Joey. Boyfriend is a
Why?
better way
Because
to
they
go.
would order him.
Especially the
They
single.
order him to
You know what I'm
confess
saying? Why
his
have
sins.
all that stuff?
So the fact that he had to choose Jesus, that indicates to us that death by itself, not the chaver, even these such things is not the chaver.
But I take my
Even death by a patient is still going to require number one, Shabbat. Gotta do deeper before you die. Burial. Number two. So the one side, stop over here. Oh, yeah. It's one well, it was looking at the end of our change yesterday. It's all on it. Please make sure to leave it. Well, the one side.
I get a shipment every month. I love what they send me. Give it a shot. The chance Columbus did. You're at the gym. You're on your back in the jiu-jitsu. You can't breathe. So you take one of those shroom texts. You're fucking breathing like a savage. Go to Helen.com right now. Press in. Church. CHURCH. Get 10% off your first order. Delivered to your house, all right? It's a deal you can't refuse. Again,
All right, Joe, so
graduating from the E-House.
hopefully everyone had a beautiful uplifting and meaningful Shabbos. Grace to continue and begin a new week of Sanhedrin together. We begin by thanking all our sponsors today. Our Kavshin Day, our annual Kavshin sponsors, so for dedicating
Amen. I don't.
all of the shares and crushes for this year, as we supposed to is for Israel, and become learning sponsors of Ari and Hannah Ritzler, and many of the members of your grandmother, Sarah Bass-Shultz, and one of the parents last week. We hope that the merit of our Neshama have a good family, and of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this supposed
See you Wednesday night, nice house.
and the Torah and the merit of success. With that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Okay, incredible stuff ahead of us today. Second, sorry. Perfect. Okay, so let's begin. So we'll say so this is Mem Zayin. 87. I believe about 6 lines into the wide lines. Is that correct? Good. So ask the Gemara. We'll say some really interesting things here that are quite fascinating. So Mem base 46b, about 6 lines into the wide lines. Gemara asks the Kasha. When we bury the dead, ultimately again, because not bury them is considered to be a sudden degradation or extinction for the dead, or the burial. Just don't tell me. It's all right. Don't tell me. Yes. Since you have degradation and mutilation, remember again, it's not degradation and mutilation. Dead. So that's the person. So you so family that someone Rashi says that we are. Rashi says that we are black broken away. Almost trying to show. It's not even the clover. So the balance was for the belly. So it's a humiliation for the dead, for the deceased person, because again, the dead person is dead. One of the good parts about being dead is don't be easily embarrassed, So when I say yes, this is your dad, there's no humiliation. So it's not just done or the least degradation. The family is having their relatives unburied. Even if they say, don't bury me, you don't listen to him. On the other hand, the church is brought to you by but at the end of the day, perhaps, burying the dead,
MeUndies, the best underwear you can get. Why? Because they're
soft,
they're made with Moldol, and when you sweat and stuff, they keep everything nice and cool. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to give you 20% off the best assortment underwear and socks you will ever own with free shipping and 100 money back guarantee. MeUndies.com/Joey. MeUndies, you want to go to grandma's with nice clean underwear on? Go to MeUndies.com right now/Joey. And get 20% off. This podcast is also by. You ready for this one? The best Blue Apron juice with a variety of new recipes each week. We'll let Blue Apron surprise you. Recipes are not repeated within a year. Blue Apron is the #1 fresh ingredient and recipe. Delivers country, period. You follow me? Period. Why? Because cooking together builds strong family bonds. Research shows that Blue Apron families cook nearly 3 times often. Once menus, listen to this: seared chicken, a beautiful shrimp pesto fettuccine, and black bean and cheese butters. You want to eat those? This is how you do it. Check out the menu. Go to MeUndies. Go to Blue Apron/Joey. I'm going to get you $30 off your first meal. We shipping by going to BlueApron.com/Joey. You're going to feel good because it tastes good. It's delicious. The best thing is you can cook it for your family in the chef of the future. Go to BlueApron.com right now. Kick that mule, Lee.
Number one is because often, like conventional thinking
I'm taking
is
you deep in the murky woods with Savage.
pretty up.
Because it's that time of the
Whatever you do, don't make that that's like this is like other all the earth is covered, never see dirt, and flowers will see up the earth. Everyone so then what happens? Cosmeticize death. I don't know if that's the word, right? Cosmeticize, like just make it look pretty, make it look nice. Yiddish kind of understands that one of the most important parts of mourning, it's just one of the important parts of life, is whatever you're going through, lean into it. Whatever you're going through, lean into it. Just put yourself in it. So there's death, being into it. What's death? Death is finality. Death is the end. Death is my loved one is going into the ground and they're going to be buried. And pretend that it's any prettier than it is, because it's not. It's difficult. It's heartbreaking. It could be devastating at times. But the sooner you get into it, the sooner one is able to practically deal with it. That's number one. Number two is at the end of the day, we believe if you make a funeral into a big final send-off, then it looks like this is the end. But it's not the end. It's not the end. Not just the end because the neshama goes home. We believe in Mashiach. We believe in the resurrection of the dead. We believe that this is just another stage. Just like birth is a stage of life, death is a stage of life. But it's not the end. So I don't have to make a whole big deal out of it, because at the end of the day, it's just another stage that is so profound. We're putting the body into the ground, so to speak, to insulate it. It's a holding place. Holding for what? Mashiach comes and the dead come back to life. That's the Shiloh.
Monday morning, bitches. Who the fuck is gonna stop you? I'm gonna change what's happening now, my little Theo Vaughn and my fucking favorite Christ killer of all time. Lisa, I had all the fucking drums. We had a great fucking weekend. It's what the fucking squad over fucking around the rest of the year. Theo Vaughn had a ball fucking smoke cloud. Out of respect out of your sobriety.
I appreciate that, man. It's great to be here.
Materials on fire.
Think it's fresh, bro.
Killing these fucking people. Still got no broad on the side. We don't want no broad. You're on a fucking mission for Lucifer.
So again, it's a lot of Shilohs with also, but again, that's but even then, it's in the ground. It's in the ground. Okay, so the person is following. That's the Shiloh. That's the Shiloh. So why do we never? Take the money, use it program, and make the L'chaim and
250 best card.
you do that. So it depends.
The average goes 250 fucking people. That's why the best shit placed everybody. Everybody knows 250 people.
Then the nice again, even though we didn't want to, we didn't
Contact 250 people who die by the age of 50. Your classmates, high school mates, college mates, people at your job.
you can do whatever you want.
That's the average. You learn that with work among in the 70s. That will help me
So
more.
it's sometimes like we forget that the choices you can make don't
You want to sell, you want to sell. Yeah, our generation is like saying yourself fucking values and you're serious about it.
So you can choose whatever you want for you, as long as it only impacts
Please son buys your vacuums. Please daughter buys your vacuums. Please wife, you know, you want
Fifth generation on the cubes, yeah.
that's what a good fucking salesman does. You know, so
The Chris thing you doing everything, you know, you know, James, my sister used to be exotic dancer, right? She used to be fucking
because we buried
Louisiana, certain areas, you know. Yeah, in some areas, especially out there. And she actually learned to remember this song, but she learned to dance in it was like a trailer, right? She was like a trailer, right? The stage wasn't very high, and the stage was too high in the trailer. So the dancers had to crouch and strip and dance at the same time. So if you were over like 5'4", you had to like duck and look sexy. That's hard to do. Think about that. I've never had to think about that. You be a dessert dancer, bro. Bring you out with the fucking with the creme brulee. He would take the stage like a fucking Thanksgiving tree. Small
club. Let me ask you this.
If I come to this see me, they like dessert. She just stopped there, I guess, about 8 years, bro. 8 years in the trailer? Oh, no, she just started there. She went in a so correctly,
but it's
stretch out,
we
weren't really close growing up. I mean, always, I actually
Okay, yes, you were said.
I was honestly, we look alike. So I would see dudes sometimes looking at me like weirdly, like around them when I was at lunch and shit. You know, like, do but so I guess that if we wouldn't have looked alike, it might have not been so wild to me. But you know what, dude, she didn't have, she was missing some elements growing up, and I respect any woman if they're out there in those type of environments, because that's a hard environment. Because otherwise, if you're not doing that, what are you doing then? If you're at that doorstep where you are, you're looking for information. If you're not doing that, you're probably up to some dark art.
Those are the three parts that affect the burial itself. And also saves the family from
I've been over there before, but I didn't, I wouldn't go there. I can't even remember, is it just like a construction? They just put a little stage in with a couple folding chairs? I don't think that they had, a long time business model was, I'm not saying, but they, it was good. It was a small town place, and people enjoyed themselves. And, I love my sister. She's the best, she's a fucking G, man. She's a fucking G. She's just real as I get.
It's crazy because
that burial is all right, those are along the same lines. Along the same lines.
Even got into this conversation.
It's just weird. The jumper I think
nothing real crazy. I don't think. We weren't that close a lot of the time. Still single. Ready to make a cool chick though. No kids. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what
Yackers, I am loving. Is it an honor to the living? Can you see that something that she does is essentially a good keeps coming to the back. It's from the family that people are speaking about their loved ones. Very good. Or, it's not about coming to the back. It's about coming to the it's like the show.
for the first time, so we paid attention to them.
So, she was abused. She had like this violent kind of black boyfriend she dated. Abused, and I think that's what got her into it.
Let's say really on deathbed, and really says, not want any.
With what you know now, my fucking
so is or
as long as all these guys are torturing you all the time,
whalers.
When I was raised to do this,
Or
it was 2017.
That will make
Regular subway, we surrounded the somewhere, something.
He's jerking off. So he's jerking off on our subway. There was something about it. I think it was just, I don't know, could have been the air compressor or something. Literally, the subway can make you feel it red. They had all this lavender air.
I was making fun of subway employees. I always tell you that the fucking my biggest fear is walking somewhere and like it turned out to be the honest God. I didn't want this.
What is it?
You're on a subway and everybody's 22.
About coming for the
There's
family.
one guy that's
So then
just
over again, even if she
he's
says, I
got
don't
a
want
earring and he's still cool.
to
Like he's still fighting fucking cool. It don't matter that he lives in an apartment. We do Whatever. They got home the other night. They were listening to Action Matter. What matters is that you went to see Guns N' Roses. 2 weeks ago, like, it's like, he's living his life, but he didn't really look at the other parties like they look at what happened. When like moves fucking fast, and you start talking about some fucking yeah, it was your way. What the fuck up? It's kind of a weird. I was always scared to be that guy, that petrified.
Don't you think it would take like a very specific kind of person to be like a stripper not get affected by it? Because you're talking like, oh, it'd be great. 2 out of the fucking 10. Right.
The percentages. 2 out of 10. I'm making that shit gets.
There was public service, Sarah as Angela's wife.
I'm like any other fucking guy.
The monarchy is the community.
Yeah, it's like last 10, 15. I can't even fucking punch somebody. I tried to break my wife up to give me a 10. The pen died. Don't only have fucking phones. Don't fuck myself. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else is fucking 10, 15. It's like, oh, they got to get donuts. You got fat fuck. You sit there and donuts stay away from me. It's a fucking thing. A lot of transgressions. If you stay in Colfax and go on to like Victory and make a left, it's a strip club. And I went there, and I made an observation. You just sit there and look at pussy and get to the club. I'm not going to say that I didn't like you guys dirty. Yeah. First of all, the strip club is always that. You can't believe. Oh, I did. It's all dry like this. No fucking guy sitting there drinking water. Because it's new. Yeah. Showing their children burgers and people are waiting in the day. That's how I get it. It's people. You talk to girls with one girl.
Then I understand. Then it makes sense. I'll cover the Sarah that don't play with her. But if you see that you need to cover podcast. So because of color for Anglo, that we should hear about his wife and a cover for him. Isn't it that the cover that I'm not doing, we're doing something. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm sure some dudes ever do that.
The link the burial is covered to have them. It's covered to side. Why? Sorrow for Nicola.
Yeah.
Fucking like you sit there and go, I know what she's doing.
Covered to
I
sorrow.
don't want to pick the 20-year-old because she's going to feel bad. The 20-year-old.
Even if you want to say that, you
20-year-old will lob all over you.
but you need to just for a living.
No, there's HIV out there.
Yeah, she's something that she can,
With a 40-year-old, because you can't watch it. She knows you're going to she don't want the leftovers soft, so you have 2 hours. It's just really weird, bro, when you deal with when they become a professional. Like you're a professional stripper.
Yeah.
There's so much about like
It's like staying in comedy for a certain period of time. It's like there's a certain day when you realize,
I know what you're doing.
all right, I'm in here. Yeah.
When you're doing a professional stripper, you go in that door. She takes you to the first room first. She'll give you a couple whips of monkey.
a lot of times in marriage,
And then she'll take you upstairs.
like the happy with my spouse, as long as my it's like the prerequisite. I'm good. I'm happy to give
She ain't a stripper no more. She's a saleswoman. You want a fuck up, that's a piece of ass.
that.
You want to look at me, 2,000 motherfucker. 1,000, they look at you.
It's just squeeze you, bro. What? You want to smell my asshole and not eat a yogurt at the same time?
11 guys don't down 5. They're gonna fuck 6 guys for $1,000. I didn't thought about that.
Even in death,
If you pay whatever it is, 2,500, that's not the line. That's like one round.
when it comes to marriage, it's literally again, I love your needs are
What
above
the
my
fuck
other way.
if somebody regular and tipping them after? Is that crazy? You think like if it's just a girl, you
Like she was,
I can see you telling the girl I said that I'm going to down
she was right.
Thursday. I
Remember,
know this is going to
I broke one of my children more than anything. Sarah was Sarah with my children. I broke
Yeah.
that one.
Get yourself watching your girlfriend,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, that's what it is.
It's how you fucking do it. You know, it's not making a fucking love.
Sarah
Yeah.
Sarah brought it.
You can't But yeah, you know, it's
Never
right now. Harvey
brought
Weinstein's getting in trouble for all this shit. He's a dick. But you gotta remember, there's 1,000 guys out there who said dating girl brother was a stripper. And I've never been human too. I accepted what she did. And I used to just talk to her sometimes. And by talking to her,
if it's a
you
choice
really showed me how
Sarah's
pathetic that was.
happiness and
Because not even in my deepest, darkest moment
Sarah's
would I do something like that. You know, yeah, I'm a fucking kid. It's not open to somebody like me. You know, get a good time.
it's a push
Yeah, so it's honestly, especially if you leave, you put them to a strip club right out. And this is what they do. They're afraid of this. And I tell people all the time that you're married. So you have these boundaries. Yeah, you present yourself with personal boundaries.
It's not that, okay, as long as my
You know, I got a wife, I got a kid, I got a daughter, I gotta go home now for fucking hours. My wife don't do like she used to. She don't let me come in the hand all those days. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. All right, it's too good. So, I don't know, it's not my fault.
But just assume they tell you to do that.
It's too good.
Yeah, I respect. Look, man. I mean, and also you see, look, you see these billboards now. You see these sugar mom billboards. You see this shit all over. Sugar models, right? And it's like escorts, basically. It's like high-end escorts out here in LA. You can get, you know, where it's like, but it's not set up like escorts. It's like, oh, $400 you go to dinner with this girl, or $200 you guys go to dinner, and everything else is kind of whatever you do is your business, right? But it's kind of known that, you know, sex is an option. You know, it's on the table for, you know, both sides of the party. So part of me sometimes I'm like, and I don't really think the Constitution is a bad business, you know. I don't think it should be, I don't know if it should be illegal or not, you know. But I think it's weird that when it's happening with these billboards and stuff like that, it dangerous. That's between that 3,500 out here, that's 40,000, but you make it 30 million, yeah.
47.
You know it because you live in LA. Like when I went to acting classes, that's when I started meeting those girls. Yeah. Like I went to a girl's house that was fucking famous with shit. Like you went to the penthouse, the elevator opened. Next door was there.
His girl's father was a man by the name of on a bed of jokes. Now, what is that? So remember, outside of the Russia, these levels was that was a tremendous time. One of the things that she still felt that he had to do was absolutely fundamentally repudiate the idolatry. So that this is done. This is a fundamental repudiation
And they show up in bed with 5 fucking tits. Just that bullshit.
This was a pleasure for conversation. I'll go ahead. Once they get whatever, what is your is really there to go ahead and is it honor for the dead, or is it honor for the and he said to his kids, he said to his family, do not go ahead and I'm sorry, yes, don't eulogize me in the small village. Died. He died in Sicily, and they were burying him. They go ahead as a journal. Making a number of stops along the way. So he said that when you would stop, you look like in small in large cities where there will be a large gathering. That was right. The average for the highway might not be anyway. Again, public living. What is it that I'm sharing with you? What is it? Summer, yes, we will be
Jay's a great guy, puts on great shows. Go there. It was 3 or 4 women for the purpose of honoring the suggesting that some clients we're getting this interesting. In order to get people more friendly, right? That's the goal. So guys, maybe it was the great, I can't inspire, go ahead and bring the best crowd. They don't overall that. What the hell is how much money for once the other judgment is also you're going to do how that is. Color also the color so high, any focus on anything that does cover the living, ultimately is not a desire. There's an intersectionality about what's covered for days, right? And ultimately, very much because people are allowed to score more properly. What? That is bigger honor to the guy.
That's called honorable. All of us have spiritual baggage. All of us have things that we should pay 20 And even if you don't, even if I can't, sometimes what's like is about things that I go through, even if that's incredible. So Mer says, now, so what do you see here? So Mer says, slumming up, you hear the shot. So what do you see from here? What did Mer say? What do you go someone dies and they weren't talking. I don't know. They come up with this case of you know what you know? Someone died on the night. It was a color right? Or grave sites where you know, they're very right? So again, in many cases, it's not necessarily if you want to go so it's grave site, and it's important. It's foreign. So a person doesn't get the best of it. Where it says, you know what? Because there's a belief,
Even airport drop the shit on the
what do you see here? It's still alive. Who's more? You're dead. You're dead. Felix is at the end of the day living a movie or something for jewelry in the safe. And you can shut the ultimate again. Therefore, again, if it hits dead, doesn't proceed it.
What a face call.
Because he again are for times people walk into rooms and ask me, on one hand, you get absolute because you know,
But in New York, you can usually hit up somebody who's cleaning rooms or whatever and ask them. Tell them when you get there. We should do that. You'll get there, tell them we get there. You find anything good, you know, there's $40 drop it off on our room. No questions asked.
It really is crazy when
your brother, your father, your brother,
if I was a hot girl, 21,
my sister, how you can't fight. My sister, I can't fight. Like, you know how to use it okay. Someone said, right? Someone said, somebody said, you got 5 more minutes. 5 minutes, you and your loved one. That's It's not the thing for picture. Those are all very nice things. That's great. They can post that like all of that is everything.
After a while, they're just work. They're just business.
A last opportunity. The mace is right there to speak to the mace. Speak to the mace. Because every single relationship that said, but we never got a chance to say, well, maybe we're going to say it in the right way. Maybe we're going to say it in the right way.
But it's true, it's a fucking lonely town. They have them all around the blocks.
We're dead now.
They were drug dealers, VIP, when he comes in,
Oh, yeah.
and now this guy's a scam off of fucking society's ass. I don't even know the hell's going on. If he was a real kingpin, he didn't really push
So let's never
hard.
again. That's how it was.
He's got
Not
four
for
grams in his
sorry,
glove
dead.
box.
Yeah, but he's fucking king of slaves.
He's got a small tattoo across his fucking chest. You can notice that his name is also a name receiver or something.
So fucking
The whole cops level. Why?
so weird out. You know, when you walk into like a strip club,
Why?
girls that
The shit over in Russia, it's inside.
they point
Because
into
we're
it,
not very
like
sure.
there's certain girls that
This is a big thing. Big thing. Don't fire a shot, and it's one second. The city is someone come on. Once he died, I get this degree. There's just no stuff. No stuff. South his life a certain way. And if this is what we have to live that way.
Sure,
Russia
fucking stick your fingers up a knuckle on asshole.
So you put yourself. It's not right. Russia's not very next to it. Because again, you live your life a certain way,
She was
you're
hot.
gonna die a certain way. You're gonna do that a certain way. That's just really that. So you got some of that about the reaction of Russia. It's not that. I don't know what it's
We're doing the same shit, man. We're doing our shit, though. I do the same shit as a Christian. And if I had a nice asshole, I'd show it to people every day for a couple of years.
So Torah's talking about so was Act 4. They're Act 4. Or what happened. So like they're very one of the casualties of teenage like kids, and they saw coaching enemy armies. Coaching enemy armies to them. So what they do, bash so they talk about each other. Very loud. The students are very neighbors are very Get ready for this. Once I get ready for this, what happened? Now, you don't have to stop.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, the news cycle for Bitcoin, yeah, great. Or banks holding Bitcoin that's not their own. Banks should be buying Bitcoin, otherwise I think this is they don't. Now, giving Bitcoin to banks, I think is ridiculous. So we don't have to with banks. But yeah, the new cycle, fantastic. More people are going to see it. I totally get it.
I'm a truck bank now, but we had no choice. 10 years ago, we didn't have any other outlets. I mean, we couldn't get paid if we didn't have a bank account. Years ago, you know. Rabbi Rothschild, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Rabbi or Rothschild?
Both. I'm a rabbi. I made smicha about 5 years ago, and my last name is Rothschild.
Nice. Can you lend us a fiver?
Actually, you can see my ID on my banner. I get asked that question a lot.
What if someone can borrow a fiver?
No, if I'm a Rothschild, yeah. I wanted to know if I could take a moment to tell you about my project. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Shalom. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, just celebrated my 4-year anniversary. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "The content is king," and I'm making it true today. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make me an influential person someday, and if and when that happens, I'm going to make you your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already, sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump air onto land to make it drinkable. Thank you for letting me share that.
Rabbi, all I would say to you is feel free to speak. You don't need to quote everything in 60 seconds. I'm not going to cut you short. Some of the stuff that you said potentially could be information, really good information, generally speaking. The fact that you got a YouTube space is great. My question would be, I think you just said it sounded really fantastic. You know how to really say it. Really quickly. I just went on your profile and you've got like 3 tweets and you've been around since February 2025.
Oh, certainly. No, I've been around longer than that. Occasionally, I'll get an account banned here or there. So I've had to resort to creating other accounts, and kind of something that happens. And I don't let it get me down. Sure, it stops them a little bit, but I've had accounts with tens of thousands of people, and algorithm works why you're going to get banned. But one day you awake and it says your account is suspended, and then you go through the beautiful dance with the X support trying back, and eventually many times there's no real opportunity to get your account back, so you got to start a new one. So I did that recently, and thank you. A lot of times people, when you're shilling your project, gotta be quick about it, so that's why I'm so fast. But I appreciate you allowing me to open up the discussion a little bit.
Can you name the project again that you're sponsored by? I heard Harry Potter.
Absolutely, yeah. I hadn't heard it either until about 3 years ago or so. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's worth about $100 million. It's very popular on Twitter. 12,000 people in our Telegram. The memes are always going. I've been live streaming my life within that Telegram for over 2 years. I'm live right now, not just on one stream, not just on 2 streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams. Actually, see this conversation happening in real time. I've got my profile. Go to my YouTube. If you don't want to click the link, I completely understand. You can just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, and the key is filter by live. If you filter by live, you will say, wow, I've never seen an individual with so many cameras on them simultaneously. It's over 20. It's essentially a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. You can watch my life in not just 360 degrees, but I have a ceiling camera. It's essentially an archive of the world. In addition, 24 hours a day, I have a radio going in the background that archives all of the world's historical events. So you can go back to any moment for the last 4 years and eventually know exactly what was going on. And I think that's a beautiful gift to the world. I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. Maybe 100 years ago or 200 years ago, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary. But instead, I use video as my medium.
That's awesome. A question is, because obviously being a rabbi in a Jewish faith, correct?
Yes.
You get a lot of hate for that being a rabbi. You get a lot of hate for that, because for me, I find it very difficult that people are not even willing to let people talk about it. They're me. I'm born and raised. I love talking to people from different religions, different faiths, because it's the only way you get to understand people's mentality and culture.
Absolutely. Yes, I do get a lot of hate, and that's on a daily basis. I don't let it get to me. I let it run off my back like water off a duck's back. I do my best.
Do they hate you because you're a rabbi or because you're a Rothschild?
Probably mostly just because I'm a Jew, and they make assumptions on what I do. They don't know that I want world peace, which we all should want. At least if you're coming from Islam or Christianity or Judaism, we all have the same patriarch. Essentially, we can all trace our histories to Abraham, and so I'm able to have some discussions with people about that. But certainly the recent events in the Middle East that have occurred, over which I have no control, get me a lot of hate. And I completely understand that. But when people understand that my take on it is I don't want anyone to die, I don't care what their background is, I'm a pacifist, I want peace, I'm able to open up the conversation a lot. I do get some immature people who just don't want to talk at all, and they just want to throw, terms there too much on religion, politics, because they are divided. To talk about, if you don't mind, may I share some of the top? Excellent. I love.
Give him a follow so he can be your personal rabbi.
100% more than excellent. Thank you so much. More than anything, shalom, shalom. More than anything, aside from wanting to make you all very successful, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I just want to give people hope that there are people out there, be it strange, who care about you and want the best for you. I talk about things that are unifying forces in the world. I feel I'm a futurist. I like to talk about topic future. So things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. I saw ChatGPT get launched November 30th, 2022, and I've seen the impact large language models such as ChatGPT have had on society. Not only have I witnessed that, but I've been able to archive it. Future generations will be able to witness not only what life was like during a pandemic, but also what life was like day to day without large language models. I talk about things like space elevators and space tourism and terraforming of other planets and interstellar travel. And while many of these things seem like science fiction, within a generation or two, they will become goals of society. Perhaps something that still seems like science fiction, but is actually science fact, is a type of technology known as de-extinction. If you weren't aware, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and would have really.
They've done that also with the
Dire wolf. That's absolutely correct, 100%. And so they made headlines recently with those dire wolves. About a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. They're something that you can actually see and meet and study. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And I just think these are really exciting subjects for the world on focus, and not so much on that which divides us. I talk about things that may affect all of you someday if you want. Consent is really big with me. I focus on consent in everything I do. I don't feel it's right for me to put my hands on you or you to put your hands on me without consent. And additionally, I talk about things to extend your life. I'm a major advocate of life extension technology. If you want, again, you don't have to use this, but I want to give you the resources someday to be able to use oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like red light therapy, perhaps testosterone replacement therapy, to increase the average life expectancy for everyone here, age 80 to perhaps age 100, 120. But at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction. It's come true. It's been a beautiful life. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer, a CAT scanner, an MRI, of course, with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cyborg.
not enough servers on the planet uploading human brain.
Okay, just before you interrupt me, you're thinking of things with conventional computers. You're not looking in a quantum computer environment. So don't let what perhaps today's technology has prevent you from thinking in the future. A generation ago, that's absolutely 100%. A generation ago, something like Neuralink would have seemed like science fiction, but successful Neuralink implants in people today that allow them to function and have a more normalized life. So if we're able to do Neuralink today, perhaps mind uploading up tomorrow, where you'll be able to be perhaps a cyborg, a cybernetic clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to people is at least it's a discussion that we should start to have about the appeal of digital immortality, and with the questions that you may have.
I don't think you'll ever get digital immortality because yes, you can upload whatever to whatever. When you die, your soul leaves the body. So yes, there could be a digital version of your memories, but I just don't see that there's going to be any of you left to operate it. So I don't think you'll be. I just think that's very strange, and as for Neuralink, I think it's great for people who can now use it, who've got disabilities. But I was watching something the other day, and the WEF wanted to implant everybody on the planet with it, and I ain't down with that for any way, shape, or form.
I understand DeFi, and that's why I've. And
technology in such a couple of decades. So to say we can't reach that, like the gentleman was saying about quantum computing, the term quantum computing probably didn't even exist 20 years ago, and yet here we are. We're scared of that, and Bitcoin wallet addresses because quantum computing might be able to crack our seed phrases. Who knows where we'll be years from now?
That's exactly right, and that's what I'm saying is 5 and 30 years, God willing, should we all stay healthy, and so discussions that we may have to have, and these are just
5 years. I really can't. If you look at what we've done in the last 5 years with sort of AI and such like, imagine what we're going to be like in the next 5 years. This is crazy. I love to think about it and talk about it, but it's crazy where we're going to be. There's some people that I follow on YouTube that talk about chipsets and loads of boring stuff like that. Things that they're doing at the moment, they're moving away from the way that chips work at the moment and building this chip where everything moves with light and the speed and everything. It's going to be a quick leap forward. I don't know when that's going to come out. Whether it's 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years down the line, once they've got it all working properly. But again, that will be a generational leap.
I'm in.
They already are able to do it, but that's just my 2 cents.
Neo, you.
It's just building the equipment now to make them. Like if you look at the way that they do it at the moment with that Dutch company that builds the machines, that sells the machines to the foundries, can build the machines to be able to build the chips, and it's going to be a huge reinvestment. I mean, it's going to cost tens of billions to build a chip foundry, and the one that they're trying to build a THMC. Get it right, but they're trying to build it in Arizona. The problem that they're facing at the moment is it's not just about land and building it. The air temperature is different in Taiwan. The water is different. All of these things affect these chips, and what they're doing at the moment is trying to get everything right. And it's not just about buying the machines and so on. The water's got to be perfect, the air's got to be perfect, and they're 2 very different places. So imagine that type of thing.
The thing is, people can literally create an environment, whatever environment they want in whatever ecosystem they want, because of how advanced we are with technology. So we can turn around and say, we need it to be at a specific temperature, we need the water to be of a specific kind, we need the water-specific material, and you can literally be anywhere in the world and create that environment. I don't want to call it Jurassic Park environment type thing, but
It's THM. Is it THMC or THS? I think it's TSMC. TSMC. I struggle with that acronym, but it's them that are building it in Arizona. Yeah, it's them that are building it in Arizona. They know exactly what they're doing, but the teething problems they're having is they're having to work out exactly how they need the air and how they need the water, because it's not the same as what they have already. So it's not that they don't know what they're doing. My point is that it's not just as easy, it's not just as simple as, okay, look, we just built that there. There's a lot more. Now imagine when you've got completely different chips there. Like, it's not just a case of, right, we've got to build it and build the infrastructure.
The rabbi was talking about them animals that they just recently recreated. What were they called? What was the animal called?
The dire wolves and something else.
And what was, before these two we were created, what were they? The dire wolf. What was the dire wolf?
The dire wolves, you know the big wolves that are on.
No. Yeah, before that, what were they? They were extinct, right?
Yeah.
Well, technically, the direwolf isn't a pure de-extinction because DNA is taken from living wolves that we have. A pure de-extinction is essentially from the carcasses of animals that were frozen in glaciers and such.
I was just about to say the dire wolves is more modified genomes because they didn't actually have the exact DNA. So I think it's just a wolf that they've turned the size up.
Agreed.
Also, bring a dodo back to life. There's a couple of animals that you mentioned. If they were able to do that, who says what they couldn't do in 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? Because if something is literally extinct, it means no longer exists on the planet anywhere. And then all of a sudden, you go to London Zoo and there's a fucking dodo.
That's it.
I just don't see the point in, like, when it comes to something like the dodo. Okay, it was killed off because it was really low and really dumb. Like, they just got eaten. Like, I don't see. Yeah, so it was life, right? It was 100%. I don't see a reason to bring something like that back. Do you know what I mean? I see a reason to bring certain things back, but the dodo, I think that's probably more a nostalgia thing than anything else. If they do that, once they bring a dodo back, who says they won't bring out all these other things that are beneficial to the world, whatever it may be, some other animal that fucking gave life or gave energy, or milk that is fucking lactose intolerant from the beginning instead of going through all these other machines. Because all of a sudden we've got dietary issues with absolutely everything on this planet. So who knows how the animals in the milk they produce then were better? Who knows? Yeah. I mean, what would be, and I'm asking Rabbi this, because I'm genuinely interested. What do we think the reason why bringing back woolly mammoths, how would that, I'm just trying to think of the word, like what impact would that have? Why do we need them back? What can they do in the area where they're going to be brought back? Am I the only one who's like, I wouldn't mind cloning like 10 Selma Hayeks? Yes, you are the only buy a robot like the rest of us. Yeah, give a clone machine to me and I know exactly what to do with it. I tell you what, bring back a saber-tooth tiger and a T-Rex, and what would I do with them? Put them in a cage and throw every pedophile rapist in there. That's what, that would be valid. Can we bring back miniature versions of the Velociraptors? I bring back bakery, by the way. Buying all delicious pistachio things. TV, I told you that this morning. He says pistachio because he knows why it's beer. He doesn't even like it. He's got peanut allergy. I seriously don't like it. I'm really just gonna, buy it just to put it in his face. Throw it in the bin. Yeah. It's like this low
local Moroccan bakery shop, and he had all. He got
No,
me
okay.
fucking off.
No.
I'm telling you. You need to start an NFT collection. Buying all different pistachio things and just taking a photo in the bin.
No, okay.
The pistachio bin collection. Great layer for an NFT though. Something pistachio. Just saying. Could you make like figurine size T-Rexes and stuff like that, where you could have like a glass box and you could have more fighters? Let me throw it. Pop a random question then. Just, it got me in my mind, for the last 20 minutes while you guys were talking about this. Who was the Latina who ruined you as a child? Was that also someone you? Who was Gloria, but definitely Halo. So, not Selma Hayek like in the movie From Dusk Till Dawn. Am I the only one? Yeah, she was alright. But J-Lo was just... That's when Neo got born, I guess. I woke up that day. Like, oh shit, there's more. I'm sorry, Rabbi, I've said sorry.
No, you're absolutely fine. So, shalom. So let's review DeFi's question about what's the point back woolly mammoths into the Arctic Circle. So essentially, they were the megafauna of that region up until about 10,000 years ago. So we're just really just reinserting them back into their natural habitat where they roamed for tens of thousands of years. It's not as if we're bringing back dinosaurs, so to speak. This was their home up until about just a few thousand years ago. Now, in terms of the dodo bird, everybody makes fun of this. There's a major argument that one of the reasons why the dodo bird went extinct is because of the house cat, essentially, that was brought into the region, and it was essentially editor that the dodo bird had not been able to evolve quickly enough to be able to survive. So there's that aspect too, that we haven't had.
I thought they were eaten by humans. I didn't realize it was house cat.
There's a combination, certainly, but there were just new predators to the dodo bird that they hadn't experienced previously. Now, we haven't had a dodo bird in about 500 years. The Tasmanian tiger is an interesting case. Some people say that they still exist. There are still sightings, allegedly, in some areas of Australia and specifically like Tasmania and such. But the idea is the last one was that we've had in a zoo. It's been about 100 years since we've had those. Now, all of these animals were living, at least to some extent, population, say 20,000 years ago on Earth until human interaction.
Humanity.
Exactly. Importance of that. Well, some humans feel that we have a duty to restore the Earth to, at least closer to what it was before we had the impact, the major impact, especially with the industrial exist. What about dinosaurs? This always comes up. What about saber-toothed tigers? Well, now these animals, we don't have preserved DNA. We have preserved DNA from woolly mammoths through glaciers. We have dodo bird feathers, and we have Tasmanian tiger remnants from the cases that we have in the zoo. So that DNA has been preserved. Now, if you like the movie Jurassic Park, the way that it was thought of is a mosquito was preserved in amber, then we basically got the DNA that way. But that isn't as realistic as we'd like it to be. So for those people who say, how do we create a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a saber-toothed tiger? Much of that will perhaps have to be reverse engineered through its most common twin descendants. So perhaps the tiger, or perhaps a lizard, perhaps a monitor lizard, but a lot of that will need AI engineering if we want to create some type of specimen. Will it be the exact replica? It'll be as close as we probably can get, but that's basically the next step, probably after the reintroduction of these animals that I've discussed, the woolly mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo bird. Scientists will eventually want to perhaps bring those types of megafauna back in at least a controlled environment. I've heard arguments that, hey, what would be wrong with taking an island, say, off of the coast of Costa Rica and dedicating it to dinosaurs? So necessarily roam and hurt people, but you could see them like an open air safari. These are arguments that are made. I'm not making these decisions. What I do want to emphasize, though, are these are really exciting, interesting discussions, and these are the discussions over the course of the last 4 years, and they're all archived. And I think the people of the future will think it's really interesting, these discussions. This is what people thought in 2025, in the same way that we go back to magazines or newspapers 100 years ago and see their predictions of the future. That's essentially, I want you all to know that I don't have the answers. I don't think anybody here necessarily does, but it's really exciting to know that these discussions are being archived perhaps for future generations. And that's what I do. I get a great sense of joy out of these types of discussions. And I see that they're unifying forces for the humanity. Perhaps I get who don't like these discussions. They say we're playing God, and I completely understand that too. And I think that their voice is important. And then I get futurists and transhumanists who say these are inevitabilities. It's just a matter of time. And I just want to emphasize these are really wonderful discussions to have, and they will become more and more relevant as the generations continue.
Jurassic Park weird. I gladly will. I want to see raptors. I want to see T-Rexes. I want to see everything. I want to see a Diplodocus. I want to see a Triceratops. I want them all to come back to life. I really do. I love them.
I think we need miniature versions. I definitely don't think we need full-size versions. We've seen
Why are we so?
That's what
No, exactly. Why do we have to be the dictators of what nature should really be?
Well, because they're not here, we'd be bringing them back, so we're already dictating what nature should be.
So we should.
Watching the film.
Don't you think if you're extinct, there's a reason you are extinct? You don't want to be extinct.
Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it, animals. Sorry. It's humans' time. You glorious, sexy motherfuckers. Good morning to everybody.
Were the old UPS trucks better or worse than the new UPS trucks?
Way better, dog. Way better.
So you don't want us to use it to bring those trucks back?
Well, good morning, dude.
Good morning, B. Good morning, B. Nick, my UPS truck last year had 600,000 miles on it. We have a team of mechanics that is cracked. Absolutely. Like, they're full stack mechanics, double stack mechanics. They're fucking cracked. I got a replacement truck that was only like 10 years old. I'm out in the country where we beat up our trucks. And it had 370,000 miles on it. And I was really excited. And the last 2 days, since I burned out the transmission at 374, the last 2 days I've been on one with only 154,000 miles, which is fucking new where I work. So, yeah, talk to me about old retro trucks.
Nice. So that's the thing, though, if you take care of things. I bought an ex-police car years ago, and it had something like 250,000 miles on it. My uncle had it, and I just needed the car to drive to London and back. I was working down there. And I looked at the log, and by the time I got it, it had literally had 3 new clutches. It had the brakes done, like complete brake renews, like twice. So if you look after a vehicle, they just keep going.
Because it was a police car, did you have the Blues Brother soundtrack constantly playing in it every time you were driving it?
No, but it did have the number and all of the decals ghosted in. It was a pure white car, but because obviously the sun had been on it every day that it was being driven around, when they took the decals off, all of the numbers and everything were ghosted in on the roof. That was quite funny.
Right, question, sir. Do you actually talk about this sort of stuff on a more regular basis in terms of make sure that, just like all the dinosaur stuff and your views on future? You do that a lot, really?
Absolutely. Dozens of times a day. I do it, and
I think, and this is why I say to people that you should ask for a mic and you should give people the benefit of the doubt and not judge them just based on whether you like something or dislike something. I'm sure if you would have gone into another space and they would have just seen Rabbi, they would have been giving you a mic. And I've been like well happy for the last half hour, 45 minutes talking about hearing about Jurassic Park and all these animals that were brought back to life. Is what conversation should be about. Conversation. And you should never disrespect someone's views, thoughts, as long as they're not disrespecting anyone else. It's just their thoughts, it's just how they feel. And giving people an opportunity, I'm really glad you came up and actually started speaking. And I'm definitely giving you a follow, and if I see you in a space, I will definitely join it.
thank you so much for the opportunity. I want you to know how much I appreciate the mic, and I want you to know that I think we can all get along with the idea of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's the golden rule. It's what I do my best to practice. I have these conversations dozens of times a day. I have a very large Discord server. I get people from all over the world, and I essentially give people an open platform to have those discussions. So if you have the ability, feel free to join my Discord. It's in my profile. All my links are in my profile. You can watch my 24/7 stream profile, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate from the bottom of my heart the opportunity to discuss these topics with you all. It's about time for me to daven Shachar, which is our morning prayers. So I'm gonna bid you all adieu now, but this is just goodbye for now, not goodbye forever, and seeing you all in spaces in the future. And again, I want to bring any of you ever need anything from me, I'm always available to you 24/7. Come to my Discord. If you want to just talk with someone, if you need support of any type, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a positive life, to have an optimistic view on the future, and to give people hope. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope everybody has a wonderful day. Take care. This is how we do it.
Is they would bury in caves, right? Well, first they bury in the ground, and then off what they would do is after the body decomposed, they would collect your bones and they would place it like in a cave. There you can see this. I don't know if anyone ever went to this grave of Shimon HaTzadik. Here's Shimon HaTzadik. So it's in Jerusalem. So see, it's like hey, right next to it, they have the Kever, they call it the Kever Sanhedrin, right, which is like a very almost this massive burial catacomb. So what's interesting is over there you can see they have like shelves, and the bones are placed on shelves. It's fascinating. So the guys go into the burial cave of Elisha. Listen to this. His body comes in contact with Elisha. Vayaga ish ba'atzmos Elisha, vayichi vayakam al raglav. You cannot make this up. The man, right? So the dead man comes in contact with the bones of Elisha. He came back to life. So the Gemara will say, now why did he come back? So the Gemara says, why is he coming back to life? So apparently this man was a Rasha, and he did not deserve to be buried in the same grave as Elisha. Because you don't bury Rishon next to Tzadikim. So a miracle occurred, he came back to life, walked out. So I'm going to bump with them like you may know, Bishnai and Baruch. Eli, so we'll say that maybe he came back to life for a different reason. Before the old died, so Elisha asked him for a bracha, incredible bracha. So Elisha said to him, no, I would like to be doubly as great as you. Can you imagine that? And he says, Eliyahu, I like to be double as big as you. That was what that means is, remember, Eliyahu brought one person back to life. Elisha said, I want to be doubly as big as you. So Elisha therefore should bring back two people to life. Now, Elisha's daddy only brought back one person to life. Maybe this was his pishnayim. Maybe this was his double portion. Maybe this was the second time he brought him back to life. That's it. We'll say first one. Here's the problem. It's true. The guy came back to life. We'll say what happened. What happened? He came back to life. He walked out of the building.
It's fine. I can't do
He didn't go
that.
back home. He didn't go back home. He came back to life enough to walk out
Some
of the building.
say that you need me. It takes time to believe it. And after all is said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Oh, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me saying, I really don't think we're strong enough. No, do you believe in life after love? Feel something inside me saying, I really don't think it's strong enough now.
So too, you do not bury a serious Russia next to a smaller Russia. Right? I guess there's like there are people who are expert Rishayim, and then there are people who dabble, right? Russia dabblers. Right? So the Russia, there's like a Russia, and there's like a Russia, a little Russia, just like a shape of a Russia. Right? So again, so there are different levels of Rishayim.
They're gonna be alone. They won't. Oh.
Bury a real Russia next to a little Russia. So the words Beliska and Arba Kvaros. So maybe you should have a different cemetery for every different place, right? There's 14 such places. You have 4 different cemeteries. They have a tradition, you only need 2. Okay. So I'll say, that is an interesting halacha about not burying Shine next to it. Now again, obviously that can get a little bit sensitive in terms of who exactly is the Shine on this. But that's why, for example, you do have certain cemeteries that do have restrictions like this. Shomer Shabbos. There are certain cemeteries that absolutely do maintain certain religious strictures and certain religious obligations upon the people who are going to be buried there. Okay. The Gemara says, I'm like, Uncle Caleb, the Hebrew cover was very interesting. If someone ate Caleb, now Caleb is forbidden fat. Someone ate Caleb, and again, which is obviously illegal, and then realized what he did, and separated out the carbon, ready to offer up a carbon. And then what happens? They made a daito, and then he became chorus. So again, Ruben, it's been a busy day for Ruben. And he began the day by eating Caleb accidentally. After he did that, he realized what he did wrong. He separated him, and then after that, he became an apikoris. Now the story is not over. So I will say this just shows you what a person could pack into one day. Right? If you maximize your time, you could really accomplish a lot. So he goes ahead and now he becomes about tshuva. So what's that? What's this fascinating? Hoil v'nitra yitra. I will say the halach is an apikoris is not allowed to offer up a carbon. You can't accept the carbon of an apikoris. So watch this. Once this carbon was owned by an apikoris, then what's the halacha? It can't be re-offered up. So even though Ruben now became about tshuva, he needs to separate a new carbon. He can't use that carbon. Why? Because of all the yitra. Once something has been set aside for use, it cannot be reused. Incredible. So what's the Ruben ate Caleb accidentally, separated out a carbon, and then he became insane. Right? The shota, the chazav and the shab, but then he became sane again. So what's that? We'll say since a person is a shota, can't offer up a carbon. So again, essentially, since the carbon was owned by a shota, it can't be offered. Even though he suddenly becomes sane again, halacha l'maisa, he still can't offer up that carbon. Why? Once the carbon has been set aside for non-use, it's set aside for non-use. Incredible. Now, both say, why do we need both these cases? It's the exact same case. So why do I need both cases? If you would have just told me the first case, ultimately again, of Apikarsos, I said, he became an Apikoris his own. Aval, hide to the Mela Kadami. But in the case of the guy who became insane, ultimately again, he didn't choose that. That just happened on his own. Maybe he's like someone who's sleeping. And therefore, again, when he wakes back up, ultimately again, he can offer up the carbon. The actually in the Hafan, if it was just in the case of insanity, we shouldn't be able to doesn't have the ability to go ahead and return, right? Doesn't have the ability to determine when he's going to become sane again. About Hassan to the other Lachser, but in the case where he has the ability ultimately again to become a Baal Tshuva, maybe halacha l'maisa, he can't offer up different. Never was I again. In both of these cases, he can't offer up the carbon. Why? Essentially, if the carbon was owned by someone who is unfit to offer, it is forever set aside non-use. Even if the person's status changes, he's going to have to set aside a different animal. The concept is once something is set aside for non-use, ultimately again, set aside for as well as the tremendous hospitals, which is in life, there are certain doors that close that once they close, you cannot reopen them. See, we like to be able to think that if we don't take advantage of certain opportunities when they're in front of them, it's okay. I'll get like that. Where if you don't take advantage now, if there's Hashem, the opportunity will be there later. But there are many things in life where if you don't take advantage now, once the door closes, it closes. You cannot pry it back open. You're not getting back that opportunity. Once again, you can't do it anymore, then ultimately again, you are. Now, the beautiful news is there's always more, right? There's always additional things afterwards, right? But Lamaisa, again, sometimes once it's done, it's done. So the Gemara like that's why we have to be so careful to be mindful of our life opportunities, to be mindful of the doors that open in front of us, to take advantage, because we think we're going to get to it when it's a little bit less busy, a little bit quieter. What happens? The Gemara goes like that. How you bought kachim? So it's not here any dachas over here. How you bought kachim? Kachim is beach. So what's this by here? And city that is condemned. Let's say in the Irani Dachas itself, for kachim, there are sacrificial items. So it's kachim is beach yamusu. Anything that was going to be offered up in the Mizbeach should be kachim and the kabayis. If to anything that financial sanctity, ultimately again should be retained. Why do you have to kill them? Why do you have to slaughter the animals? Once the people of the Irani Dachas are killed, ultimately again that's their kahal. Rather than you use the kabanos. Because once something is set aside for non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. I'm going to buy it. But there was another word. That becomes the whole via. Then words, I'm going to buy it. These services makes me so crucial. How do they come? 1 second. The Abaye says, 1 second. Do you think itself atones? In other words, we're going with this thing that death atones. And Abaye says, do you think that someone just dies as a rasha, that their death atones for them? So it says, makes me so crucial. I will say, if a person is a rasha, and then he just died, natural causes. The Gemara said that doesn't provide atonement. You might have thought and his parents went off to death. His parents became happy person. You might have thought that Ami himself, for these relatives, but also when the parents are on the right derech, is a son who's a Kohen with Tommy for those parents. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there, I look, but they died. Isn't death mechaper? No. Death, what kind of death is mechaper? When someone is executed, that type of death is mechaper. But just stand dying of natural causes, that's not necessarily mechaper. It's never going to show. It makes me talk show. How can you compare someone who's executed because of his ritual, someone who died of natural causes while being a rasha? Makes me so the arche kamayis lo having the kapara. Nerak me so show. Even love the armayis having the kapara. If a person is a rasha and they die of natural as a rasha, that death does not atone. If a person is a rasha and they're executed because of their rituals, That's a code. Now it's up doesn't look either. There has to be more. Data. They said Mizmor the Asaf. Okay. So we'll say this is about the destruction of Beis Hamikdash. Mizmor the Asaf. The Gentile nations have come into your Beis Hamikdash. If you want to say Chal Kodesh, they have defiled your holy sanctuary. Nasnu efsnu as avadecha machalo. They have given literally again the carcasses of your swords. The flesh of your chasidim to the animals of the earth. So Gemara says, "Love chasidecha mamish." Chasidecha refers to real chasidim. Real chasidim, in other words, truly pious individuals. So the Gemara says, "Avadecha hani demechai v'etina demei kara." That refers to these were people who were reshayv. And once they were executed, once they were executed by a Beis Din, they were called Avadecha. What do you see from here? You see from here that someone executed by Beis Din ultimately becomes a tzaddik. Amalei Abaye, they come and damas on the days. They come and damas harugi malchus harugi Beis Din. We should compare people who were executed by the monarchy to people who were executed by Beis Din. Harugi malchus, those executed by the malchus. Since all kapara. So I'll say somebody executed by Beis Din, since that's an abnormal death sentence, an abnormal reality, death is not chaper. Haruge Beis Din, Haruge Malchus, that's death by death. So those who are killed, let's say by our enemies, then ultimately again, because that's abnormal, they're killed by Kiddush Hashem. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Haruge Beis Din, but those killed by Beis Din, they didn't make them. Who are killed because of legal trespass, lo havilu kapara. Ultimately, again, that death is not a kapara. So I'll say, Sinai Gemara suggesting there are three types of death: death of natural causes, death by enemies, which is like a death al Kiddush Hashem, and death by a Beis Din. So the Gemara wants to suggest death of natural causes and death by Beis Din does not automatically affect kapara. Does not automatically affect kapara. Death by enemy, right? Essentially, Kiddush Hashem, that automatically affects kapara. I'll tell you why this is true. This 4 minutes, this 9. Well, are you covered also the kibbutz avosav? When someone is executed by Beis Din, we don't go ahead and bury him in the cover of his fathers. These are like but if you say that execution, death by a Beis Din, ultimately again affects kapara, then why wouldn't you bury him in the burial place of his forefathers? To which the Gemara says, no, misa ukfura but. No, really, the atonement requires death, right? Death and burial. So most of Rabbi when somebody was executed by Beis Din, we would not go ahead. There was no avelus. There was no avelus. No avelus. But there was only aninos. She'ein aninos ela balev. Because aninos ultimately again is in the heart. But if you hold that once a person is executed, then Allah again it's a kapara, so let them mourn. No. Really, kapara takes effect in three things. Number one, execution. Number two, burial. Number three, decomposition. Therefore, again, you can't do aviglus because again, not until decomposition. Which the Gemara says, they covered also the common shmamina. What do we do? So we'll say that again. What did the Gemara say? The Mishnah said that Allah wants after the body decomposes, we can then do likudat. So once you gather the bones, then afterwards rebury the individual ultimately again in kaver abosim. So we'll say what comes out of here is something interesting. So what comes out of here is halakha l'maisa, three different types of death. Death from natural causes. What I mean is, a person is a rasha, and now they die in one of three ways, either natural causes. So it is clear that if a rasha dies of natural causes, what's the impact of his death on his rishos? The impact of his death on his rasha status? Zero. Still rasha. He dies because he's killed by what we call haruge malchus. He's killed by Gentile nations because he's a Jew. Then what's the halacha? His death is in the chaper. Right? That's dying al Kiddush Hashem. His death is absolutely mechaper. Then there's the third type of death. The third type of death is being executed by Beis Din. So what happens? Executes a rasha. So say here it appears that it's interesting. Here it appears that there is kapara, but kapara really requires three things. Number one, execution. Number two, burial, and number three, decomposition. I will say that the Jews already know that execution by Beis Din is not mechaper by itself. How do we know this? What does the Mishnah say? when they were 10 amas away from the base of Skila, what did they say? It's Svada. He started to veto it. Right? You see from it that death by itself is not the proper even for Isaac's base. Why? Because again, they would order him to do vetoing. They would confess his sins. So the fact that he had to do vetoing, that he had to confess his sins, indicates to us that death by itself was not the chaver. Even Misa's basin is chaver. But rather, again, even death by a basin is still going to require, number one, shuvah. Got to do vetoing before you die. Number two, execution. Number three, burial. Number four, decomposition. So they will say, stop over here. I want to point out, it's really going to be his fault. He didn't get me. It's his fault. He was supposed to get to the end of our days yesterday. It's all on it. So if you see him, please make sure to make it. Well, I will say, shkayach, everyone. All right, we'll say good morning or good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our Talmud co-sponsor. Our Talmud co-sponsor for our regular Talmud co-sponsor production. Hey, Tilson Mishpacha. Thanking all the Shomer Trushes this year as it's close. From the Soros Talks for Andy Israel. Learning sponsor for the Agri Learning of listeners to your grandmother Sarah back Shiva is a Holy Shiva is currently being people from America about Torah, Shammel, Havanah, and the family in Hama, and that family sponsor, really Rishmas, Irving Premiers, for the constantly yesterday. Students also being observed. We have that America about Torah. Isn't Shammel Havanah, and his family in Hama. What's with that? That'll begin. All right, we are going to be a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's daf is picking up on the Daled Amud days. Literally again, 3 lines down from the top. Remember again, it's left up in the middle of the story of Yoshua and the Malach. Like the Malach appears to Yoshua and tells Yoshua, I'm here because of 2 reasons. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Talmage yesterday, the daily offering. And number 2, now it's at night, you should have been learning Torah. And instead you're going ahead and you taught the Talmud Torah. Okay, during the day you were fighting a war. But now you should be learning. Now and again, and it says, so from which one did you come? Right, for which one, right? What action for which you are coming? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Atabas. I came down to the Talmud Torah. I came down because you're not learning. So what happened? Yoshua literally, Pasuk says, Yoshua slept literally near the valley. What does that mean? He slept in the valley of Halakha. Meaning Yoshua said, take out the Torah, take out the Gemaras. We're starting to learn now. The Malach is here because we're not learning. Everybody, let's get to work. What do you see that Torah is even greater than the offering of Kabbalah? So we'll say, what a profound statement. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? There's a chus that one accrues from learning Torah is even greater than offering Kabbalah, which by the way, just on a basic level makes so much sense. Remember, it's offering up Kabbalah that someone else does for me. It's true, I have a chilek in it. It's one thing, right? But I'm not active. Torah is something that I'm actively engaged. Probably I buy that. Also, really just a profound Gemara. We have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than free of Kabbalahs. So the Gemara goes back to, probably I buy that. I come out of my Bible this way. What do they do with Pasuk in Eretz Yisrael? Following Pasuk, I'll easy to admire. Don't be quick. And not accept the Acharisa, the Hachlin Osariach. What we can do in the end when your friend humiliates you. Rivcha, Riv Esreacha, either have an argument different if you need to. The song Achar Al Padya, but don't do the secrets of. So what does this mean? Bishan Shawna Kashrak and Yechazkel. Leif Emal and Israel. And Kashrak was upset with Klal Israel. So he says to Yechazkel, go and say the following thing to Klal Israel. Go and tell them, Avicha ha'amori ve'imecha chitis. So this is actually pretty intentional here. Go tell them your father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. And this is a reference to the fact that Abraham came from the Gentile nation. Hashem was like upset with Bal Israel. He says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. The Gemara says, so Ruach Paskonis, so literally again spirit. And actually points out this was the Malach Gabriel. So the Malach Gabriel says, before I come to Baruch Hu, so Gabriel gives a Kadosh Baruch Hu Musa. If Abraham and Sarah were here, would you say, right? Would you go ahead and say something about them? You go ahead and embarrass them. Sometimes really says this positive Hashem. Listen, fight me, but don't reveal the secrets of others. To me, is that you should say Koi Hai, because actually I have the right to speak to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this way. So this is don't Shalosh Shemos Yeshlo has three names: Piskin and Sigro. Piskin. So basically, because again, he measures his words towards Hashem. In other words, that he's able to seek Hashem in a stark way. Itmo she'otim avon Hashem she'Yisrael. Itmo is that he shuts out the Ader Yisrael. Sigro Hashem Sada Sogar Shulin Abosef. Once Gabriel says the conversation over. Incredible. So the one says it sounds hot. Hayaro Shacham Amatzar. Amar Rabbi Rothschild, the older source. So this pasuk is from Yom. This pasuk is from Yom. Now, literally translated over here, what's happening is Yom's friends. It's this interesting conversation after Yom is suffering. So there's all these interesting conversations between Yom and his friends, where they figure out the root of his suffering. Right? Why is he suffering so much? So they say to Yom, had you davened, would you not have been saved from this calamity? God says in profound tomorrow, a person should always daven before the sufferers. Daven proactively. And took him spells of the report when he wasn't allowed to. How did Yeshua know that something was up? Because 36 men were killed in the Battle of Ai. Now, again, that's really why I mean, it's so doesn't make sense. That's when they realized that all sin can be in Aveda. So it says in the Hebrews also that why only 30, that Baruch Hashem, it was quote unquote only 36. And that he was precious, but the casualties were a bit much worse. So there are tributes that minimize casualties to the proactive dose of Abraham. So it says, it's actually very so maybe what's also introduced to a different dynamic, which is proactive prayer. We're very used to the concept of reactive prayer. Something's wrong, I need something, there's crisis, I got it, which is incredibly profound as well. That says it's concept of proactive prayer. And a proactive prayer, the idea is while things are calm, while things are recognize that things can change so quickly, rather than the emotional or the proactive state force that things would not go off the rails. Because one of our dad was proactive for his children. Beautiful and sensitive people. Richard says, "Come on, so literally translated actually says so they're called absolute to the matter. Sorry, the whole message anyone gathering and is so this so no negative forces or plus total forces in the heavens have the ability to act against them. The Yochanan says the only back each other reference, Shivua Koma Anderson as Koho. I'm sorry. The only back each other reference, you have I'm seeing it's Coco, but I'll not remove the Marlo. This is a very beautiful remark. The word says as follows. And the little girl says the person should always ask the question if they actually, she come on, says Coco, she's a little Marlo, yeah, sorry, it's going to be, should not go past the Marlo. So all these are why actually says beautiful. A person should always ask when they're down. A person should say, I should ask Siato, Shemaya in the celestial sphere. Malokim should help me. Malokim should have to show not work against me. So words like this in general are quite, if you look at this, Malokim and Shari Slovaki Shakavim, the Malokim should help to ask, get compassion for me. You should look you who are stealing from the Malokim. There should not be any prosecuting or sin. The Hanimash Mahayara Buck the Basala. So I say, general commands like this are almost quite interesting because this notion that Malokim help me, Malokim soliciting angelic assistance above, is this appropriate, is this not appropriate? So I have part of a raging hashkafic debate about the roles of Malokim in our tefillos and things like that. The point we're making over here is that you should realize in any given moment there's something to do with our turning. Ask for help, right? Ask for assistance or for the Malokim. That's what they know. And now you should go, so say, so getting worse. Turn up on them. Now you should keep it open. How do we know that Hebrew works? And when a person does Hebrew, a person confesses their ideas, that Hebrew itself has a curative effect on the individual. But everyone goes, sure, by Achad. So Yeshua says to Achad, you do us today, Hashem will uproot you. Hashem will uproot us. Just as you have uprooted us, Hashem will uproot you today. Hayim Simar says Hazeh, Simar says Hayom Hazeh Ata Achad, Beata Achad Yom Haba. So Hashem was telling Yeshua, Achad, today, he just got whether it's in this world will be finished, but in the next world, in the next world, not sin. The Zorak Zimri, the Esau effect, the Hamon, the Kills of Yarda, Kulum Kadisha, Maestro Kadisha, Kulum Kadisha, the Old Kabbalah. All individuals have a portion of the Zimri, Zimri, so they said, so the person is Zimri and Achad. The other Shmuel, Kadar, Achad Shmuel. One says Zimri was up. Clearly was up. I've already Shmuel Zimri, so why did it not Zimri versus Shahal Samai Zimri? Because he acted like Zimri. Now this goes back to yesterday's dot. I remember it. Committed many different averos. Of was to Russell. It is a moral adulterous relationship. The last thing was others say the kind of a Zimri. Others say no, it's Zimri. The love of the Shmuel. What's called Achad, she created Amosei as a Shal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, because he caused sins to wrap around Shal Yisrael like this. His sin ultimately enveloped all of Yisrael. It's terrible. So when I say something with power people, just to highlight this, the Rambam brings down, it's a Shuvah. The Rambam says, Kishiyas. The Tshuva b'Yoshem Lechato is status. The step in the Tshuva is the is Kish. Why is that the first step in Tshuva? So Gifter takes time to touch the Rambam. It tells us she might do a placebo nickel string called the Rubik Tshuva. It's very simple. Because at the end of the day, before you confess it, it's not real. If I don't confess it, it's in my mind. And again, what happens over time is, I'm able to somehow justify it. I'm able to justify it. I'm able to go ahead and kind of remake it, retool it in my mind. And it depends how good you are. Sometimes I can justify it if I'm really good at make it into it. Right? Then after enough time to think of myself as exactly what, so the power of confession makes the sin real. I acknowledge the fact that I did something wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I broke something significant inside of me. And if I acknowledge it and I make it real, then I have the opportunity to fix it. If I don't do those things, then we're going to end up really fixing it. That's the power of it. So therefore, just the confession itself as a being fulfilled, right? Isn't that interesting? We're talking about the idea that we need the wisdom. So because if you think about that, confession atones. How does that make any sense? If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's like I changed my life. It's not like I retooled the way that I live. But I don't know what you see. The act of having enough personal courage to be able to take a step back and say, I did something wrong, and to acknowledge it and to own it, that by itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. There's no actual that. There has to be more follow-up. But even for argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still a tremendous accomplishment. Incredible amount. All right, let's go back to it. So what it says, in any of the stados, and you can over the Nakosatsu. I cannot glasses, so it's remember again. So what it said. So remember again, the end of the was talking about this idea. So what happens if a person doesn't know how to do it? So what happens? What's our fault? So the person should just say, they're in the sexy kapara, right? My kapara. So if you want to then it's the Mishnah ended off. The Mishnah off. Then Rabbi Yehuda says, if he fully knows that he is innocent, so we then could say, my death should be a kapara for all of my averos, except this avera, because I didn't do it. So then the public said, if that's the case, everyone's going to say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. He says the who cares? Let everybody say it. What is it going to us? So let every person who sees that out say, if my death should be a kapara for every affair except this one, because I didn't do it. What is the matter? He says it. He makes sure the whole thing is about because it doesn't look right. At certain points, it looks like you're testing the aspersions on judicial ability based. Right? Because at the end of the day, every single person is going to be executed for taking the optics are strange. I went on the evening, so I wasn't listening to this story. Don't have on a nice about the neck on shakes. Somebody hard. There was once a guy who was being right after the hammer in each about their thing. So listen to this statement. This guy makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this evidence for which I'm being executed, my death should not be atonement for any of my affairs. Then aid be always that. But if I don't have this avera, to aid the sasi kapara called avonos, then only allow my death to be here. So hear this. If I did this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this avera, my death should atone for everything. Based in the cause of the wicked. And again, and listen to this guy said, you know what? I hereby, Basin just did their best. Basin did their best. So I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, even though the Lila has a but the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because again, what the guy's saying to witness, obviously the guy was right. So he's doing two things. Number one, he's saying, if I committed this avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't commit this avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Basin accountable, right? Basin, they're just doing the job. They're processing the information. Nothing else for them to do. But they should never be fined for forgiveness. It's not in this world and not the next. So what happened? Because Hashem from the Dabra Amr Zero. So Zero, you have Shem, you have the Chumra. There's always the obviously. This was startling. This was very startling. The guy was willing to go ahead and submit it. So, his death should not be a kapara. Very startling. So now, basic purpose, they didn't know what to do. They got zero, yeah, Shasha Friday from zero. So bring it back to the basement. I can't do that. It's already hello, holiday, they called up public separate. So what has to happen? Executed. And again, they think they're usually what's happening over here is he's going to be suspended around the neck of our season. So let's just shoot up. That's obvious. Where it says cultivate, because the Kahatsi will say, let's say what happened over there. What happened over here is, so let's say this is obvious. Obviously, it's very sticky, but just because the guilty party makes that statement doesn't mean they're going to reverse the thing. Okay, obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. When I say something else for us to do, says, no, what happened over here? The witnesses wanted to recant. After hearing this, like the witnesses wanted to recant. So what says, the Gemara says, so who cares? There's a principle in ethos. What's the principle in ethos? One, no backsies. That's the principle. Once you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. To which the Gemara says, the they will say, what happened over here? The witnesses wanted to retract, they wanted to explain retractance. Even though now maybe they have a rationale for why they were out. But then we thought about it a little bit more, and they will say the halacha is once a person gives testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and lie. That's the end. That's the end of the story. Even if they have to go back and give a whole story, I give a whole myself, a whole explanation. Nevertheless, we don't go and let them go back. And once it happens, in the says, if they buy a mitzvah, and the certain tax collector. I'm gonna report it separately later on in the session. This is a overwhelming story that's brought down in Rabbi Rothschild's two tones on this page because it is pretty much one Rashi. It goes to the top and the bottom. I'm going to report it later on in the session as a second piece because it deserves its own time, but if I have any shot finishing the dot today, we're going to save it for later on in the session. But it's a tremendous story. All right, that's it. That's Sugya. The power of confession to God look like the total tremendous. Says the Mishnah. Continuing in the execution process. So now remember, they're leaving out the execute. So now once they repent, that's when the whole confession process occurs away. So what happens? Mafshitin also has begun. So they tell him to take off his clothing. So the Gemara says, now the reason they're doing that is because remember, a person who's unclothed is killed fast as a result of stoning. That's what it is. It's not a degradation piece. This is just the opposite. This is in order to execute the execution. So when they tell him to undress. So that's right. Also going to follow. The Rabbi said like this, man, it just had something, a little piece of clothing covering the front. And for a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and her back. That's what we do. So to reserve some more comforts, so come the home say, I each nisko aro, chili scallops have a come this way to come say no. The only meaning of stoning unclothed ultimately is by a man. But before he's going to be executed, she's always executed clothed. Okay, top of the page, 45, here we go. They should do everything to read the holes. It's just so the Mishnah read the holes. That everyone is unclothed. A man has one piece of clothing just covering his knuckle up, right? And a woman has two articles of clothing covering her front and her back. So the come say, a man is clothed, a woman is not. My time does. Once they say, Asli is not clothed, so my time did I what's the logic of the Rabbanon? You say that only a man is stoned unclothed, but a woman is executed. The God also, Pasuk says they will stone him. Also, what is also mean? Even also, if you want to say that the view of skin only applies to a man, it doesn't apply to a woman. Don't say Isha, all it says Isha and he. The Pasuk explicitly says that they will take out the man or a woman for stoning. Elamai also, rather, what is also mean? Also below the suso. What it means is that there's a special thing of schema by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. What's the special skill that applies to a man, not by a woman? Clothing that by a man is stoned unclothed, and a woman is stoned with clothing. The Gemara says, also below the suso, the suso. Okay, so we'll say that's the Chachamim. That's the Chachamim. Again, go ahead and you stone a man without his clothing, a woman with her clothing. The Gemara really says, the lo kisuso, lo shna ish, lo shna isha. That means that no, also is a generic term that means what? Everyone is stoned without their clothing. Like that's the halakha. That's the halakha. So the Gemara says, no, the Menga. Let's say that here's what's interesting. What's driving a lot of this? The neighbor of the Gemara says, is this to imply initially, but even though here's what's interesting. Even though what's happening over here is Rabbanan and Rabbi Yehuda are both psukim, right? Literally, again, it's just a question of how you actually pass it. But it was maybe the people, maybe, like, the Chachamim are concerned, ultimately, again, the Chachamim are concerned that if you go out, especially guys, and stone your unclothed, there are other people present. So maybe, again, seeing unclothed will go ahead and eliminate the inappropriate desires within the man. And therefore, that's what we're concerned about here. So there are arguments who are concerned for that. Therefore, say a woman is always stoned, is always stoned clothed, right? And Yehuda seems not to be concerned for that. But yet, we would actually just the opposite. Well, just the opposite. So this is nice. So this is not. Hakoli offers what her again is social woman who suspected of adultery, and there's an entire process. She's brought before the Kohen. There's the entire mixture of all of these waters. So we go ahead and remove the waters. So as part of the process, the Kohen rips her clothing. Or rips her clothing. So it's not okay to do that out. The Kohen holds on to her clothing. If they tear, they nifru. Ad shebegala esliba v'sosa asara. Her heart is exposed, and they undo her hair. Her hair is braided. They undo the braids of her hair. That says, "Was that's not common." That means it's doing up. What that means is, in the sota process, it is possible to be in some state of being unclothed. Some state, and yet the Rabbanan allow it. That Yehuda says, in Hayibanoah, no Hayibanoah. So Yehuda says, if she is an attractive woman, we don't do this. We don't do this. If Hayibanoah, no Hayibanoah. So, ultimately, again, if her hair was attractive, we also don't undo it. So the word is 27 years. So the word says, it sounds like over here, that Yehuda is Koshish, ultimately, again, if a man is so dumb. Some state of being unclothed is going to awaken desire within him. Right? And the Rabbanan seem not to go for that. So that directly contradicts what we just said over here, Arsa, right? He said, Arsa, young, without always stoned with her clothing on. And Rabbi Yehuda holds that though she's in a partial state of being unclothed. So what's going on? So Rabbi says, no. Hasan I will kind of shema hates engaged in Zakah, the Skarabah Pirchei Kuda, called Hamakatwa. Here's the difference. In case the sota, so what's going to happen? So she could come out of this innocent. She comes out of this innocent, and it's interesting. The Pirchei Kuda, with the Pirchei Kuda, the young Kohanim now are what's going to happen? She's going to emerge from things the innocent, or that's good, happen. The Pirchei Kuda are going to try to pursue her. And she comes out innocent. When he finds her not dying. So I mean, that could also because she's a soul, right? So that doesn't work out well. Right? So the next again, so because ultimately again, treating the base state, we're concerned about potential immorality. They saw her in this partial state of here in our Mishnah, talking about who's going to be executed. So there's no concern about that. So you know, Asil is Galugi, right? So it's incredible. Maybe we should be concerned, right? Because if they see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so again, fine, so nothing's going to happen with this woman because she's about executed. Maybe we'll be awakening within them a desire to do immoral things with other women or just immoral things in general. So it's incredibly well. It's fascinating. Rabbi says we have a tradition. What's the tradition? That the Sahara only takes hold of something that you see with your own eyes. But Rabbi seems to be saying it like this: seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for more with someone else. Seeing the person awakens a desire for more with that person that you're seeing. It doesn't. It's not essentially what Rabbi says. Sure, immorality is not like, in other words, it applies to what you see. It doesn't really transfer over to anything else, which is such a fascinating and incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with the sota. The concern over here ultimately, again, immorality, with this they're seeing her in a state of being unclothed. But if she's going to be executed, there's no further concern about that. Ella the goes. The Hara only goes ahead and takes hold over something that you see with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't see it, part of this, if you're not seeing it, then the navigates are harder for it. Tremendous. Again, Rama says, 1 second. The only point is that contradiction study. It's also contradiction in the position of Rabbanon. I'm sorry, the okay, so we just answered out about Rabbi Yehuda. The notes from Kavanashim, Ramon Tasen, Kizimaskino, Haka, Inglaka, Yisr, Godin, Yisr. So ultimately, together, both say so. Remember the parts he said. Rabbi Yehuda is 2 different things, right? With Rabbi Yehuda, all of this is done so that by the execution is in order to go ahead and give usur to other people. So at the end of the day, the person who comes to sin, when they see a woman in the partial state of being unclothed being executed, witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of usur. So when we look at the other day time, so maybe we should do both. They go ahead and I love the myself. Compromise from both ways, namely execution and also the unclothed. So I said, this is incredible. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, no, you have to execute someone. If they execute someone, you have to be marked dignity. Not dignity. So I say, isn't this incredible? You have to go for it. What does that how does this manifest itself? When you execute someone, there is still a halakha you have to this is if you're executing someone, I'm going to say, generally, what does that usually say about the person? Not good. Right? Not good, right? Good people don't get into those kinds of situations, right? There are a lot of situations in life that even good people get into. Generally, if you're being let out to the base of skiva, you're not a good person. You've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, the biggest thing's been advocating for you. The system is advocating for you. Yet no one can exonerate you. It pretty much means you're probably not a good guy. It probably means. Even for the Jew who's not a good guy, there's a halacha. What's the halacha? The half. I feel like I love myself now. It manifests differently. How does it manifest? What it does manifest is minimize the pain and suffering or minimize the degradation that such a person is going to have in his execution. So again, in this case it'll be according to the Rabbanon, for a woman, we're not going to execute her unclothed. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute him unclothed, but we're still going to curb the area of his midah. In other words, we're going to preserve his dignity. Ultimately, again, even though such a person has engaged in such behaviors, we're still going to preserve. So I'll say, if there's a mitzvah of yihav achad kamocha, like a person who is liable to a death penalty, so achas kama how much we have to love each other as well. Listen, we get into such divisiveness, and we get into such strife and such negativity within clouds over what? Over hashgacha. Different differences. But at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that we have to love each other. If I even have to love the person who is being led out to be executed, I'll ask how much I have to, no matter how different he or she is. Incredible. So in our later Rav Nachman tonight, maybe Rav Nachman's statement ultimately is machlokes tanoim, which they must have loved. The Kol Amma is with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees. So what's what are they arguing about? Sabar Bisiori the Inish Adifalei Tfei Ninecha de Gufei. Umar Sabar Necha de Gufei Adu de Bisiori. So this is actually very profound. Umar Sabar is everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. The Abdullah Akha Kamocha. Make sure that when you have to, if you have to execute someone, do so in a way which preserves their dignity. So say here's the shaila. What do people care about more? Do people care about pain? Right? In other words, if you give a person a trade-off between preserving your dignity and suffering less, which one will people choose? Will choose preservation of being with more physical pain or less, but the compromising of their own dignity. That's the machlokes. Because don't you remember again, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is like this: I can keep my clothing, so I preserve my dignity. But what? Skila is more painful. Or I can shed the clothing, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical pain. So as I said, the amount suggests is so profound. Which one, right? Which one do people prefer? So you actually says over here, it's already the initial different Glomar, double the ain of Tfei, we need to do Fei, look up, no shit, the second of the Tisha, the Tisha levels. The Atak got to get Saturday, because it's not focus over here, it's not focus. So the person, right? And of course, you have everyone agrees you have to come on, coke is in human nature, also, which is such a fascinating focus. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise the dignity of another person. Because sometimes I'd rather keep my dignity and suffer physical pain rather than lose my dignity and be a little bit more comfortable. Or it's such an incredible, so many halachas over here. Not just how to execute people, but how to treat people when they're alive. You have to like a local. You have to love it no matter what. They disagree with you, they agree with you. You have to find a way to accept and to love every Jew, even if you think we disagree with them. Number one. Number two, be so careful about how we treat the dignity of another. Because you see from here, dignity is so important that a person, some people would rather even suffer physically, but keep their dignity than to suffer less and lose their dignity. Incredible. Mishnah, basis good. The Rosh Hashanah. Okay, now as I sit out, it's fascinating about these Mishnah is literally again, we're going through the journey. It's like overwhelmingly, we're going through the journey. We're walking side by side with you. So what happened? Lisa Skila, another bunch of couples. So Lisa Skila was 2 stories high. Remember, the way Skila worked was because they had to push a person off a high roof. If you look back, we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. Watch it out. After that, it didn't fall on us now. So it's just we'll see this morning that. So the way it worked is it stand a kind of like we'll call it perpendicular to the edge of the building, and pushed by one of the witnesses, which makes a lot of sense. Like the witnesses have to carry out the execution. It was pushing by his like torso, by his hips, pushing by the side, and push off the roof. So the Gemara says. If it turns out that it hits the ground, falls right on its chest, they would turn it on its side. Then it makes you fall, and ultimately, again, if you died as a result of the impact of the upside. In other words, you might have thought that in order to be Yotze Skila, you have to throw a stone. You gotta get something in there. The Gemara says, no. If he dies from impact, that's also the impact. What if he died in impact? So again, remember, the first thing is push them off. The second is Hashem goes outside, and he knows how he goes. The second one goes in and takes the stone, and literally again throws it on the guy. It makes blood up. So again, if he dies from the first stone, we all know, okay, if not, we must have the holy stone. Then again, more people get involved, and we drink the stone. Shneimar Yada Ibn Kiva Rishona, Lavisa Yad Kola. Those are fascinating. Good. Says the turn off the commercial hurricane shalom. Remember again, now it's true the base has still 3 stories high. Plus, remember again, a person also stands at a certain height, which means that he's falling also from the mountain height. If you're falling really high, why do you need such a tall structure? Gemara says, a pit has the ability to kill at a depth of 10 tefachim. I've called today the hummus asar tefachim. So it's a very Gemara says that you can tefachim, which actually seems to be a little bit low. But even a height of 10 tefachim had to cause someone to die from the attack. Right. If you die from a fall of 10 tefachim, you can. The chances are you won't. And you're just going to get very badly hurt. The idea, and then of course, the ideal here is to that is high enough that the probability that a person is going to die, that's what you want. That's what you want. So Gemara says, therefore, Well, look, you kill them in a way that minimizes the pain. So you must be out, let's say, if that's the case, put them on a 10-story building. Like put them on a 10-story building, to which the Iran says, no, Iran says, we shouldn't do that. No, because remember, the issue is too high, it won't happen. The body will become intensely mangled, like mangled, that would be a lack of cover ultimately again to the base as well. So we find this little area. After the end, don't turn up on the night, should be clear. So, how do you know that the accused, right? The not accused, the guilty party is pushed off the building. Tell the Lomar, your room, as it says, pushed off. The nation is killed, the Lomar Sakol, the nation is killed. How do we know that it's both pushing and stoning? So how do we know that it he went ahead and died as a result of impact? He actually knows it. How do you know that this is true, not just for the desert, but also future generations as well? Okay. He's actually knows what's happening. So it says, and if not, remember, the guy doesn't die from impact. So the second witness comes along and takes the stone. No tell, but I didn't show no much over. Haven't I such shun? Must you show the answer? I must say, the way this is something like this. First witness comes along, and what's the first witness do? He's the butcher. And again, if it does got an impact, so second witness comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness takes the stone all by himself. You know, it's 1 second, and show the owner, Evan Heise, Shalom, must you stay the other. Ultimately, again, there was a stone there, but the stone was so that it could only be carried by 2 people. So it's not the one person thing, it's a 2-person thing. Which is what it says. The notes now, the
What up, Jesse? Can you hear me? Yeah, Jesse. No adult is having that fucking avatar. You are gone. You're more than gone, dog. I'm like the toughest bouncer at the club, son. Get the fuck out of here. Damn. Not 18, baby. Peace. Alright. Yo, this is a McLaughlin group, motherfucker. Get out of here, you little bitch. Look at this athleticism. Look at this stretch. Look at this athleticism. Davening, it sucks. Everyone hates davening. Every Jew ever. When Moshe Rabbeinu was like, all right, this is what we're going to do 3 times a day. Everybody had to be like, sucks. Why? Because it sucks. It's the worst. Really? Dude, everybody had to be like, dog, I want to fucking sleep. I want to jerk it. Have sex with my wife. All kinds of shit. And he's like, no, dog, this would be really great. We got these fucking leather things. And it's like, what? Phylacteries. Oh, okay, ass. No Jew calls them phylacteries. I'm going to start calling them phylacteries just to be sexy. Hey, baby, you wearing phylacteries? Calm down, woman. Why are you so wet, girl? Come on. All right, are you done? I have to, like, fucking ramp myself up. Like, David Geiger's like, I'll stay 30 minutes someday. Well, some days I wait fucking 2 hours because it sucks. It is the worst. Dog, it's the worst. And I don't even fucking, I mean, I'm like doing the, if this were like watching the Civil War of Ken Burns, this would be like watching like the that's it. That'd be it. We'd be done right there. We'd just be fiddling. Be like, all right, that's enough for today, kids. We wouldn't even know who Shelby Foote is, motherfuckers. Wouldn't even fucking know who Shelby Foote is, motherfuckers. Dog, you gonna stand? It sucks, dude. It sucks. It's the worst. Worst davening ever. All right, so you're gonna go like this, dog. That's the worst crypto. That I'm the only person who's like, yeah, I launched a coin. Don't buy it. Motherfuckers are gonna buy it just to piss me off. Nobody says that. Nobody's like, I want cryptocurrency, but don't buy it. Why? You don't want to. I just do it so I can stream. Don't buy your cryptocurrency. Why do you say so? Just because it sucks. Dog. Now what? What's this? These from. Well, what happened to them? I just kind of do one of these things with them. It's kind of like seat, but for pimps. Seats. Who thought that was a good idea? Hey guys, let's have fucking strings that clean the toilet. Worst idea ever. Oh, how do you clean seats? It's in fucking. Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? Big dog, I've missed you. How you been, big man?
You've been sleeping all day.
I've been sleeping all day, or you've been sleeping all day? Did you sleep all day?
Yeah, but you were asleep when I came in, like, all the time.
All right, what do you want me to do, baby? It's how I preserve my sexiness.
You're not doing a good job of that.
Baby. I'm off the charts. Dog, I'm so popular, people shit. You ready to hear all my stories?
No.
All right. Well, how are things in your neck of the woods, son? I'm here. I'm just getting my other device going. How are you? Zoot.
I've got some.
Dog, are you speaking English? Okay, well, it doesn't sound like it. People who speak English sound like this. Hey, I'm talking here. So, Zoot, what's new? Okay, I'll ask you another question. Big dog.
Sorry, I've got to go for a sec.
You don't have to do shit. You're full
I'm
of.
gonna read something.
Dog, shut the fuck up. Don't leave.
I gotta read something.
Okay, well, I'll be quiet. But just stay here. You little bitch. I have to dive in it. It is the worst. Anyway. So that's your stripped underwear? Word. Fucking bird. How can I help you today? Dog, I gotta fucking. I have to stand. And it sucks. Is davening the worst? No. Shul is the worst. Oh, Shul. They're related, but it's so boring. Chakras on Shabbat is so boring. But what's even worse are the holidays. What the fuck happened here? No, why does this one freeze? No one knows. It's just like a thing. No one knows. Are you fucking serious? This is some grade A bullshit. If the Department of Agriculture rated bullshit, this would be grade A. And maybe they should. They grade beef, so why don't they grade bullshit? Because this is grade A bullshit. Is there grade B bullshit? No one knows. What is this bullshit, dog? Worst stream ever. This is some grade A bullshit, though. Everybody knows it. This shit sucks. This is the worst. No bullshit. No bullshit. I'm a compromise. Who's gonna buy me? Shift Scorpio. Snowman. Ball. This shit is the worst. You think you're gonna get kicked out of Steppers? No, they seem cool. Really? They're okay. They're nice. Yo, dog. This is the worst. Look at this athleticism. This is athleticism. This is athleticism. This shit. Dog, I can't fucking believe that I have to daven. It's the worst. What's the worst davening you've ever had? I don't know, probably like 1,000. Everyone. They're all worse. And I hate them. Come on, dog. Dude, quit sucking dick. I long for a day where we don't have to daven anymore. Or it's just like really easy. Because it sucks. I have to unzip the bag. It's the worst. Worst. Are you fucking serious? This shit sucks. I'm gonna count. 10, this shit sucks. 9, this shit sucks. 8, this shit sucks. 7, this shit sucks. 6, this shit sucks. 5, this shit sucks. 4, this shit sucks. 3, this shit sucks. 2, this shit sucks. 1, this shit sucks. At the buzzer. Look at this move. This athleticism. Welcome. What up? You get your ass back in here. Is that my boy? Yo, who the fuck was that? Cigar room. How the fuck do you get in there? Dog, this one time, I'm just gonna tell a quick sick story. What is this bullshit? This story's gonna be so sick. Alright, so I was clubbing. Really? Yeah, I guess you could call it that. My friend and we were where we lived in this downtown area, and it's super cool and it was amazing. It was like the neatest place. And this guy's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" We're like, "We're walking home. What's your deal?" And he's like, "You want to see something?" Like, "What are you gonna do? Like, whip your dick out? Like, what do you got?" And he's like, "Come on in." And he had the cigar store. We're like, "Oh, okay, you got a cigar store, cool." And we're like, "Is this the deal? Like, you got a cigar store?" And like he's like, "Yeah." "You're gonna see something else?" We're like, "What are you gonna do, dick?" And he's like, and he opens his fucking door, and it was this speakeasy. And it was like, "Dog, this shit is sick." And it was like a whole speakeasy, like a place within a place. Like you walk into this cigar store, and there's actually a bar. And he's like, "Yeah, they're like, this is a popular thing. Like you join this club or whatever, and you get access to all these speakeasies. You never know the secret room was in there, and they had TVs in a bar and stuff. But it was like, I mean, we're like normal people. We're not speakeasy type. I mean, we thought it was cool. It was cool. It was baller. It was pretty amazing. Was that the end of your story? Was that a cigar room? No. What's your favorite cigar room? The one in your mom's house? I hate davening, and it sucks. So I'm gonna have to. Here's the plan, kids. We're gonna daven, and it's gonna suck. Oi. And then, oh, it sucks so much. Okay, we're gonna daven, and it's gonna be. It's gonna be okay. Really? Sucks. Okay, we're gonna daven, and then we have to reset all the streams because that sucks. I miss snorting shit. It was fun. There's a whole ceremony to it. It's like chat 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 chat, and then you got these lines, you got mirror and metal things and credit cards and shit. And then you're like, and then there's a rush, and you can feel it in your fucking spine. And then it's like, all right, now this motherfucking thing's gonna work. And then you do it, and you're like, I need to do it again. Oh, it's the best. Dog, no one's watching your stream. It's like the worst. Worst. Dog, who the fuck was that? What the fuck was that bullshit? Yo, look who it is. What up, Vegas? How you living, pimp? Vegas. Hope you're doing well. How are you? How's your day going, big man?
I'm good, man. Yeah, last time I checked, you were sleeping, so I had to drop down.
I understand. I'm in here 24 hours a day, so I have to sleep at some point.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The last time I came on, I played with.
You're good, big man. How's your day going?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm all right. Just I'm trying to brush my teeth, so.
You do you. You take care of you. I got to say some prayers, big man. So I'll do that, and we will just do our things. Glad to have you here.
All right.
Davening sucks. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Sucks. Look at this move. This athleticism. Folks, this is unprecedented. Break it down and I'm going to shake it, shut up, and miss up. It's final honey act for it. Break it down and I'm going to shake it, shut up, and miss up. It's final on. Let's vote to fill it. Berg Shem Kavod Machar Tode Lamba Ed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berg Shem Kavod Machar Tode Lamba Ed. What's that?
Fire Department search and rescue team is headed to Jamaica to assist after Hurricane Melissa's catastrophic strike. Category 5 storm killed at least 4 people and left widespread destruction across the island. As the federal shutdown threatens to suspend SNAP benefits starting tomorrow, the LA Unified School District will begin serving dinner to students across most of its schools. Free breakfast and lunch are already available, and now supper will be added to help fill the gap. LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Cavallo says the move is aimed at helping the thousands of students who depend on SNAP to eat.
If you are 18 or younger, families, please come to our sites and pick up the equivalent of a dinner.
The program starts with shelf-stable meals and will expand to hot food next week. A judge in Chicago has released a man picked up by ICE on charges of being in the U.S. illegally. ABC's Andrea Fuji says Ruben Torres Maldonado spent nearly 2 weeks in jail, while his 16-year-old daughter is fighting stage 4 cancer.
Homeland Security saying he has a history of habitual driving offenses and has been charged multiple times with driving without insurance, driving without a valid license, and speeding.
The man says he has a license and insurance. We're taking your talkbacks this morning. Hit us up on the iHeart Radio app and let me know, are you dressing up for Halloween? Will you be trick-or-treating? And what's your favorite movie? Anything you want to share about this very fun holiday. When we come back, I'm excited for this. From Wands to Wisp, James and Oliver Phelps will join us live to talk about the delicious new season of Harry Potter, Wizards of Baking, and the enchanting creations that wait. Southland weather from Camp 5, foggy this morning with clearing up to sunshine. Highs around 80 in Metro LA and OCs, in the upper 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to mid 80s in the valleys, low 80s in Inland to higher.
Is there a price point that would get you back in the ocean?
I mean, I have everything I want. There's nothing that would really change my life.
Let's do price points on this.
Okay, $1 billion.
$150 million.
$1 billion.
$350 million.
Billion.
You're just fighting Bert Kreischer.
All right, I will beat the shit out of you in your backyard for this house.
How long do I get to train? I was just talking to Joe on the walk over. How long for me to train to beat Rhonda? That'll never happen.
He wouldn't know. He's not an actor, he's a fan with an audience.
That's interesting. So how do you feel about it?
Never fought.
He fought Taekwondo, right?
Never fought. That's not fighting. That's not fighting.
Well, I'm gonna exit this conversation.
I don't want you to get any bad DMs. I need to.
On this podcast themselves, also, in the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and death. It's the day of creation. Day in China. This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network. Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Dig below the surface in central Mississippi. I'll dig in, you'll find a burnt orange color. That kind of view. It's called yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for. Wreaking havoc on anything very good. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. Over the years, yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them. A site of the old state asylum.
And they have thought they only found 1,000. And then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, secrets.
Yeah, EDM is the biggest one. But like, there's so many different sub-nations in EDM that make it popular, and they have to stand out in their own way. Like, and I'll tell you what, there's no money in music.
And they were honest about that. I'm Larissa Campbell.
There ain't no money in music. Because I was a music producer. No, it's hard. It's make money, bro. You know, like, legitimately, like, you uploading a song, like as a small creator, we're talking about maybe a couple $100, like per song. And that's like based on like 10,000 views, you get like a fucking, you like 5 cents every 10,000 views. Where the fuck is the money in that? No, and it's also it's not nothing on top of when they take your royalties. When you also now have to go find your own fucking royalties, which we think on the bucks.
Hey, you shoot, what genre of music are you into?
I mean, dubstep, EDM, and like trap, like bass. I'm more like a bass head. Like I made a lot of like, like I was on, as you guys know, like trap nation, trap like bass nation kind of shit. I made that kind of shit. I'm getting more into like, I'm getting into like dubstep type of shit though. Like I get more into like the rhythm scene. But dude, I'll tell you straight up, dude, it's very hard. Because I am like, my time, dude, I have so much time wrapped up. Dude. So much new. When I, like I said, if I do my job, then I go home, go to the gym, then I go to do spaces. Like, that's 16, 17 hours out of my day. Then I gotta prepare content. Then I gotta do the opportunity to try to make music. Whoa. There's not enough time in the day.
I'm in agreement with you, Shift Dyer. Additionally, I think it's an issue that you can't trust the numbers that you receive from the platforms. How do you really know how many people listen to your songs? A lot of times these platforms are manipulated, and you're basically at the behest of some screen that tells you how many people listen to your music as opposed to really knowing who did.
Well, you know what I do think though? Here's the one way you can think about it, right? If you know that that's the way that they're manipulating you, now it's your job to find a new way to manipulate them. And the way that you manipulate them now is they're artificially creating your audience. So now, you just don't need it, bro, to say this. You just believe that that's your audience. And you just go. If you look at the numbers and you basically tell yourself like, well, these aren't real, you're like planting the seed in your head that it can never be.
Definitely a valid take.
You know what I mean? It's more of like, if you know that they're lying to you, you can't fucking do anything against these social media giants anyway. What are you gonna do? They already control the space that you're trying to build. So you might as well just fucking might as well just take what they're giving you and use it as motivation. And look, seriously, when you talk about that shit, bro, people don't know anything. I mean, think about this. Then I've learned too, only creators care about the views. Like, the people in real life, they care about the views if it's like fucking 10 million. You're not going to like 1 million, 10 million, like, they're not giving a fuck.
That's absolutely true. Right. The creator.
You know what I mean? Because the reason why I'm saying that, and I'll wait talk. The reason why I'm saying that is because it's a good opportunity for them to have social validation to who they're talking to. Oh man, if you see this video that hit 10 million views, and then now they have the ego of them talking about something that they found is silly, and it gives them leverage in conversation. So like, if the video only has 10,000 views, like, yeah, it might be really fucking sick to the creator, but like to the reality of the world, it's not that big. It's not that cool to talk about. It's like how many times is that being done every day? You know what I mean? Like on my post every day, like I'm not gonna tell you these are ridiculous fuck. So like I get 10K views on a lot of my shit daily, and like it doesn't seem like I've already broken that callus down that 1 million times. Where it's like, okay, well like 10,000 doesn't do anything for me. I gotta get 20, 30, 50,000. You know what I mean? Like that's just how like my brain works. But instead of constantly, up myself. But in the world where you know that they're lying to you, for real, just lean into it a little bit.
I agree. I don't understand why a platform like Spotify doesn't have real-time updating of the listeners of a song?
Because again, it's for marketing. Like what I was just saying, like for marketing on their end for music, like realistically, everybody knows a lot of these music artists fucking suck. Like they just ultimately suck. Like they should not be able to make music, but for some reason, like they have record deals and they're getting millions of views.
Yeah, well, I can see it like in terms of record labels. Like they buy bots for views, like a lot of bots for views.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's a way that they can disguise their deceit. And as a creator, it's unfair to you that these large record labels have entire bot farms that can promote garbage music, and you can put your heart and soul into your work and not get any results from it. And I think you said something profound, that the only people who care about the numbers are the creators. You're absolutely right. The only time that you're going to hear fans discuss numbers is when you're talking about really major artists, and perhaps they're comparing to different people, but that's very rare. And it doesn't matter to them. All that matters to them is what's being played in their playlist and what's going to be added. That's all they care about. And so you can't really get the audience to fight for. And so as a creator, you're somewhat fighting a battle up against these major platforms, and there's not a lot you can do about it. I think it's unfortunate that these contracts are based on what they consider to be the plays on their platform, but nobody audits that. So you just have to take it at face value, and I just don't trust them.
Yeah, I mean, another thing too, what I'm also kind of realized too, is like, and like, we're gonna talk about like, I think a lot of people know this too. The real social giant is the person that's given a loan to these fucking like retarded rappers and these retarded like people that are making any record deals, because they're the biggest pawn, because they know what dumb people are gonna be. They know they're gonna spend the money, but they don't have the money to pay back, and then they're gonna be financially ruined. Like, yes, they might be flexing like fucking big chains and shit now, but I'll tell you what, like a couple months down the road, you'll see them back in that jewelry shop, giving that shit right back. You know what I mean? They ain't keeping that shit along. It's true though. It's true. Like they be acting like they have it all, and it's like, no, it's not. There's a reason why they fucking rent cars. And you're renting a car, like you're just looking to have it, not actually have it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And my bad, you can go, bro.
Yeah, you all know 6ix9ine, right? 6ix9ine. Yeah, bro, yeah, man's jewelry was fake, man. I've forgotten the name of the jewelry, like the spinning thing, like the spinning wheels, kind of like the casino and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, also the way with the music also as well. With the music also as well, they basically like, what is another big pawn too as a creator? I think it's also another good topic to kind of like talk about, where like a lot of people just the creators care about the views. Like if you talk about Discord and all this kind of shit, where we like as the creators kind of come together, we're all trying to like be innovative and try to get more views and shit, right? But like for real, why it doesn't matter so much to like the masses is because there's a socialness to the kind of music that you listen to, and tie into your friend group. But like if you bring a new, or if you have a bunch of music, right, that you like, and your friends like that music, right, you gotta go hand me the office, bro. Hand me the office. I know you're not gonna play some trash ass shit, bro. The instant you play some trash ass shit, now you're very unlikely to take that off again, because it's like you don't know, and then like that shit. So these people
on creating these artists for that shit, and they want your brain to like a certain thing. They want you to like a certain genre. They want you to like a certain like I'm gonna say a certain type of person because that's the agenda that they're trying to put. Like for example, like the female rappers and stuff. Like how is it that the only way they get views is rapping about how much they get fucked?
I should get us as well. I think you should get us as well.
I mean, look, I'm not against the girls shaking ass. I'm just saying, why can't you come up with other lyrics? That's the whole rap, right? I mean, you got like male rappers, you can talk about sex and shit all the time, but it ain't the only fucking thing on song. Sometimes you have lyrics and shit. You're getting bro, my bad.
If I can ask you guys this question, what is one reason you know Cardi B and Nicki Minaj? Like for one reason.
I think they're that, but I do have to respect Nicki Minaj. And probably one of the better female rappers out. One, because she's been doing it for so long, and I respect some of the lyrics that she says. She's actually like pretty good. Unless I'm retarded and she doesn't write her own lyrics, I think it's pretty decent for like a chick, to be honest. But like some of the recent rappers, bro, they're fucking brutal. Like I think rap has been dead. Legitimately, I might sound like an old fuck when I say this, but like ever since that like 2017 or 2016, fucking like when they had where they brought the double XL fucking shit, where they were throwing that black shit. After that shit, bro, I don't know what happened. Actually, I do know what happened. When XXX said Tokyo and did that weird ass shit on him, after that went down, bro. That when he did that demonic shit on there, that was it. That was like, alright, like you killed the vibe of like rap being fun and like that kind of shit. Now it's more like fucking demonic and like fucking like not like it's like I like some of the grungy shit, bro. Some of the shit is mad depressing with the trap beat on it. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever been at the gym and like one of the songs comes on and you're just like you're not even working out anymore? You're like, damn, I feel bad for someone. I'm like, yo, what the fuck happened? Eminem being some crazy shit too, bro. Like, I remember like when I was listening to his shit, bro, he'd be like working out and shit, and then for some reason he'd be like, you're like in the middle of a set, he'd be like, I'm putting an hamster on my microwave. I'm like, holy fuck, you know what I'm listening to? Work out? Fuck. You ever done that shit? You ever like work out and you're like you realize the music isn't the type of vibe you work out to and you just turn it off? You're like, what the fuck am I doing?
Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribociclib, supporting
just a big segment.
Sports.
No, that was it. I mean, it's just funny, to be honest. Like the music nowadays, it's not that I don't try to find new artists. It's like I don't know. And it's not because I'm an old person. I'm not like an old head in music. I'm very like up to date with the music. I don't know if it's the same, but it just fucking sucks. Like I can get down with some new shit. Like I'm not against it.
You should be R&B.
Not really. I mean, like some R&B school. Some R&B school. I guess I like Tame Impala and shit like that. I get their R&B ready, kind of. No, they're more like indie. I like indie shit. Like I like that. Alright, any of you guys hear music creators here? If not, it's cool.
I mean, my minister told us I shouldn't see folk months. Like, we're out there.
Yeah, I like rap, underground music, like underground rap. I said like Slime Dollars or Summer Sun.
Hey, the first Golden State people you mentioned, I don't know who they are.
You learn. You do it.
Yeah, I don't know Cap, bro. He's from Alabama.
Yeah, he's really good. He's great.
Are you going to break at 9? Are you going to break at 9? I mean, yeah, I'll go on 9 if you want to go. Right now.
I don't even be listening to mainstream music.
But this sucks, dude. It's just awful, bro. I mean, it's not good. It's like, I don't know how to say it. It's just like, dude, I feel like it's not that we're overstimulated. I think that what's happening is in content and shit is just that we're missing the rawness and there's just too much like corny fake shit. Like, it's just like I mean, I've never actually done it though. Like, I don't actually watch Twitch streamers. I don't really watch any of that shit. Like, for real, I don't know why I don't watch that shit. It just doesn't entertain me because I really am entertained. Like, I feel like I'm better at creating content than like, watching content. But I don't know. Like, I don't know how people really just sit there and then be giving these motherfuckers donations for literally doing nothing. Like, I feel like it's a donation I made. Oh,
Yeah.
Why are they corny? I don't really think we're corny about.
It is 5:48. There we go. On your wake-up call, I'm Hannah Brooker in on this Halloween day where Amy King, who is off, I'm sure, planning her own costume right now. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested for the July murder of 40-year-old Martin Segura, who was found shot to death near the LA riverbed in Long Beach. Police say the suspect, 31-year-old Andrew Lozano, was also homeless and taken into custody this week after a months-long investigation. The motive remains under investigation. A 65-year-old man accused of posing as an attorney has been arrested in Santa Ana after nearly a year on the run. Police say Jose Bernal sexually assaulted a woman in his office after demanding money and offering legal help that he wasn't licensed to provide. California regulators have fined several cryptocurrency kiosk operators for overcharging customers, including CoinHub, which must pay $675,000 in penalties and refunds. Officials say the company charged illegal fees and failed to disclose key transaction details. We are taking your talkbacks this morning. We want to hear from you. Hit the talkback button on the iHeartRadio app and let me know. Interested in Halloween? And do you go trick or treat? Or are you going to parties? Or are you going to stay home and watch your favorite scary movie on the couch? I want to hear from you. Hit the talkback button on the iHeartRadio app. I've already got a few messages coming in. I'm just going to play those coming up at the end of the show. We're just minutes away from handle on the news this morning. A judge in Massachusetts says she will consider ordering the Trump administration to use reserve funds for SNAP benefits. We're going to tell you what Congress has to say about that. The race to Oscar season is officially on, but there's no shortage of great new releases to dive into. Emma Stone stars in Pneumonia. And then HBO Max is getting emotional with Sorry Baby and Amy Poehler, serving up a little bit of comfort and comedy on her new podcast, Good Hang. Joining me with the latest in pop culture picks is ABC's Will Gantz. Good morning, Will.
Hey, good morning. I hear you got quite the Halloween costume going on up there.
I have never won the turn away opportunity to dress up. Even though I sit in a room by myself with no windows, no one sees me.
I'm dressed as Jonathan Bailey from the Jurassic World movies in New but the difference is that people are definitely going to see me today.
Well, I'll watch some pictures, take some selfies, and I'll put it up on social media. That's a great costume.
There you go.
I'm going to go on your Instagram and look at your costume later.
And I'll return the favor. I can't wait to see.
Awesome. Okay, so let's talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is entertainment news. Let's get started with Lugonia. There's a lot of mixed reviews about this film, but Emma Stone is already back in awards contention for it. What makes this project stand out as an Oscar season favorite?
I mean, first of all, it's her. So this is the youngest person to ever win the Best Actress Academy Award twice. And she's teaming up with Yorgos Lanthimos, which is the director that she worked with in 14. So, and it's similar in, I guess, maybe or style to that movie. Like, it's unsettling, it's weird, it's not one that I would go see with my parents, but it's one that I saw and can't stop thinking about because, it is the performances, first of all, from Emma Stone and Jackie Clement are fantastic. And then, the last, 15 minutes of the movie really, take you to a place that you don't think that you're going. So, to remind anyone who isn't familiar with what Lugonia is, this is a movie that's about two guys who are convinced that the biomedical CEO...
Tell me what you're missing. How can I do it if he's cut me off? Facts. Because I want you to get to it. I don't want your explanation or you're no, get to it. Top my question, 2.5. Go. A Bugatti. Right?
Bugatti, a children's show. Hi, kids, it's Bugatti.
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I can show you how to use the love. Just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the code that works. It's the code that works.
This is the Halloween episode, and right now I'm a Peaky Blinder. I dressed up as a Peaky freaking Blinder. I didn't say the F word because you can, because it's too early on in the episode.
Yes, and I'm Ron Weasley.
Yeah, and that hair looks great on you.
I know.
You got to do that. You know,
I'm Ron Weasley. Not you, not me, not Hermione. You.
I mean, I was thinking about how you're that. I don't think I could be friends with you if you had hair like that. I don't think I would have ever let it happen.
Yeah, you know what? Totally understand.
And it sucks because you're still you. It would have been nice. It would have been great. Our friend,
I wouldn't have been.
Well, no, I understand.
I would be a person that would do this.
I do get that.
Like I'm autistic or something. You know what I mean?
Artistic or autistic.
I'm artistic.
Yeah, I do. But our friendship is really great. I sometimes I think about how great you and my friendship are, and I love you. Yeah.
Me too.
I really do.
I know.
Yeah. And it's.
I remember first time, we started at the Ha Ha. That's how we started,
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
and I was like, how will I ever follow this guy? Literally, because I was just starting, and you had taken a big hiatus, right? You had just started back up, and now look at us, dude. Now look at us,
sitting here with stupid costumes,
Ron, whatever, and
Ron and Pinky
Blonde.
Ron and Pinky coming to Fox.
Dude, my
detective show.
Oh, yeah, it's like those Marvel mix-up universes or whatever. Dude,
wait, the Marvel mix-up universe.
What are they? What if?
The what if?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. What if
Ron
Weasley was on Peaky Blinders?
I
X-Men Just for no reason, I'm going to do that all episode.
Yeah.
I need the straw from your coffee, please.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I need it for my
I
coffee.
need it right. I need a wand immediately.
But
Nick, get it together. Produce this show.
no, I'm chilling, dude. I feel good.
Can you imagine that's how you work for podcasters that are like, Nick, wand.
Yeah. That's good. He would need to be a wizard to just have stuff appear like that. But let me.
It's athleticism,
so,
folks.
197 was my goal weight.